Oh yeah, hold up. Click, go live. There we go.
Oh.
All right. We will wait for people to hop in. There's a lot of people I'm expecting. I'm expecting a full assault.
How come it got pushed forward to now? Why not like the weekend?
Oh, because there's a ton of people talking mad crap in the comments about the movie, or my take on the movie, so I figured, alright, we'll do a Disagreement Day now. Why not? They're hyper, they're ready.
Do you think those people will see this?
What's up, everyone? Remember, this is for disagreements. Only if you disagree with the video.
We get disagreements, but then it's gonna be about fucking Brooklyn or some shit.
If it's about something else, I'm just gonna kick them. It's like, we all know why we're here. Don't expect me this time. I agreed with everything in the video. Awesome, awesome. Sam Raimi Spider-Man fan said he agrees with everything in the video. That's awesome.
I don't believe that.
You said it right there. I don't know what to say.
Ruby's not lying.
Prove he's not. Prove he is. The burden of proof is on you.
Wait, equal interpretation. I'm allowed to have that interpretation. You know?
I have a question. Do you think it's the writer's fault or director's fault for this movie's downfall? I mean, it could be both, to be honest. I don't know. Because, like, I mean, I've never been impressed by the writers for the MCU Spider-Man movies. So, I don't know. I don't think they were really going to change much. The director, I mean, all I know about his input, as far as, like, the story, is the use of Jean Grey, which I don't think that's a good choice. But I mean, there's other stuff in the movie that really doesn't work besides, you know, just that small thing. It's like you could have a functional movie with it, it's just not preferred.
I mean, much like success isn't contingent on one guy, the same applies to failure, right? I think it would just naturally be on both, just by virtue of how the production process works. Be approved with the script.
Thank you for the 5, Michael. Love your review. Tons of people didn't like the video without even watching it. Yeah, I saw that quite a bit. People didn't even watch the video, and they're like, no, why are you making this video? Go watch the video and you'll find out. I don't know. Yeah, remember the instructions for Disagreement Day. It's for disagreements. Did you see Fringy's Did you see Fringy on EFAP's rant seething about people clowning on John Watts as if the home movies are significantly better than Brand New Day? No, I didn't. I don't know what rant you're talking about. But that sounds funny if true. Cause like I don't know. I mean, I feel like the problems in Brand New Day are, how do I describe it? They're more blatant, in your face, whereas I think the ones at least in Homecoming, seem a lot more subtle. Like, you kind of have to dig more to find them. Whereas with this, I think it's really obvious. It's in your face how dumb it is. Brand New Day is my least favorite. That's what I'll say.
Although I'll say what like counteracts that. I guess it the alternative, like what counteracts that is the fact that just like superficially from a filmmaking perspective it's way better. So I feel like even if the problems like writing wise are more obvious, I feel like the fact that it's just a much better, much more well-made movie helps mask that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I guess the visuals help the movie's perception for sure.
And the suit.
Yeah, I suppose. Suit. Oh, thanks for the 5 again, Michael. Saw a video of someone reading and showing the article that the director never originally had Jean as the villain, but a completely different telepath. Interesting, I didn't know about that. I don't really know what the production plan was like for them, so... What do you think is the best movie in the MCU? There's quite a bit I could choose from. Maybe Guardians 2. Let's see. Um,
For me, it's probably Avengers 2012, even to this day.
Avengers 2012 is up there as well. It's pretty good. I heard Anthony Gramuglia was going to be here tonight. I have not heard of this, so if he's gonna show up, that's interesting. I mean, I kind of just like threw this stream on, because I saw people disagreeing. It's like, okay, it looks like we have a lot of disagreements. So, there's an opportunity right there.
I probably won't be talking much because it's late, but if you do one Saturday, I'll probably be there.
Yeah, I'll probably do one Saturday. I'll probably just let you on Friday, just, you know, do your stream. And then the next day, I'll do disagreements.
You'll let it simmer for one day and take it out of the oven on Saturday.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if we're kind of just waiting, maybe we'll just watch some defenses people have made. I don't know. There's been people asking me to respond to Mahler's Unbridled Rage. Like, people say respond to that. From what I've, like, seen of it, I don't know how it's a bad video.
I think it's honestly pretty good, to be honest. I genuinely disagreed with, like,
what did you
almost
think of
nothing. There was almost nothing I disagreed with. Like, it was honestly a pretty base take on the film.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not responding to things just for the sake of responding. If it's good, if it's valid, then whatever. Have you watched The Incredible Hulk? Yeah, I've seen The Incredible Hulk. Your objective wrong about Spider-Man brand new day. Okay. You're welcome to join the stream, City of Ember, if you want to argue about it.
Ember! Let's go.
I wasn't prepared to fucking address videos to be. Let me make sure that everything's set up. Close that.
I mean, I don't think that Mahler has, like, the best takes in the world. But it's like with Brand New Day, it's like he does hit the nail on the head. How, like, Peter has, like, so much shit at his disposal, and he's still an idiot. It's like Jean Grey she has, like, the most overpowered ability, and she has the worst use of it.
Well, Jean Grey's, like, the dumbest villain in existence, maybe? I don't know.
I think the fact that she could have won or lost before the film even begins, that already has issues.
Yeah, that's already, like, that is just impossibly stupid. I mean, it's like, the whole point is, oh, this is a threat that none of us can even see, or, no, we can't control, we can't even see it. It's like, okay, I hear you. So then, how does she get seen and noticed, and that's why she gets stopped? How does that happen? Doesn't really make sense. Raimi movies overrated. Maybe, but they're better than this.
Also, this might be a hot take. SK, I want your opinion on this.
Yep.
Anyone who hates Spider-Man 3 should hate Brand New Day more, because the shit that Spider-Man 3 does bad, Brand New Day does objectively worse. Like, Spider-Man 3 is overloaded with villains. It's like Brand New Day is worse. They, at the very least, even like Topher Grace's Venom, compare him to Scorpion and tell me that he was worse.
Well, here's the thing, Rift, right? At least I respect that that version of Venom, as stupid as it is. He at least had the guts to be like, yeah, I'm bad, makes me happy. It's like, yeah, he's not sympathetic, he's a piece of garbage. At least the movie had the balls to say that.
It's like, compare him to like Tarantula or Boomerang or Tombstone. It's like, at the very least, he had screen time. He had like a rivalry with Peter. He had a somewhat cool design. It's like, And then there's other shit in Spider-Man 3. It's like the main villain, the theming, Sandman being forgiven makes way more sense. Jean Grey should not be forgiven in the slightest. Then if you compare like the black suit to the mutation, it's like Toby doesn't randomly develop a piece of technology and just prevent the symbiote from affecting him. And then at the end of the film, he doesn't just remove the tech, and lo and behold, he has control of the symbiote.
Yeah.
It's like that shit doesn't happen.
If you go to mod chat, I just dropped a watch together. We'll pull up a video because I don't know. I've been told that apparently it disproves Mahler's review. So I don't know. I'm curious.
Also, I do want to point out, Spider-Man 3 is not a good movie. Like, it has
Spider-Man
its
3 's not
issues,
good,
for sure.
I mean,
But,
it
like,
looks good compared to this.
like, people in chat saying that, like, the Spider-Man 3 take was shit. It's like, I'm not saying it's a good film, but, you know, it is what it is. It's like the stuff that it gets wrong, Brand New Day does worse.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, if you're in the watch together, I'm gonna put in the video. Let me mute this thing so it doesn't fucking play every single second. Okay. Let me know when you're in, and we'll, like, just react to it. We actually have a disagreement, so maybe we'll pause on that. But I mean, I guess get it ready regardless. Alright, what is up, Perry? What's your disagreement and tell us why?
Oh, hi, sorry, I was just listening 10 seconds ago. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Alright, yeah, I was just listening 10 seconds ago, and I heard this gaming grift idiot say something stupid. He said, this is what he said, this is a real quote. He said, well, Peter just randomly develops technology to neutralize his power. What do you mean it's random? What do you mean it's It's like telegraphed from the last
They
movie.
literally,
Goes to the Hulk about it. He has pre-existing scenes in the franchise to show that he's intelligent. What do you mean randomly? Why say that?
I think it's the technology.
Sorry, what?
The technology. He has access to so much highly advanced technology, like in his apartment, and it's never explained.
No, that's true. But my specific point is, Peter developing the power neutralizing tech is established. You know, it's like pretty well established in No Way Home. I mean, you could say it's dumb, like for world building reasons, but like as far as that's happening within the world that's been established, it makes sense.
Well, yeah, if he has the resources, sure, there's a lot he could do. My main issue is like the how he gets it. But yeah, I don't know if Rip wants to clarify his stance.
Yeah, so I think it's stupid. First of all, how the hell does he even have all this tech when he had nothing at the end of the last film? Secondly, the inhibitor goes from being theoretically possible, and it's like a couple of scenes later, it's basically just instantly working. Like, it feels as though there's barely any build up to that. And then the final issue is, at the end of the film, Peter just masters the mutation, like, instantly. And there's no build up to it in the slightest. It's just, I needed the inhibitor the entire film, and now suddenly I'm awesome and I don't need it anymore because I accept both sides of myself. Like, it's completely hollow.
I agree, it's like relatively weak, but it's telegraphed through the movie why he's able to accept it is because he was denying his human element, and it's like, you know, to parallel that, he's denying these new spider mutations, and once he's able to balance the two, it's able to work out. It's a bit cliche, but there is telegraphing. As far as the technology developing quickly, well, I just think it's acceptable for the character to do that. Now, could they have shown us scenes where he's troubleshooting it or whatever? Absolutely, but I just don't think that would have served the story any more than the way they did it.
Ask yourself a question.
Liam, go on mute.
What, you hear background noise already?
Yes, and your mic is bad.
Holy fuck.
Go
Yeah,
on
bro,
mute.
that's because
Go
No.
on mute. Plus, we're talking. All right.
Ming.
He's the Punisher. Yeah, Rift, yeah.
Also, I think that defense is pretty poor because it's like within the context of like how many years he's been Spider-Man. 4 years at this point. It's like there was no like mutation up until that point, even though he didn't have a balance between his two personalities. He heavily like he was
To be fair, I think
heavily
so.
emphasizing on the whole being Spider-Man thing.
I assume that's like a product of his age. But I mean, I certainly agree that the resolution to it is weak, because in the fight with the Scorpion, the reason his mutation goes crazy isn't because like he's isolated or anything. The reason his mutation goes crazy is specifically because like he's stressed in the fight, and that's what's increasing his hormones. So just him losing a fight is enough for him to possibly lose control. So that's just like, okay, well, he's losing the fight against the Hand, and he could just control it? I mean, what's that gonna mean when he goes against the Sinister Six? Is he just gonna lose control and kill them?
Hang on a second. When he was fighting Scorpion, wasn't he freaking out because of MJ at that point, or am I misremembering?
Well, he
misremembering.
was, but he was relatively in control until Scorpion was, like, beating his ass. Like, basically about to kill him.
Well, I feel like it was a combination of the factors, right? It seems like Telegraph basically that like Peter, his emotions around.
No,
his
I
own
certainly
understand
agree
the
it's a
MJ.
combination of stuff. But that was still, like, something that pushed him. And, like, yeah, he's always gonna have people he cares about. They're always gonna be in trouble because he's Spider-Man. So it's like, yeah, so I don't know how him removing the inhibitor, like, that's just like, oh yeah, it's all solved now, it's all good. Like you said, it's relatively weak. I get what they were trying to go for, but in execution, it's just, like, heavily undercooked.
The best comparison I can give is to Spider-Man 2, funnily enough. It's like throughout the game, he struggles with the black suit, and then he gets anti-venom, and everything's fine. He has all the power, none of the drawback.
Yeah,
It doesn't feel earned.
yeah, I think that's lame there as well, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I overall disliked the movie. I heard the one thing.
So
Rift
you just
said,
had the
and I
one
went to-
thing.
Yeah, no, it was because and I haven't finished your video. You went live 2 hours after releasing the video. You give people a chance to watch it. I don't know what
No,
you're
that's the
thinking
thing. It's like, people just jumped on me, like, before even watching it, so I'm just like, alright, just join a stream then. if you're this hyper to talk about the movie or argue about it.
Well, I just had that one thing, but I see someone else is in the waiting room, so I don't want to take up
Yeah,
more of
yeah,
your
all
time.
good, all good.
Spider-Man 2 killed my children that are not even born yet.
Alright, well,
Fuck
yeah,
that.
have a good one, have a good one.
By the way, does my mic sound better?
No, you sound like you're in a car.
Ah! That's because I am in the
God,
car.
I'm gonna mute you.
No, I'll go on mute again. It's fine.
There we go. Alright, Wazai, what is your disagreement, and tell us why?
Damn.
What is the disagreement, and tell us why?
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, what's going on? What's the disagreement?
Hey. Okay, I'm sorry. I actually just found out about you guys right now, and I saw you talking, and I had to join. Can you hear me over that, by the way?
Yeah, no, we can hear you. It's all good. What's the disagreement?
Oh.
Oh.
Nothing.
Well, hold on. I there we go. Okay.
Oh.
Hey.
Yeah, I think you disconnected, or I don't know. Someone must have done. I don't know. Is there a disagreement here?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, so you're gonna have to forgive me. I just joined in kind of late. This is my first introduction to you guys. I actually don't have a particular disagreement, but I heard you guys talking about the movie, Brand New Day. Is that right?
Well, yeah, but well, the point of this stream is disagreement day. If we agree on the movie,
Gotcha.
then
What, do you mind if I ask you what's your stance on the movie?
it sucks. I hate it. It's bad.
Whoa. What's like the number one thing that bothered you? And I know you probably explained this in the video, but it's my first introduction.
Number one thing that bothered me, I guess the fact that the movie blatantly frames Jean as like she's not a killer, she's not a villain, and they really just downplay her actions in the movie. And because of that, like, all the characters, even Frank Castle is fine with letting her off. Even the Punisher is fine with it.
You know, but she did do a lot of bad stuff in the movie, though. I mean, she kind of took over like the whole part of the city that she froze and was trying to kill people at damage control.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
So, but you're saying that that's not bad enough, or are you
No,
saying
well,
that?
I'm
Like,
saying,
that
I'm
portrayed
saying that the
movie-
movie's downplaying it. They're saying you're not a killer, Gene. They're also saying that, like,
Oh,
that she was just trying to find her sister. Spider-Man says that twice.
do you think that that broke the movie for you, or do you think the movie can still stand on what it has?
I mean, it would probably, like, this problem in itself damages, like, the messaging. It damages Spider-Man's character, Punisher's character. It damages, I guess, the way Jean Grey is presented as a villain. It makes her conclusive payoffs unsatisfactory. So I would say it does a number, but it doesn't, like, 100% break the movie. There's a lot of other stuff that breaks the movie. I'll be honest, if you want to see it, just watch the video at this point. Like, I don't want to repeat everything in my video.
No, I totally get that. I'm gonna check it out, but can I at least say my stance on the movie, real quick?
I mean, this is disagreement. If we're not debating at this point, like, just watch the video. You could get into that later.
Sure. I'll just say this
Wazzy.
on the point you made. Yeah, what's up?
I was gonna say there's probably gonna be another disagreement day like Saturday. So watch the video, think about it, and then come back. We'd love to have you back. Likewise,
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you. I
be
appreciate it. Yeah.
likewise. I'm gonna be watching SK because I've not seen it yet. I'm gonna be live streaming tomorrow, watching SK's video. You're welcome to, join and share your thoughts there as well if you want to.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna check it out, and I won't take too much time. Then I'll join in next time.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's fine. Take care, dude.
Take
All
care.
right. Thank you guys.
Sounds
See ya.
like,
Take care. So
he sounds like
yeah,
Batnick.
he did sound like Batman. That's cool.
Alrighty. I finally fixed my mic. How do I sound now?
Awesome. You sound a lot better now.
Probably sound better than I do.
Well, okay, we
Because
got
I'm a
someone
god.
in here. What's up, Spidey dude? What is your disagreement, and tell us why?
Oh, sorry. I was watching the stream, and I was trying to close the stream so I could directly talk. My bad.
Oh, good.
Well, while I just finished the video, and while I was completely agreeing with everything about what you said, because the story is just like very messy, doesn't really explain well. It's just very simple. My disagreement is very simple, that I don't think this is worse than Spider-Man Far From Home or Spider-Man No Way Home.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? If you want to say that, that's fine. But if you agree that the movie is like broken, then I feel like we're just talking about worse versus worse. I kind of want to debate people who think it's good or it's like in the middle, and not just
Wait,
trash
what's the
versus garbage.
disagreement?
I don't want to have trash versus garbage debates. That's basically what I'm saying.
My disagreement.
Wait.
Disagreement, Liam,
Yeah,
is
wait,
that,
what's the
my disagreement, Liam, is
Yeah,
just
sure.
is like I do have another one. It's just that I
Okay.
just don't think this is worse than Far From Home.
Okay, look, that's
That
fine.
could be. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. That could be an interesting discussion to change it up for the show.
No, all right. No one's no one's
I'll
here.
give-
Fine. We'll do it. We'll
I'll
do
give
it.
Far
That's
From Home
fine.
this. I'll give Far From Home this. At least Far From Home actually has a Spider-Man villain. It's worth like following instead of Jean Grey for some reason.
No,
when we
yeah.
have no build up for any mutants in the past MCU films.
Well, okay, so if we're gonna compare the movies, right? Why don't I talk about Mysterio versus Jean Grey? So with
Go
Mysterio,
ahead.
there's a whole scene in like the illusion scene where he's basically obsessed with like kind of tormenting Peter Parker, and I think there's a level to which that works because he basically wants to take his status. He wants to demoralize him on just about every level. I think there's something more to work with than we have with Jean. Like, he's directly in the spot that he wants. Well, he's not in the spot. He's heading towards the spot because Tony Stark picked him. And that's why he wants to tear down Spider-Man so much. He's jealous of that. I think that works in isolation. With Jean Grey, her obsession with Spider-Man, She's already obsessed with toying with him, like, from the beginning, like, literally when he just gets involved, but it's never even addressed at any point why she can't just be like, hey, Spider-Man, my sister was kidnapped. Can you help me out? Like, why can't she say that? There's no explanation ever.
There is an explanation, SK. It's because she thinks Peter, Spider-Man, is working for damage control, so she doesn't trust him.
Based on what?
She says it in the movie.
She says that later in the movie. He doesn't work with them until later. She starts toying with him from the beginning.
Nah, that's not canon.
Maybe she just like, maybe she's thinking that like, oh, Spider-Man could be a problem once they get him out of the way. But at that point, why even bother when you're really good at just like hopping to different people's minds? You can hide yourself. You don't really need to really go out of your way to toy with Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, there's the logistical side of it, but I'm more so focused on like the dynamic between Spider-Man and the villain. I think the dynamic with Mysterio is better. There's a lot more material that works with Mysterio than we have with Jean. Basically, what I'm saying is that their whole dynamic from the whole jump, it just doesn't work.
I don't understand how the MCU just like, they have these Spider-Man villains, yet in some way they're kind of just written the same.
What?
I mean, I don't think they're written the same.
I'm not saying entirely. I'm just saying there's something about it that it's just like, it's just very similar to each other, because they have like Vulture and Jean Grey have something to deal with damage control. Mysterio and Jean Grey have something to deal. Oh wait, no, not Mysterio and Jean Grey. Mysterio and Vulture have something to deal with jealousy and wanting about Tony Stark.
I mean, yeah, they don't like Tony Stark, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I just don't understand why the MCU is so obsessed with Spider-Man villains being obsessed with the fact of law enforcement that has really nothing to do with them.
Okay. I mean, just comparing, like, Jean Grey and Mysterio, if we get back to that.
I think Mysterio is just better overall than Jean Grey.
Okay, we agree with that. What about, let's see, what other character could we really compare? Peter versus Peter. Peter in Far From Home versus Brand New Day. Which is worse?
Far From Home.
Far From Home, probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Far From Home.
I'd probably say
there's
it's Far
no
From
way.
Home, yeah. So I'll agree with you there.
Yeah, if you're comparing that, you got to compare the scene of like, okay, sure, in Brand New Day,
yeah, leaving
Peter
a planet
just,
to die. No.
Yeah, just leaving a whole planet to die.
Peter is a man run over by a car and just ignores that.
Yeah, okay.
But in Far From Home, like, he gets the information that the whole world is going to be destroyed in less than like 48 hours, and he's like, oh well, I want a vacation. I feel my vacation.
Stupid. Yeah.
Well, another thing I want to bring up is, despite how bad it is that he's like, run away, fly away, Gene, like after he gets shot, I prefer that over Mysterio who gets shot and he just stands there and he just doesn't bring him to any medical aid at all and just lets him die. Like, that's pretty fucking bad.
And also,
you can't trick me anymore, and he just bleeds out and dies.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you said about I remember watching all your MCU like trilogy about this like describing them, why they're bad and whatever. I find it so funny how you bring up the fact that like even if like these guys, like the villains he fights are, you know, inherently bad people, he still goes out his way to save their lives. Not Mysterio.
Yeah.
This is the same guy who saved Vulture from the fire, and then like you compare that to the line in No Way Home when he tells the Doctor Strange, like, Strange, have a heart for these guys. This is the same guy who left Mysterio to die.
Yeah.
Have a heart, Strange. Have a heart. In your heart, Strange. In your heart.
Imagine the scene in your head. Imagine the scene in your head with Mysterio lying on the floor, and I just go, this is what it looks like to have a heart.
Yeah.
Have a heart,
that's
Strange.
crazy.
Meanwhile, he was going to leave an entire planet to die.
Also,
Have a heart. Your heart.
Another thing of Brand New Day is that I don't understand like what happened to Mysterio's message.
Brand new day.
That does not just get wiped away from the earth. Like, does not just get wiped away from the earth. It's like saved in some like encrypted file or online or whatever. Like, I would love for Brand New Day to explain what happened to that message. Like, these people should not be loving Spider-Man. These are the same people who went out of their way to hate Spider-Man because they thought they killed Mysterio.
I'm just gonna ask a genuine question as well. Where the fuck is J. Jonah Jameson in this film?
Exactly. That's my question
Gone.
as well.
Reduced to atoms.
He was just Control Alt deleted from this film,
Spider,
literally.
off screen. Peter has not changed. Off screen, Peter went to Daily Bugle and just killed J. Jonah Jameson.
So let's compare characters, right? So which character assassination do we think is worse, the Punisher's or Nick Fury's in Far From Home? I think the Punisher's is worse.
Punisher, yeah.
Well, yeah, just by the fact that it's Talos and not Nick Fury, so it's kind of
Yeah, it's not. I don't really think that's like a
kind of
comparison
cheating.
because it's not even Nick Fury.
I mean, I think.
yeah. Is
Nick
it even
Fury's
character
assassinated in-
assassination?
Well,
I know, like,
why
Talos
I
is
think
supposed to-
Fury's assassinated is because one, he's okay with giving the glasses to Peter, like he ordered Talos to do that.
I feel like
Um,
it should be rather Talos'
Talos.
character rather than
and
Nick
Fury-
Fury as a whole.
Well,
I
also.
was like, I thought you
Fury,
said
like,
Tails.
appar-
That'd be crazy.
Well, the
I mean,
thing
well,
is,
either
too,
way,
like,
either
so
way,
apparently
either
Talos
way,
is like
Talos-
if he's so incompetent, I don't know why he would send him to like pretend to be him, but doesn't have like proper precautions in play. Like, oh, something goes wrong, reach out to me. Like,
Yeah, and
that's
also,
all it
also
would
like
have taken, really.
no,
And Nick
actually,
Fury
I
would have
think
made
I
the
think
better
it's like
decision.
Talos is undercover. He's supposed to be Nick Fury, so yeah, it would make sense why Nick Fury's character is considered assassinated when Talos is supposed to act like Nick Fury.
Well, I think that over a bigger issue too is just the fact. I think it just comes down to the character too. Punisher is innately more interesting than Nick Fury, so it's just
Yeah.
kind of worse when you ruin him. Because with Fury, it's like, what is there really? He's kind of just paranoid super spy who kind of protects his government, I guess.
He was most interesting in Winter Soldier, and from there he wasn't that involved as a character.
Yeah, so it's like there's not even that much to ruin. He's just kind of stupid.
Yeah. So then, if we've gone through that, who else is there? There's the Hulk, I guess. I don't know who I
mean, I
compare
feel
him
like-
to.
I feel like the Hulk can just be compared to his previous show.
Well, I mean,
I'm just gonna-
comparison to Far From Home. Like, what character would I compare the Hulk to?
Ned.
I guess, yeah. I mean, Ned's basically a nothing character in these movies. There's nothing that's really changed about that. I guess MJ's worse in this because, like, she just doesn't react to the fact that she was taken over by, by Jean Grey, and she barely reacts to that. Whereas in Far From Home, she at least felt more like a person who reacts to things when they happen.
I guess. Yeah.
Like, that just felt so manufactured. Like, oh, it's not like I remember anything anyway. It's like, she would not say that. What? She would never say
She would definitely ask like a billion questions. I mean,
Yeah, she's
well,
paranoid.
she
she's
does.
investigative,
She does. But
she's like, I don't know why she just acts like, oh, I don't remember anything. Whatever, fine.
well, she does ask a billion questions, but not in the context of Jean Grey. The context of like Peter Parker with that note.
No, I'm fine with that because of course she's gonna ask all these questions, expect him to tell the truth.
No, yeah, but I'm saying like you have her explain all these questions for that. Why not her explain like what happened with Jean Grey?
Doesn't even it's stupid, but she doesn't even believe that magic is real, or she says something like, "I barely believe in that stuff," which makes no sense. She's only like a cautious. She says
I
something
barely
like
believe in that stuff because I don't know. Yeah, someone's in the weight room, so I'm gonna add them in case they have a disagreement. But yeah, I mean, let's see what the world building. I think the world building is categorically worse in Brand New Day than Far From Home.
Yeah, they don't want to explain what happened to all the videos showing Peter's face, all the newspapers like
Well, that's a No Way Home
describing
problem,
what
but yeah.
happened.
Yeah, I think the world building just more like just nonsense in Brand New Day. With the amount of stuff they just threw there. With Far From Home, it just seems like there's stuff it's kind of just undercooked. Some of it's weird, inconsistent, whatever. I think it's just straight up like ridiculously broken in Brand New Day.
I also think that Brand New Day is worse because I feel like it just disrespects the heroes more than Far From Home does. Because Far From Home, like,
it really did not feel like a Spider-Man movie.
Because Far From Home mostly just shit on Spider-Man, and it did a really good job at ruining Peter's character. But it's
Shit on
like
Hulk and Frank too.
it's like in Brand New Day, it's like they basically just. I mean, this is more of a Jean Grey issue, but it's like they just trivialize Peter's. It's like she trivializes Peter's trauma. She
I also-
trivializes the fucking
Frank
Punisher's
too.
trauma.
They also
Hulk is-
shame the actual Spider-Man villains in this movie. Not once did they say the name Tombstone, even though apparently a source said he was an overarching villain. Overarching villain, my ass, bro, doesn't get named once.
It's so
You also
lame,
have
yeah.
like, I think it's just blatantly disrespectful that Bruce Banner gets like how he's sent out of the film.
Yeah, no one
like
stands
Peter
up for
did-
him. Peter
like-
doesn't even
like
say,
Peter
"Hey,
doesn't
this
even
guy
try to
wasn't
help him.
responsible for what he did, for what the Hulk did," because his mind was basically broken into. Like he doesn't
It's
even
like-
tell people that. It's like, okay, great, thanks, Peter.
It's
do
like
have a
later on
question.
in the film. Later on in the film as well, it's like it's not even like he got sent off to a mental institution for like a few days until he could get like, you know, like a court hearing or some shit like that. It's like, no, he's just in Arkham Asylum now for the rest of his life. It's like they just forgot about him for the rest of the film.
I
Yeah.
have also like a disagreement, not to like the context of what we're saying, but a disagreement for a lot of people loving the idea that they're recreating comic book covers in these movies. I personally like it, but I'd rather see that on like a poster, because that's kind of like the comic cover, because you know the comic cover is kind of like, it's like the original clickbait, because that cover does not really happen in the comic itself. So the poster is perfect enough to have the comic cover in there. I'd rather see them recreate comic book panels in the movies, because there's a lot of iconic like panels inside these comics that you could easily recreate.
They did recreate one. It was the Civil War one with Frank and Peter, which doesn't make sense at all. He should be arrested.
Well, yeah, there's my example.
Yeah.
Well, that one
I
is
think-
bad though. Like in the context of the film, that one's just bad. So like,
Yeah, I guess, yeah, but
Well, I was
I was
gonna
just saying, I'd rather see them just like
But-
recreate
like-
the panels in a movie.
My opinion on that is, I think that they need to strike, if they're going to do fan service, I think they should strike like a fine balance between a reference that people are going to get and just hollow fan service. Because the way they do it in Brand New Day, where it's like they reference, you know, like certain comic book panels, or they reference like Amazing Fantasy, whatever it was, the original number. I forget which one it was.
15.
It's like the way they do it in Brand New Day, where it's like, oh, it's just an intro montage. It's like it feels hollow because it's like we don't know anything about the villains that he's beating. It's just hollow fan service. I think a better example, and this might be a hot take, but you know, in maybe if they were to incorporate fan service into action, like action scenes, like kind of like in No Way Home, where when Peter fights Goblin, it's like a blink and you miss it moment, but the move that he does on Goblin, where it's like he flips over his head and slams him into the ground, how it's like a reference to a finisher in like a video game. It's like I feel like that would be less on the nose, less hollow. It's like, you know, it's a reference for people who know, you know, the action scenes, but it's not like,
We got more people.
hey,
Yeah.
we replicated this specific image. It's like, who was Peter fighting in the image? Oh, don't worry about it. We're not going to tell you. He did the thing, guys.
Did
Okay,
did
but
it,
who
like,
is he doing the thing with? It's like, oh, this villain has like literally single digits fit for screen time. Don't worry, he did the thing. It's fine. He did the fan service thing.
Did Tom Holland say that this Brand New Day was blatantly like fully inspired by Insomniac Spider-Man? Or am I wrong?
Partially, but I can definitely see that in the second game. It reminds me of the second game.
If we're not gonna have like any more disagreements, there are more people.
There are some more people, yeah, so we're gonna move on to more disagreements if that's all we're gonna
Like,
get with.
why can't they be inspired by the comics and not the fucking game, bro? It's so annoying.
Well, they do. They just use them for short fan service instead of actually implementing them in the story, like the other.
Yeah, they're
movies
just
do.
the executives are
cover.
like they're in the theater right now, jangling the keys, and they're like, "Look,
And it's working.
comic books, the comic
Yeah,
books,
unfortunately,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
working.
it's
Yeah.
working.
Yeah.
It's working. It's working on these fucking like supposed Spider-Man fans. Like, oh my god, he's like, there's people that are like, dude, this is like an actual comic book Spider-Man movie. It's like, dude, so delusional. It's not even close.
Yeah. I mean, I think like if we're to talk about things that feel like comics coming to life, I mean the first Raimi Spider-Man with the origin story, that literally feels like the origin straight up, like in the comics.
Give or take, yeah.
But yeah, anybody that's joined, welcome. Any disagreements with the video?
I have a disagreement. Well, okay, I technically don't. It's not mine. It's the screenwriters. I just wanted to hear what your response to it would be.
Yeah, what's up?
So it seems the screenwriters have gotten a hold of people's criticisms of Jean in this movie. And so naturally, their response was that technically she's not responsible for, how do I say this? That since she technically
I've read
didn't
that.
kill anyone,
That's just
she's
like,
technically not responsible.
so basically show me the bodies, that's what it is.
I mean,
Just dumb, yeah.
even if there was
Hey,
no bodies,
alright.
it's like he has the
Alright.
intention to hurt people.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway,
But
we're
I
gonna
see-
move on to other stuff if that was it. Alright, we'll let this person in to join into the discussion. Remember, if you got a disagreement, just point it out. Just shout.
But it's like I just want to say as well regarding that, it's like that's like you know all those like memes and shit in like the Spider-Man games where it's like, oh, Spider-Man doesn't kill people. Meanwhile, you bounce them off concrete. You can throw them off buildings. It's like you can literally like pull someone into the air and then slam them into the ground with symbiote abilities. It's like bullshit. He doesn't kill people, but it's like
But, like, that's a video
It's really
game where it's
it's like yeah, it's like the same sort of argument though. It's like, oh well, those guys technically didn't die, even though he threw them off a building, beat the ever living shit out of them,
yeah.
webbed an RPG and threw it in their face, threw fireworks in their face. It's like, yeah, bullshit. He didn't kill people.
Yeah,
reasonable.
what's up?
Okay, so I have one main argument. I do want to say though, I watched the video. You make some very good points. One of my biggest agreements with you personally is him bringing Mary Jane. Well, not Mary Jane. Sorry, MJ. Meant to link. My biggest disagreement was you arguing him bringing MJ to the Punisher hideout. For
Yep.
me personally, it was very established early on in the movie that Jean Grey is not only able to take over the minds of people just by proximity of the person that she jumps into, and then the proximity of the person that she jumped into, proximity to them, but it's also established that she's able to take information. So in order to best protect MJ, because this was, I believe this was how Jean Grey was able to figure out Peter's apartment where he was hiding and basically where all his stuff is. Because she probably jumped into the minds of some people, found the information, and then just went in, just walked right in. In my opinion, it would make the most sense to not only take her to a remote location that almost no one knows about, which in this case in the movie, it's only established that only 2 people would know where that hideout is.
Well,
Which would be
I did account for the fact that she could jump in the video. Basically, what I said is that she's trapped in the helicopter. Nobody can get near, so she wouldn't be able to jump anywhere if Spider-Man just hit up law enforcement, said, "Don't get within 33 feet of her because she'll just jump into you and she'll just start causing havoc again." And basically, she's just it's like she's trapped there, and can't like jump into anybody else. Whereas,
But-
if he stayed there with the guy and then called up MJ, or not MJ, called up the Wolf and the New Avengers to get MJ escorted, then like Jean can't really do anything at that point. She's trapped in this one guy.
But the thing is, clearly Jean did have a means to escape. My guess as to how Jean did escape was just
Peter
simply
let
that.
her. That's the problem. That wouldn't have happened
But-
if he just stayed there.
how would you reasonably contain her? Because only Peter can be within like 33 feet of her
Well,
and then restrain
well,
whoever she jumped
ultimately,
into.
he can work on that. He can work on tracking her down. The problem is that his plan to protect MJ is just dumb. It allows Jean to escape from this one person, and from there, that's why she got into MJ.
Okay, but the thing is, would she theoretically I'm not exactly sure if the movie did this because I only recently watched it like a couple days ago. So correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't Jean be able to remotely, I don't know, disconnect from their mind and then just jump into somebody else?
Well, they imply that she's basically trapped there. I don't know why she wouldn't have done it immediately. Someone in chat saying SK, she can literally just turn off her abilities. Genius. She more likely just dropped the power than rehopped all the way back. Okay, so then why does the film treat it like he trapped her? Why is she like, oh, real clever and is pissed off by it? She could just leave, if that's true.
I guess the significance of him trapping her was that they were treating it more like a race. Because the idea is Peter's trying to get to MJ before Jean can. And we know that Jean is like right in his apartment when we started this quote unquote race. So by him trapping her, she essentially has to start from ground zero, and he now has the head start.
I think the bigger issue with this scene is.
I mean, she could also be playing into it, by the way. Sorry, Riff, you can go.
I was gonna say the bigger issue with this scene is like, yeah, obviously she could have cut the cord any time, but what the fuck happened to that guy in the chopper? Because Peter just abandons him.
That's what I'm saying. I think what happens is
he must have
jumps
died
out
of
the
starvation.
chopper, jumps into someone at the last second before he hits the ground. So my guess is, my personal headcanon is that he definitely died, because there's no way you're gonna survive getting out of there unless you can like web swing from a building.
Well,
so
I guess
imagine if Peter leaves.
He'd have to send people.
Imagine if Peter leaves and then he just doesn't know this, but like the only way she can disconnect from someone without jumping is to commit suicide. So he just makes the guy jump out of the fucking helicopter and die.
I mean, that's funny, but yeah, it's kind of jacked up.
But it's actually worse when you think about it, because the victims, they have no memory of what happened, right? So it's like he just wakes up and he's trapped above the city in webs in a helicopter he doesn't remember getting into. It's like, that would almost certainly look as though Spider-Man attacked the guy.
Yeah. Back to what I was saying, I think. Okay, so if he does have the dude trapped in the helicopter, and let's say that for whatever reason, Jean just can't remotely disconnect. Let's suppose that, and she has to. I don't really know how that would work. How she would disconnect? If she have to be close to him or what? Let's just say for whatever reason she is effectively trapped in this mind.
What exactly is the disagreement at this point? Like, what are we talking about?
They're talking about
my point is, I don't think it's a stupid decision to bring MJ
his way
to
of protecting MJ. I mean, like I mentioned with the Punisher as well, his base has a bunch of traps. You're telling me, like, well, he just thinks it's safe to put her there when he knows there's a bunch of traps in his base?
That's why he escorted her there. As long as she doesn't leave, frankly, no other human except for Frank can get within spitting distance.
Well, hang on. My whole point about the Punisher's hideout is that there's a whole bunch of traps there as well.
Yeah.
She nearly gets killed.
Yeah, but if Punisher's keeping an eye on her, he would probably tell her how to avoid springing the traps in his house or whatever.
Well, Spider-Man would have to know of the traps already, right? Because obviously, if he's Punisher's smart, right? He would tell him if he has traps there.
But would you tell him where?
I don't think he needs to know where, to be quite honest. He knows that he's dealing with sensory overload. His senses aren't fully working. So why would he even bring her to Punisher's hideout when they could easily be hit by a trap? Like, they could get shot, for example. They could get crushed.
What isn't he? Yeah, he could have went to Yelena. I guess it would be the argument.
Yeah.
But then it's the
I would
same
say
problem.
that anyway, just given how reckless and violent the Punisher is.
If he brought her to Yelena, couldn't theoretically she just eventually jump into some mines and figure out where she is, and then jump into other people?
Not really, because he still has what's it called, Evie, Evie's looking through the city to spot any anomalies. So just do that. Just keep separating people who get hopped in the shit.
I guess so, yeah. That's fair.
I mean, you could eventually, like, trace down where Jean is in doing so if you keep messing with the people that she's hopping. Because she has to be there, right? She has to see them.
Yeah. Or whoever she's jumping in has to see them.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess so, but we don't really know the extent of the range at which he was jumping, at which he can track how far she's jumping, because that would mean he would have to
he
be
has
watching.
access to all the cameras in the city, so...
Also,
That is
AJ,
true.
SK, sorry, I've just thought of something. Someone in chat mentioned the mayor. And this, I don't know if you bring this up in your video, but I have a
bring it up.
question.
Yeah, where the fuck was Spider-Man during Mayor Fisk? Never explained. Stupid.
That's part of it, but also within the context of this universe, right? It's like with Spider-Man 3, it makes sense that he would be given the key to the city. But it's like within the context of this verse, why would someone who actively is working against the Sokovia Accords be given the key to the city?
I think we're
Well,
like,
there's no Sokovia Accords anymore.
Well, I mean, I think the implication is that time has passed and they've grown to appreciate Spider-Man. Slame, we didn't get to see it, but I think that's what they're saying.
I know, like they say,
Also,
like crime has hit like a low, historical low. Because
Also, comic Liam, when was the Sokovia Accords like abolished? Because I've not seen any of.
Were
She-Hulk.
they abolished?
That's
Yeah.
that's why. I've not. Yeah, that's why then.
In She-Hulk, they explained that
Wait.
it was
Fucking
like
where was
abolished
he
a
at
few years
this,
ago.
As if this MF doesn't know. What kind of response is that? Because of rights issues? They mentioned Spider-Man in the show. What? What kind of point is that? They have a reference to Mayor
Yeah,
Fisk in the movie, I'm pretty sure. They have the Punisher.
Well,
in
why does the movie just explain it? Just quickly just say, I don't know. He was fighting the Scorpion.
Well, also, like, rights issues. You know who's in the movie, right? John Bernthal's Punisher, who debuted in Daredevil Season 2, who was in Born Again.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I'll just say,
Every time any of you say John Bernthal's Punisher, my brain immediately goes, "Ah!"
but yeah, if the
Yeah, the rights
Sokovia
issues
Accords
thing,
were
let's just
abolished
go.
in a show that I refuse to watch, then I mean, I guess I'll take the L on that one, even though it seems as though I've won by not watching that shitty show.
I never watched it either.
Disagreement about Hulk. Okay, I'll drag the person in. All right, what's up? What's the disagreement? Hello?
Hi.
What's up?
So if it's all right, I had another disagreement about Hulk.
Yep.
So I do think. So you don't think it's in character for him to transform and attack Peter?
No.
No.
Well, I do think it kind of is because in Avengers, unless I'm misremembering, he first of all, he doesn't have to be angry to transform. He just has to be very like anxious or like high or even excited. Like if that's the reason given in Incredible Hulk that he can't have sex is because it gets him like excited that
Yeah,
it's like-
but Avengers
Isn't Hulk-
2012 follows up on that and shows that he has this secret. Like the characters are impressed by it. It's like, you really have a lid on it, do you? And the reason for that is because, you know, he says, that's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry. He's found a way to control it.
I see,
So
but
because he's so in touch with his
also, like-
emotions, then he's able to control when the Hulk emerges or doesn't emerge. They've completely forgotten about that in this movie.
fair, but like but also in the same movie earlier when like the explosion happens, Hulk just comes out and he can't control it because he's under such stress. Unless I'm misremembering, did Loki mind control him or something? I don't think he did.
He did in
It's
Avengers
implied.
12. We know he's definitely because of Loki's mind manipulation, because why doesn't he keep attacking the Avengers in the final battle? Because Loki's no longer manipulating him.
I see.
Yeah, he's
Well-
holding the They do give a few moments, like when he's angry in the scene on the helicarrier and he's holding the scepter. It's like that's kind of foreshadowing it. And then also, like Black Widow, like with her interrogation with Loki, she just flat out says, "Yeah, Loki plans on unleashing the Hulk."
Yeah.
It's like they're
all
fully
there.
aware that.
I guess I always interpreted that as him like causing a situation in which Banner like gets under such stress that the Hulk just comes out. I guess I didn't really think it was mind control since like Hawkeye and the others get blue eyes when they're mind controlled and Hulk didn't.
Well, it doesn't matter, right? He
But-
can still manipulate people's minds. He did that with Selvig in Thor 2011's post-credit scene. His eyes didn't change, but he still was manipulated.
That's true. That's something about Loki's powers. That I always feel disappointed is that it could be so much more creative, but they don't really utilize it. He just uses knives and stuff instead of magic. Not to go off on a
Well,
tangent, just
I'd
something.
also
Um,
point out. I'd also point out as well, the reason why people's eyes were blue in the Avengers is because that was the Tesseract that made them, like, he touched them in the chest with the scepter, and that's what
Yeah.
made their eyes blue. It's like
different.
Loki's power is completely different.
Someone
Yeah.
in chat saying, yes, Hulk, the pent-up rage monster, having been held in for years, wouldn't rage out and attack. I don't know what that has to do with anything. He still wouldn't attack people.
Well, I mean, even in the Incredible Hulk film, like, the first time he transforms in the factory, it's implied that he had been holding it in for a while. And it's like, Hulk's still relatively chill in that fight.
And in
It's like he's
2012,
trying
he
to
was
just-
held in for a while as well.
He's trying to just escape. It's like, I even showed this in my video. It's like, the military throw a grenade at Hulk's feet, and his immediate response is, "Leave me alone."
I see.
Yeah. And
Well, is it
Spider-Man
possible
didn't even do
maybe Jean-
anything. Thor is like calling him the stupid Avenger, telling him Earth hates him, and he like doesn't even like try to kill him. He just throws things in retaliation. Thor had
Yeah,
to be
that's
an
fair.
asshole first. Spider-Man did nothing.
I guess I
But
just
also,
thought,
also
thought it was possible.
hang on. I also thought of another example. So in Ragnarok, Hulk was freaking out at the prospect of turning back into Bruce Banner because he was like, "Shit, man, I've had 2 years. Banner's gonna fuck it all up." It's like, and he was trying so hard to stay into Hulk form, right? But he turned back regardless. When he became the Hulk later on Asgard, he didn't freak out. He was like the exact same. It's like Hulk was freaking out in the Quinjet at the prospect of turning back into Banner, and yet he didn't freak out like after he had hulked out again. He was chill.
Right. Yeah, I will say this about Hulk. I completely agree with the point about like him and Spider-Man, like their relationship being really forced because there is no relationship between them. Like
Forced diversity.
something I feel would was that
It's a joke. Ignore him.
okay. Well, I feel will work better. How about you replace Punisher with Bruce in this story? And they like work together, like maybe Peter could be Bruce's assistant and they have back and forth, and who knows, maybe even he reveals that he's Spider-Man to him, or Bruce finds out somehow. And then it leads up to the final part where Jean Grey forces the Hulk out. And you could do something with the storyline where Peter has to accept his true form like Bruce has accepted Professor Hulk or something like that. I'm just spitballing, but
All right. Well, we'll get to. Well, let's get to some disagreements, right?
yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go off on a
Okay,
tangent.
there's people in chat
Can
who
I-
keep arguing some stuff. I mean, I'm happy to address it. It's just easier if you hop in the VC. Hulk in Ragnarok tends to get his rage out almost instantly, though. So my whole point is that in Thor Ragnarok, even when Thor was giving Hulk more reason to be angry, he didn't try to attack him. And again, like Riff brought up in Incredible Hulk, they threw a grenade at him, and he just said, "Leave me alone."
Also, I'm just going to respond to this comment. This person said Savage Hulk is angry, dumb, and unpredictable. He always was. Hulk attacked Spider-Man because he was you just you don't understand the Hulk. It's like it's like fucking Black
Hulk's not
Widow
a
pushed
psycho. He doesn't
Bruce.
just attack people for no reason. Where are you getting this from? Show me one scene where he
It's
does that, and he's not under
but it's
mind
like
control.
it's like in Age of Ultron, Black Widow pushes Bruce Banner to his death, forcing him to Hulk out. Hulk jumps back up and he's smiling at her. He doesn't attack her.
All right,
The only
can
time
I
he
hop in there?
the only time he attacks, there are three scenarios he attacks innocent civilians. One, collateral damage. Two, they provoked him into turning into the Hulk, which Spider-Man didn't do. Three, he's under mind control. It's like all three scenarios are not really his fault.
All right, can I hop in now?
Yep.
Yeah, so for one of your points with the Hulk, you said he was trying to escape in the Incredible Hulk scene. Why couldn't he just escape? You said that's what you just said a second ago, right?
What do you mean?
What's
Yeah.
that, sorry?
What do you
In the
mean?
Incredible
why couldn't
Hulk
he
movie. Incredible Hulk movie, you said he wasn't trying to hurt anybody in that scene with the soldiers and the two guys. He just wanted to escape. What was stopping him from just escaping?
Well, no. So what I said was when he attacks the guys who provoke him into turning into the Hulk, it's like that is in character.
But
The
yeah,
issue is
he kills the one guy, but then the other guys run away from him, and then he catches up to them to kill them.
What are we talking about?
talking about
in the
Incredible
Incredible
Hulk. I mean,
Hulk.
I don't know why we're talking about Incredible Hulk. When he's violent,
Hulk
it's
is-
always retaliatory. That's the whole point.
well, I'd also point
Well,
out blatantly.
I don't remember Hulk killing just like random people in that movie.
Doesn't happen. Stupid.
Well, again, even if you agree that he killed them at the factory, it's like those are the people that provoked him into turning into the Hulk. And you can also argue that this is before his character arc, because at the end of the film, he just blatantly doesn't attack any innocent civilians.
All right, well, that wasn't my point.
Contrary,
You just brought it up. I addressed it.
contrary,
Why-
contrary to popular belief, Hulk isn't a dumb rage monster. He actually is a character, and he has character arcs.
He's also not just stupid. It's more so he has a mind of a child.
I find it hilarious that people actually treat the Hulk like fucking Doomsday, like an out-of-control, mindless brute that just attacks anything.
Well, it's funny. It's kind of what they did with Norman Osborn, where they treated it like, oh, he's not actually a bad guy. It's just the Green Goblin persona that shows up every now and then. It's like this is what these movies are doing to people's perception of these characters, even in
Also-
their
Yeah,
it's
respective
fucking awful.
properties
Also,
or universes.
Also, let's use people's logic, right? So, Banner kept in the Hulk for 10 plus years, so obviously he'd be like pissed. Brand New Day expects you to believe that Hulk and Spider-Man are friends, like Savage Hulk, keep in mind. So Hulk's immediate reaction was to beat the shit out of his friend. Does that sound like a hero, first of all? But does it sound like the Hulk? If we're expected to believe that Savage Hulk and Spider-Man are friends, why would he immediately just potentially kill his friend?
Yeah.
So, I want to run back that point from was it last week or 2 weeks ago when we had the first disagreement about you said it's out of character for Spider-Man to not help with the bank situation or allow Jean DeWolf to handle the bank situation. You still feel the same way about that?
Yeah, stupid.
Yes.
Right. Why is it? Why you find it as a problem that he did that? He did that.
Because he's looking the other way. You want to know what happened the last time he looked the other way for a robbery?
I don't see it as him looking the other way if the situation is being handled.
It's
What?
being handled by cops who can get shot.
These are what
It
they're
was
trained
being
to do.
handled. It was being handled by cops when his uncle died. His uncle still died because he didn't get involved. That's not relevant.
Yeah, the whole point is great
Based on
power
what?
comes great responsibility. The cops don't have great power in this situation. Spider-Man's the one with the great power.
Yeah, great power.
Isn't that what
great
Aunt May tried to say?
responsibility.
This is what we do. We help people.
Yeah, but it's a lot.
So he's letting them take the risk instead of just stepping in and helping out.
What they're
Which is
trained to do.
Okay.
What they're trained to do.
Yeah, but they could still get shot very easily. It happens all the time on the
Likely
job.
that happening is very limited.
Why are we going back to this argument? You have failed and are still failing to debunk the very simple notion that the whole point of with great power comes great responsibility is that if you have the power to do something and help, when the call to action comes to you, you have a moral obligation to do so. If someone else handling it is not relevant to him having the moral obligation to help.
The great power responsibility line is just like if you should be using your powers for right reasons. That's basically what it is.
And the right reason would be to help the people stop a robbery. Like they could be
No,
armed.
do
They
you
have
not-
alien tech.
Do you not think it's responsible? Do you think it's not responsible to have a moral obligation to do something?
I think it's
You don't think that's a
responsible to
form
allow
of
yourself to
responsibility?
rest. I think it's responsible to allow yourself to rest and let people handle threats they can handle.
What the fuck kind of point is that? He clearly said he can handle it.
Thanks for the
he
5
doesn't need
Bendaxel.
They can handle like
and they could have handled Dennis Carradine, and look what happened. His uncle died. That's not relevant. He has a moral
that's just not a compelling
obligation.
point. I
He has
mean,
a moral obligation to help is the point of the character. And then if the character decides to ignore that when the call to action is blatantly shown to him, that is a fucking the character assassination.
well, Liam, it's funny, right? Because if we compare this to Spider-Man 2, another movie that's about balance, yeah, he gets with MJ at the end, but when he knows something is up, he still leaves to go help out.
Right, he has
knowing
no
that he's going to
context.
come back and she'll be there.
Yeah, but he has
Exactly.
no context of the situation of what's happening, and that's why he just leaves. He didn't have.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's a robbery. People can easily die in a robbery.
Yeah.
Wait, wouldn't he have no context as to if they're using advanced tech?
Yeah, they don't even, they just say it's a robbery. They don't even know the extent of it. It could be like alien tech for all we know.
No, it's unlikely. They didn't say. It says a confirmed robbery, so they.
It's not likely. No, it was not likely that Dennis Carradine would have shot Uncle Ben. That wasn't likely. Like,
Yeah,
what
that's just a weak
how,
argument.
how are we in this fucking day and age with people that we don't even have the capability to understand the fundamentals of Spider-Man as a character? This is fundamental.
It's because of bad movies
you're
like
arguing
Brand New
against
Day.
a fundamental concept. Dog, like, do you just not read his comics? I was literally at the brink of death.
Oh, you
I
were
literally
lagging.
wasn't able
You were cutting out. Oh, that's bad. I mean, just to sum it up, it's like that just goes against the core of Spider-Man. If you're just like, oh, we'll let other people handle it.
Like you can allow people to help you, like help, and like you don't have to do everything by yourself, and like do absolutely everything.
You can work with.
Nobody's
them to
saying
take
you
down the
have to do
robbery.
everything by yourself. Yeah, that wouldn't be doing it by yourself if he cooperates with the police.
Yeah, and
that's not
again,
doing
I
it
think
by
you're missing
yourself.
that
Like, what the fuck
Spider-Man can
is
dodge
that?
bullets.
Is there no
They
threat
can't.
he can allow? Is there no threats he can allow other people to do when they can handle it?
No, in fact, that was what Far From Home was critiquing, that exact mindset. Far From Home critiqued that mindset.
Dog, he literally critiqued this to Iron Man.
Yes.
He literally pointed out that he wants to help because there's no fucking neighborhood without the Avengers level threat. He doesn't just go let the Avengers handle it. That's their gig. No, he helps. And here's the thing: he's
Yeah,
helping
and someone
with
has
people
to
that are
look
more
after the
qualified than
neighborhood.
him are handling.
Thought
Like
that was the point
how
of
how are you not able to follow this?
Bro, you can't. You gotta let me speak. You're talking every 5 seconds, man. Can I respond?
Real quick, Plague
let's hear
Doctor, join the VC. Join Disagreement Day.
I'll do so.
All right, I want to hear what this guy wants to say. Keep going. Like, I don't know how you can defend this when this is the fundamental of the character that we're discussing, and you're just disagreeing with it. Like, we said this last time. This is the equivalent of saying, you know what? It's fine if Batman's in tune with his emotion. He should say, Robin, I'm sorry. It's just you're failing to understand the point of the character, what causes drama in these stories.
I'm also just going to point
Should
out
Superman
as well.
not be insecure about being an alien now? Should Superman be perfectly secure with himself that he's different and then he's an alien and he has godlike powers? So, like, should we get rid of his insecurity? Like, should that just not be a part of his character now? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, one of Peter's traits is the fact that he is a moral idealist that stands by, like, his belief system based off a trauma of losing his Uncle Ben from failing to act when he has the power to do so. So he believes he has a moral obligation to do it if the call to action comes to him, which it did in that scene. So he would do
Also,
it
I'm
and
just
help.
gonna
It didn't
He was
because
hang on a second. He was A, capable, he was B, like not too far by, and he was C, like under this moral belief in the MCU. So you can't even use an adaptation argument.
Well, Liam, I'm just gonna summarize it well because like people in chat keep saying, "Oh, it's an adaptation." It's like even other adaptations
No,
got
this
this
is
right.
established in the MCU.
Well, no,
No, it doesn't- no,
if you can do the
it's
things
true.
that I
Even-
can and you don't, and then the bad things
Yeah,
happen, they happen
exactly.
because of
It's
you.
in
I don't know what this whole
Yeah, it's in
adaptation
the
argument
MCU.
cope is. Like,
well, no,
what?
Yeah,
I'm
that
not.
is
I,
that
well,
is
no,
that is
I'm not. Hang
that
on,
is
hang on, hang on.
fucking
I'm
fuck.
not.
It is
Hang on.
literally in the MCU.
Hang on, I'm not disagreeing with you, but the point is, they've obviously forgotten it, and they're coping over this film, thinking it's the best thing since sliced bread. But even other adaptations have gotten this right. And I also
Even
love
Amazing
the Witch Doctor's
Spider-Man
comment.
1 and 2 got
Have you
this
know-
right.
I also
Well,
find
yeah,
it
how can
funny
you?
when it's like
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
that person's comment. Have you noticed the amount of MCU shills that you criticize the film and you're immediately a Tobey Maguire fanboy? I
Yeah,
just love
that's it.
that.
That's always interesting to me. Oh, Tobey Maguire. He's not even like my top version that I've talked about on the channel. So what is this whole thing about Tobey Maguire? Like, get a real argument. Like, what?
It's like pretend.
never said
It's
it.
You know what? You know what's
pretend-
funny about that, SK? You know what's funny about that? The shit that I'm quoting is verbatim, either coming from the TASM 1 movie or the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. Well, that's why I keep using. You have a moral obligation to do those things. I'm not even
It's a good
referencing
line.
Tobey Maguire.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like you've also got
Yeah.
90s, you've got Spectacular. Like,
Yeah, I just like how you mention things that are like very traditional. You even find it like in most comics, and they're just like, oh, you just want Toby.
even Ultimate Spider-Man, like the TV show, it's like even that kind of got it right.
Let them talk. I think they're trying to talk.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Oh,
never
what's
said
up?
it.
You got something to say?
Yeah. I never said anything about Toby or.
No, I that's fine. I'm just talking
Yeah,
about
we're
like
just
the general
commenting.
response.
Yeah, we're just talking about the comments because some idiot tried to say I was using an adaptation argument, even though this is established in the MCU version of this character.
Where were we in the points? We lost track.
We're on about the whole robbery thing. I mean,
Yeah,
let,
yeah,
let me actually
you were
put a
defending
point on this.
Spider-Man
Like,
letting a
let's
robbery
say,
happen.
well, hang on. Let's say this was like a car chase, right? Which could very easily happen in a robbery, but we'll set that aside. Let's just say they straight up say, yes, there's a car chase, car out of control, cops are after it. What is Spider-Man gonna do? Is he gonna be like, no, the cops can handle it, or is he gonna join and do something about it?
I'd also
Well,
point out as well that in Homecoming, one of the first things he does is stop an armed robbery with people using Chitauri technology.
Well, yeah,
We don't have
let him
that.
answer, because I asked him a question.
They don't have the Chari tech.
Well, no,
Like,
ignoring the
oh my
Chitauri stuff. I'm
Oh,
just
oh,
stick
okay,
with the
okay.
car example, right? Let's say it was a car like out of control, like there was a car chase. Would you be fine with like Spider-Man ignoring that, just leaving it to the police?
No, I don't think they can stop a car that's out of control. Like that
They
would
can,
need super
though.
strength. That would like
Well,
how?
cops they can. They actually do have training to stop speeding cars. There's
Yeah, like the
maneuvers for
box
that.
tactic.
Like,
But you understand, like, there's gonna be more bloodshed if Spider-Man doesn't do anything. Like, that's the whole point. You know, great power, great responsibility. Even for something as simple as just one robber running.
I just don't see it. I don't see it as that way. Like, I see it's okay to allow other people to do threats.
Well, you're not Spider-Man. Like I don't know when I don't I'm gonna be honest. I don't care how you see it. It should be how Peter Parker, the character, would see it. That's what
I
we're
don't think he sees
contesting
it
here.
that way either. I think he sees
He
it that
does.
way.
No, he objectively does. If you see the bad things happen and you don't do anything, they happen because of you. He literally says that in the movie.
Yeah, it's a
That was the
critique of an
first time
action.
we ever saw the movie, and that is what he fucking says. He literally believes in this. And then the whole fucking Home trilogy is about literally critiquing Spider-Man for whenever he is tempted to not do that. It is like framed as wrong, and Peter learns to not do that anymore.
Well, there's
That's
never
how
been a
it.
situation they're like
He
this
literally
again.
did. He literally made sure to honor his aunt because of that. Because he tried to tell Aunt May it's not my problem, and then she says it should be. And then when she dies, he's trying to honor her death by following her example. Like, her example is to not go around saying it's not my problem. So yes, he wouldn't fucking say that about the robbery, and he would get involved.
I missed the
Yeah,
part
there's
where
never
that's
been
my
a
problem.
situation like this. There's never been a situation like this in any of the movies. So, like,
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. In Avengers Infinity War, he saw that there was a bunch of shit going on, like an alien invasion. The Avengers were blatantly taking control of the situation and trying to, like, stop it anyways, and he still got involved, even though more capable hands were already there. He went to fucking space.
That's a high
He
level
went to
threat.
space. He went to space when Iron Man told him not to.
I'll give you the freaking Homecoming example. It's like he didn't know anything about the robbery, but he still went and helped. He didn't know that they had like.
Hang on a second. I got a better one because apparently bigger threat. Okay, firstly, I want to address what you just said. That you're not following, buddy. It is irrelevant that it's a bigger threat because more capable hands are dealing with it. Iron Man, Doctor Strange, characters that are better than Spider-Man are handling it, and he still got involved. So irrelevant. Better than the police are handling that bigger threat. It's an equivalent. By just the sheer fucking fact that the help is also better than the police. And if you want to keep being stubborn about that, in Homecoming, Iron Man blatantly tells Peter, we're handling it. The Vulture will be handled. You don't have to deal with it. Someone's going to deal with it. And he still went after the Vulture.
Okay, with the Vulture, Peter saw that he wasn't handling the situation seriously. That's why he was.
He literally did. He literally told Peter that like someone will handle it. He literally said it was being handled.
He said he wasn't taking care. He said he wasn't handling it seriously. That's why he kept on.
You can literally say that about Jean DeWolf with a robbing example because she has no context for the robbery.
Yes, she does. It's a confirmed robbery. They know what's happening. They know it's
a confirmed. Yeah, that doesn't mean you know exactly what the fucking threat level is. It could be a guy with an AK-47 ready to spray and pray the moment he sees the police. It could be someone with leftover Shatari tech. It could be secret members of the Hand. It could be anything. She doesn't know the full information.
No, like if it's confirmed robbery, someone sees what's happening, so they have this protocol. They say what weapon is being used.
Well, I'm gonna just ask you a genuine question. Would you assume, well, it's like within the context of this verse as well, it's like even unsuspecting people still can turn out to be super soldiers.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like even that is not relevant because even if there's no weapon, it could flat out be a superhuman for all you know. Like, there's always going to be lacking information, and I'm sorry, no, there's been multiple examples of confirmed robberies where where fucking the police came in there and didn't know the full situation, or were unaware of certain armaments or weapons that were used, maybe because they were concealed. Like there's many different ways that could go down. And Jean DeWolf clearly doesn't have the full information, and yeah, you could just simply argue she isn't taking it seriously.
Also, isn't the whole reason Peter gets the key to the city because he kept crime at an all-time low? Like, what the fuck is he doing now? He's just ignoring a crime.
Wait, is he not allowed to live?
And by the way, even at the end of Homecoming, when Tony tells him the FBI are fucking handling it, he still goes after the Vulture.
Also, what was that comment about he's not allowed to live? It's like he's blatantly neglecting his personal life, what little he has, just to be Spider-Man. Why is he suddenly not neglecting... Like, why is he suddenly neglecting being Spider-Man?
But like,
Also,
he learned
once again, this is your projection. This is your projection on the character. He's not allowed to live. That's not how he sees it. I don't care what your opinion on that is. Peter doesn't give a fuck about that. His character would not care about something like that.
well, he
Or
learns-
even if he did, he would still make that choice.
well, in this movie, he learns he needs to be Peter Parker and Spider-Man. So
Well,
that's-
no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so be
yeah, but that
Spider-Man.
doesn't
So be
mean you
Spider-Man
jerk.
as well.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't mean you jerk your responsibilities. The film never implies Peter learns a lesson to like leave the responsibility of being Spider-Man just to be Peter Parker. It was to learn when it's appropriate to be Peter Parker.
and I
Also-
would say this time.
I'm
is
also
perfect.
gonna point out as well, like, I don't care if his arc later on in the film is, him changing to balance it better. At this point in time, he hasn't got that balance sorted. He's like neglecting his personal life to be Spider-Man. Yet all of a sudden, he just gives up an opportunity to be Spider-Man randomly.
Dude, I'm sorry, you're just not gonna win this one. This is like I'm sorry, this is one of the worst reads of Spider-Man I've ever seen on here. It's actually really bad. I don't know how you can come here and confidently sit here and fucking tell me it's in character for Peter Parker to let a robbery happen when he has the power and the moral obligation to stop it, and there was no reason not to. He wasn't even busy. Wasn't even busy. Dude. The cops were having it handled with Dennis Carradine. His uncle still died. Like you're literally repeating arguments like a broken record because you're failing to counter our arguments.
Well,
Stop repeating
I'm confused.
the argument.
I'm confused.
Like I don't understand why.
Well, hang on.
I don't understand why people do this.
Dude,
It's absolutely a waste of my time.
You're just frigging out and saying like, what? Oh,
Okay,
right.
okay, hold. Let's.
I'm losing my faith.
Hang on. Let's dial it back. Let's dial it back.
Broken record,
Liam,
dog.
dial it back. Okay, so let's try to reframe the conversation so we can kind of like meet a clear conclusion on it. So let's actually take the Dennis Carradine example, right? And let's say that was literally the robbery. Let's say it was just that in Brand New Day. Dennis Carradine is about to rob someone. Spider-Man can do something, but he doesn't. So like, what do you think it's a good thing that he would do nothing about it if it was literally that situation?
If it was literally that situation, like isolate everything, like, so let's see, like, so say the situation was like he wasn't there, he had someone call him and say that we're doing the robbery or we're handling the situation, and then he decides not to go.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we are handling Dennis Carradine, like the confirmed killer that got away from the police and killed Uncle Ben. Is that
would be
still
a
okay?
well, that would be a personal issue. That's different. Like you said, if it's Dennis Carradine, if you said it's a confirmed, like we got the killer Uncle Ben, that's a personal issue. He would want to do that.
Wait. Why would it matter though? Like, why would that matter if it affects Uncle Ben or not?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
you said
not
it's
relevant at all to the question. We can change
Unless
Dennis
we're talking about
Carradine
Edge
to
of
someone
Time, where
that's
he talks
impersonal.
about only caring about his loved ones.
Okay.
We're talking about Spider-Man, who's meant to care for like everyone. He fights for everyone.
Well, like it being Dennis Carradine isn't even the point. I don't know why you're failing to comprehend this. All that we're simply telling you is if it was confirmed to be a killer who's like a known killer that has a history of getting away from the police, would he still make that same decision?
Oh, he has a history. They have a history of getting away from the police. Then no, he wouldn't.
Okay, guess what, fucking Einstein? There is no confirmation who is even robbing the place. It could be someone like that, and he doesn't know.
It could be the shocker.
He's on call. He's on call with them, and they would have said it was a shocker.
What if it's a
Not really,
villain
not
they've
if they're
never
wearing a
seen before?
disguise.
Well, no. What if it's a villain they've not
Like
encountered?
that's the best conclusion I can have for you, dog. Dude, like, do you even consider yourself a Spider-Man
Well, no,
fan at this
no,
point? How are you
Okay,
failing to
okay,
grasp
Liam,
this?
Who cares
I'm
about
just
that?
gonna-
Who cares about
No,
that?
I'm just gonna ask you.
I have to this
Hang on.
discussion. Like, are you a Spider-Man fan?
Let's-
What is we're
Well,
discussing
no,
the point.
hang on. That's irrelevant. It's like within the context of this film, right? It's like in the intro cutscene or whatever, he's taken down like so many villains, like in the intro montage. It's like, what if it's a villain at the robbery that no one's seen before? It's like the police can't identify them.
What if it's the Spot?
And I don't think that that's too unreasonable to think, given that he's fought so many different villains.
Well, to
I
play
don't
devil's
see any-
advocate, he does have access to all the cameras.
What if it was Bullseye?
Especially
Yeah,
since
what
we
if
know
it
that
was
fucking-
Bullseye? That's a good point.
Also,
Well, then
It is a
he's
good
we know,
point.
hang on.
Yeah,
We
I
also
don't- I
know
don't-
that we also know that Tombstone was one of the villains he took down. What if it was like members of his gang that were out for revenge?
Jean Wolf would know that, and there's no reason she wouldn't tell Spider-Man that.
What if
Wait,
they'd
but
never
no, they
seen
don't.
those
They,
gang
Oh
they
my
members?
don't know
God.
that because that's not how
Yo,
the scene
yo,
goes.
yo, Einstein, do you not understand the concept of fucking disguising yourself or fucking like changing your ID? Do you not have the concept of fucking professional assassins? I brought up Bullseye. Address that.
Bullseye does
was
that
literally
too.
able to. He was able to avoid.
You're not the only person. that-
Yo. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, big dog. Bullseye is literally has a fucking history of constantly avoiding public perception without even a mask. He's literally went into like a public diner and he wasn't properly ID'd before the anti-vigilante task force went in there unprepared, and they went, "Oh fuck, it's Bullseye," and he killed a bunch of people. There's literally a history of this happening in the MCU where there could be a flat-out false report or a failure to ID a far more dangerous man.
Which bit of the film are you even talking about?
The end.
Hang on. We're talking to Mr. Miles Morales, who like doesn't
So
understand the
good.
basic baseline concept of Spider-Man.
Okay,
Apparently,
Okay, I get he's pissed you off. I don't really care about the stats. I cannot follow which bit of this film you're talking about. 'Cause it's
We're talking
eight
about the end of the
robberies and you're,
film
like,
where
theory
there's a
crafting.
robbery.
yeah,
and
and,
they're saying
and
we
I was
can have
presenting a
Bullseye.
question to him, so I would like to go back to
Yeah,
that. What if it was
just listen,
Bullseye?
you'll understand it, like through
I
context.
If it
can't
was
do this
Bullseye.
thing. It doesn't make sense because you're all just theory
That's
crafting.
great.
What if this person turned up? What if that person turned
That's
up?
great. But we're not talking to you right now, so Mr. Miles Morales
just
guy,
wait.
what if it was Bullseye? Because he doesn't know. What if it's Bullseye? Like, what the
Spider-Man
fuck? Like,
What? Oh my gosh.
Well, no, basically
if
just
you fucking say again they'll ID him or he'll be on the phone or whatever, you were failing to comprehend the basic fucking conversation that just happened. I just told you that Bullseye literally successfully
I'm not.
was able to manipulate the anti-vigilante task force into not properly IDing him in a public fucking diner.
Okay.
I'm just gonna simplify it as much as I can. Okay, they know it's an armed robbery. They know for a fact someone could die. Why does Spider-Man not get involved?
Yeah, I think that's like
It's
all
that
you
simple.
really need. Yeah.
It
Yeah,
really
it-
is just that.
It is genuinely that simple. I don't know why he's not. I don't know why he's not
Liam's,
grasping that.
like Liam's going full ADHD, bringing up random villains and shit. It really just begins and ends there. It's an armed robbery. Like I've played the Payday
hang
games.
on, Rick.
Someone
Hang
could
on,
die.
The reason why we're bringing up those examples, because it was me and SK with the supervillains, is because of the fact that Peter doesn't even have the full information. So it could be
Well, no,
worse than we
Well, no,
think.
I understand. Well, no, I understand that, right? And within the context of this film, it makes sense. But it's like, let's look at the shit they do know. It's like it's an armed robbery. Someone could die. Like, it really just is that simple.
Well,
Why
yeah,
doesn't he
that's
get involved?
why I keep bringing up. Like, do you even understand the basics of Spider-Man? Because it is such a fundamental, simple thing. It's a robbery. People have a history of dying in robberies. People could fucking die. Peter has the power and the responsibility to do something, and he didn't do it. That is literally antithetical to this character.
Wanna know what
Like,
happened
it
the
is that
last time I
simple.
looked the other way for Walter?
This is literally 1 + 1 = 2, and you go, actually, why can't it be 4?
alright,
Why can't it be 4?
alright. Calm
Like,
it
bro.
down. Calm it down. Stop getting upsetty spaghetti. But like, do you understand like the general concept here, right? This is just Spider-Man's, like, this is the origin of Spider-Man. Like, he can't just look the other way, otherwise people will get hurt. Like, that's the basis for why he's Spider-Man. And I don't really care for the whole adaptation thing. He basically says that in
It's
Civil
in the
War.
movies, yeah.
The
It's in there. It's
ideology
in his
that
own
is
movie.
produced as a result of his origin is still there.
Well, you know what? You know what's worse? It's after
He
No
does
Way
kind
Home where
of
Aunt
ignore
May
that
literally
origin
fucking.
for 3 films afterwards, though.
You know what's worse about it, SK? Even in No Way Home, Aunt May fucking says, "With great power, there must also come great responsibility." Like, even
Yeah,
the actual
exactly.
comic book quote is also like a part of his character.
So someone said having the power to help doesn't mean Peter has to personally handle every crime that's fundamentally different. Yeah, we're not saying
That's a
every
straw man.
crime. We're talking about a crime
That
that
is-
he found out about, that he has
that-
an
that
alert
is a straw
system to tell
man.
him about.
Well,
Why
like
does he
I
have
don't
an
know how
alert
much
system if he
really-
doesn't value that? Like what?
Hang on a second. I don't know why I have to make this spell this out as clearly as possible. When the calling to action comes to Spider-Man, he has a moral obligation to help. That doesn't mean he should go around and try and stop every crime in the world or something. No, what it means is if he's there, if he's capable, and he knows about it, he has a moral duty to do something about it if he can.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
literally
whole
what Peter
concept of
said
Spider-Man.
to Iron Man at the beginning. He said, when you have the powers that I do and the bad stuff happens and you don't do anything to stop them, they happen because of you. So literally the first thing he says to Iron Man.
And this is someone who
His
disagrees
logic
with
is
us.
literally, if anyone, his logic, even with that quote, is literally telling you if someone died in that bank, in that robbery that is happening in the movie, that's his fault. That's like based off his own ideology.
So let's think of it
I'd
this
also
way.
point
Let's think
out-
of it this way, Miles' profile pic. Let's actually think of this. Let's say Grand New Day, right? Grand New Day comes out. The fifth
Grant
movie.
New Day.
Grant New Day. And then the opening of that is basically the robbery. Peter gets a call from DeWolf, and she's like, Spider-Man, we need help. Someone just got shot. And then he suits up and tries to help out. It's like, what would happen then if we're in the situation again, like at the end of the film, there's another robbery, it's the same context they hear about. Is he just gonna be like, yeah, the police can handle a robbery, no worries? Is he gonna do that, or is he gonna be like, no, I'm helping you this time? Like, what do you think? Miles' profile, it's not showing me the name because streamer mode.
It's GG.
Okay.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think
No, okay, so what I'm asking, right, is if that resulted in someone dying, him not helping with the robbery, and that, like, do you think at the end of the film, let's say there was another robbery he had to deal with, is he just gonna leave it to other people, or is he gonna, like, help out? If what he did at the end of Brand New Day had consequences?
So you're saying, okay, so the scenario we're talking about, someone got killed, and then the next sequel, another robbery happens, someone gets killed.
No. What I'm saying is that there's another robbery that happens, but he's just being told of it. Basically like the end of Brand New Day, but except this time he gets involved because, well, not even that. Like, what do you think he would do there? Would he still ignore it?
Well, then he probably would jump in, but...
Right, but why would he jump in? But why would he jump in?
She said they can't handle it.
But what if the cops
Well, hang
say
on,
we
hang
can
on,
handle
hang on,
it, though?
hang on. Why would Spider-Man wait to that point? Because it's like the concept of escalation.
We're not there yet. I
like,
get where
you
you're
might
going
not
with
know it.
what Rift. I get where you're going with this. I want to make sure we're like on the same page. So, GG, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the cops are gonna be like, we need your help or anything. What I'm saying is that we're in another situation where at the end of the fifth film, right? The same situation happens. There's robbery. DeWolf says, we can handle a robbery. Go talk to Ned or whatever, right? What if that... So, do you think he would do the same exact thing if in the last movie, him not doing anything about the robbery, that led to people dying? Do you think he would have just done the same thing in movie 5 at the end?
No, because he saw that they can't handle it, but...
Right, so you understand, right? From his experience, he would know that if he doesn't get involved, people get hurt.
You corrupted the question.
You know, he built a relationship with these people. You know, like he worked with Jean DeWolf for like 4 years, seeing them do crimes, seemingly like seeing what they're capable of, seeing what.
No. I certainly agree with that, but when you're dealing with like armed robbers, there's always a risk of someone getting shot. I mean, that's the whole idea behind being an officer. You're putting yourself at risk.
Mm-hmm.
So you understand, right? Where I'm leading to is, why does he have to physically see that people can get hurt in a robbery for him to realize, wait, I should probably get involved when there's a robbery? Because I thought he would have learned that lesson in his origin.
He's needed that for every other movie, so I don't know why you're begging that.
Yes,
question.
he's needed that in his origin story. I agree.
No, in all 3 films, he's needed to see the consequences of his actions before he addresses it.
hasn't.
Yeah, he has.
No.
So he's shit in all 3 films then.
Yeah,
Good
also, like,
argument.
that's just whataboutism. I don't even know what point you're making. Oh, it happened in other movies?
It's not.
That's great.
It's
That's
not
a point.
whataboutism. It's establishing how
It
he
is
behaves.
whataboutism because it has
He-
nothing
no,
to
it's
do
not.
with this movie
Well,
or
I could
series.
I could explain myself, or you could interrupt me and talk over.
Okay, explain to me why it's not a whataboutism. Go ahead.
It's not whataboutism because I'm telling you this is something that's been established in his character for, 3 of his own films, where he'll continually make a mistake that will often get people in danger or cause further harm, and then he's got to learn how to not make
Like what?
either of those mistakes over such a selfishness. Being so desperate to get out of the responsibility of being Spider-Man, he chooses to just fob it all off for a holiday and gives a suspicious.
Oh yeah, that's a
individual
problem.
keys
Yeah,
to
that's a
Tony
problem
Stark's
that he
kingdom.
does that because the whole world
The
ending,
first
that
film
includes
where
his
he
family
ignores
and-
everything Tony tells him because he's so desperate to be an Avenger that Tony has to physically intervene on him.
Yeah, that's
the
a problem
third
in Far
film
From
in
Home. I don't
which
know why
he
you're bringing
goes
that
to
up.
Doctor Strange and because it's him making mistakes and having to learn and adapt.
He shouldn't
from
have to
them
learn
after
that
he's
the
made
whole
them.
world dying.
Well, here's the-
He should.
I
That's even
agree.
worse in this
I agree. He
situation.
shouldn't. I agree. He shouldn't. But it's what they've established about him.
Well, it's
I'm
no,
just
I'm
gonna-
saying it's a
character.
problem.
I'm just
That's a
gonna-
problem in the movie. I don't know why you're saying, oh, well, he was gonna
no.
ignore the world needing his help when
Because
when he went
whether
on
you like,
vacation. It's,
whether
I
you
don't
like
get
it or
that.
not,
That's a problem as
it's
well.
what they
That's a
Dustin.
common criticism.
whether you
of
like
the
it or not,
movie.
it's what they've stated is
Well,
about
no,
his
Dustin,
character
I'm just
now.
gonna
It's shocked
I'm just
about the
gonna
film,
ask
but it's
you a
how he behaves.
question. So it's like, so according to you, they've established in all 3 films that he makes mistakes that endangers people's lives, right?
He makes very dumb lives. Yes.
Doesn't he learn
So
from them?
he's just not.
I'm
so
back.
he's-
What's
That
the
is my
argument now?
point. He will learn
just-
from them.
Yeah,
Well, no.
but that's
Isn't
our
the point
problem.
of
He
Brandon
doesn't
Day that he's a
learn from
well-seasoned
them.
hero?
Well, it's like by that logic, he's just not grown as a character if he's making the
Yes,
same
I agree.
mistakes every film. Yeah,
Wait,
so
so how is that
best
good
case-
writing if he's not growing when we're meant
Well,
to
that's
I'm
believe
not saying it's
the thing.
good writing. I'm saying it's consistent with how they've set him up.
Well, it's
to
like,
be.
well, the whole problem I'm
Tommy already
outlining
taught him
here
this
is that,
lesson.
hang on. The whole problem I'm outlining is that the best case scenario for that logic, he's just consistently shit.
Also, that
Yes.
sounds like you agree with this if you're saying that's not good writing. What is the disagreement? I'm so confused.
Well, because
It's like
Mike,
we're
if
all
you're
on the
making
same
a case-
page that he's.
Because it
It's
sounds
like
like
we're
you're
all on
trying
the
to make
same
an
page.
argument as if he's
Hang on.
acting out of character to make a mistake and have
Well,
to
no.
Yeah, but
endure
you
some kind of fallback to
just
learn from
agreed
it.
that he's
I'm
not
telling
learning
you,
his
they were-
lesson, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I disagree with the idea that him choosing a dumb choice that puts people at risk and having to learn from it is like inconsistent with how he behaves.
So you don't
Well, here's
think
the
that
problem.
he would have
Characters grow.
naturally learned from his prior encounters where he
Yeah,
didn't
that's
take
such a
action when he
weird
should have?
generalization.
Well,
How
it-
do
it's-
they
just gonna-
generalize what he's done in past films? Does he or does he not make horrible mistakes?
No,
that
no,
he-
you're
Come on, I'm just-
generalizing the whole like statement of like that he makes major mistakes like that. Like just because Spider-Man, even just as as concept in any kind of version ever, can make a mistake that could put people in danger, doesn't mean they'll make like other mistakes that completely contradict his moral belief system.
But this one has continually.
Yeah, and those are bad writing in those movies as well. Like that's just not relevant.
Well,
You
I'm
do
confused.
know
here.
that- It is
Even if
relevant,
we,
'cause
even
it's
if we
being
accept the
realistic,
writing of the
right?
home, like we're not debating the home trilogy. We're debating Brand New Day. So even if we accept the writing of the home
Which
trilogy,
is a sequel to the Home trilogy, so he is.
Well, no, I'm also
well,
just
I'm
going to say
saying
that
if we
within
accept
the
it as like
context
good
of.
writing,
Hang on.
even if we do that, he's still meant to learn from those situations. Like that's our
I agree.
point. Right. So if he's meant to learn, then why is
Yeah,
he
like
not learning in Brand New Day?
Yeah, like even if we're just gonna go, it's good. Not even that it's good or whatever. Just whatever, it's canon that happened in like the home movies. The whole point of them is that he learns his fucking lesson from this already.
Yeah, that was the whole point of the home
It's
trilogy as
narratively
a whole.
implied
They
he's
wanted
supposed to keep those lessons.
So when the film begins, do you feel like he didn't learn any lesson about being responsible?
It seemed like he did, but the end of the film shows otherwise.
No,
That's our
just when it
point.
begins. Just when it begins. We can get to the end later.
Well, just when it begins,
does it
he's
feel like
he's
learned
just
a lesson?
recapping the end of No Way Home, and they're just showing a montage. That's not really telling much about if he's learned his lesson.
So when they establish that he's thrown himself into fighting crime, he doesn't be Peter
I
Parker.
don't think
anymore,
he's
he's
learned
just
his lesson
Spider-Man
because
trying
Aunt
to
May
save
also taught him a
lives.
valuable
That's not
lesson
him trying to
that
embody
even damaged or dangerous people could use help, and he never tries to help Frank at all.
So, like, I could have just finished. And
So
then
I
you
would
could
say
put it
just
up
no,
to me.
he
I
didn't
don't know why
learn
you
his
had to talk
lesson.
over me. Actually,
We give
like
you
that just
first
seemed
choice.
unnecessary.
I was answering your question.
I was like mid-sentence. That's not answering a question. That's just talking over.
No, you presented a question
No,
like, do you think he was fucking
Did you not hear the
did he,
other words I was making?
learn his lesson from his responsibility after like No Way Home or whatever? Like I was answering the question.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't think any like. Would you
I
agree
didn't
with
hear
that,
your
SK?
question. I didn't hear your
we don't-
answer because I was still mid-sentence.
No, he didn't learn his lesson from responsibility, even in the start of Brand New Day.
Yeah, no,
Because one of his lessons, one of the major lessons he learns in No Way Home is that even the most dangerous or fucking like evil-esque supervillains could use your help. You should help them, and he doesn't try to get Frank any meaningful help at all. When
Yeah, he
Frank
just
clearly
lets
has
him
mental
kill people
issues.
blatantly in the movie. It's just bad.
Yeah, if anything, he's enabling Frank's behavior by his inaction, which is something Aunt May wouldn't want him to do, especially from what we've seen in No Way Home. So no, I would actually just say he didn't learn shit.
Yeah.
Off of Frank Castle alone.
I think that's the
certainly
strongest
a facet of
example.
it, yeah. I also think he hasn't learned from Far From Home when it comes to his naivety. He just trusts people like to a ridiculous extent in this movie. He doesn't stand up for his beliefs. He has no moral backbone, which I find it ironic that people criticize the PS4 version for that, but they're fine with this. But that's just a side comment.
Where
Hilarious.
Whether in the film does he lack a moral backbone? Out of curiosity, like what you
The entirety of
citing
it.
specifically?
He doesn't.
Okay,
turn into the
dude, be
Punisher.
specific though.
No,
Going
that's
entirety.
fine.
Damage control.
The Punisher is one of the first examples. He's fine.
Yeah,
with
but we've just
fun-
established Punisher. What else?
Damage
Because if it's the
control?
entirety, I'm assuming there's
So
millions. for example.
Yelena's another example, right? Because essentially what she's saying is, oh yeah, this mind controller that's really dangerous, and almost got people killed. That's just small potato stuff. We're not gonna do anything about it. The fact that he doesn't call this out and say, no, you need to help these people. They can, if you help them, help me come to the bottom of this. You can save a lot of people's lives. And he doesn't call her out on that attitude. I think that's really bad. She has the responsibility as one of the new Avengers to help the city, and she's just ignoring it.
And they don't even establish what she's so busy with doing that she can't jump in.
Yeah,
No,
all
she-
we know is
she's
okay,
that
just
let's-
pressuring Peter to undress himself like a weirdo.
I mean, okay, let's be reasonable here. We don't need the film to establish exactly what the Avengers are up to, that they can't handle it. They just need to.
Well, here's the problem, right?
Right.
The problem is they're
They-
unwilling to. That's the problem. Their explanation is they don't want to because it's beneath them.
Well, is she even that busy? Like even later on in the movie,
No,
we
she's
see her
not.
constantly able to contact Peter and stuff.
Well,
What
let's
if
put it
that's
this
their
way.
character though? What if their character, like Yelena's character, is meant to be cocky and look to overlook those type of things? What if that's meant?
What? That's
Peter
not
they
character.
are-
confronted
That is
Iron
not
Man
the
about
character
it in his
Thunderbolts,
first
though.
movie.
That's my
They are.
problem.
Where
they
in
are
that?
part of
Yeah,
the-
where in
they're
that is
part
in
of
her
the team that's meant
characterization
to
in
be
prior MCU
tackling
projects?
Well, I
much
mean, in the
like
Thunderbolts, I mean, like she's just straight up mercenary. Like she's taking assignments. I never
So the
took the
Yeah,
idea
but-
that she cared.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
though,
she's
it's the fact that
she's
Peter didn't
evolved
show
past
up.
that though.
Even at the end of Thunderbolt, where you
She's
see
trying
that
to
he's taking
follow in
brand
her
deals.
sister's footsteps because she's the original
Yeah, that
Black
too.
Widow, and now she's the next Black Widow. She learned
The
to
only
fight
thing
for
you-
something
the
greater
only
than
thing-
just herself.
The only thing that you could say in fairness, though, SK, is like, does Natasha really care about smaller tier crimes?
Well,
maybe
well,
she just
no.
also
In this
doesn't give a
case, she
fuck.
would. She would because this is mind control, right? This isn't just small tier stuff, small potato stuff.
It's also extremely personal for the Black Widows, considering like the Black Widow movie.
True, they were like mind controlled and shit, or manipulated.
Yeah,
whatever.
you think Yelena of all the Avengers would give a shit about this?
Yeah, like, and again,
Not
this was like
really.
a tank chase at like a government facility. Like the fact, like, what I know we're getting into a lot of stuff. My larger
you're-
point
you're
here
right.
is that I think it's bad that Peter has nothing to say about that when like, Yelena's just like, yeah, let's just ignore it. Doesn't matter. Small potato. Like that's
Okay.
a really
Yeah, for the
immoral
record,
attitude that
I
she
don't have
has.
a problem with the fact
and
that
Peter just
Yelena
doesn't
doesn't
call
call.
that out.
I think Peter should try it.
Like I just
So,
think that's out of character for him. He
he's-
wouldn't. He literally called out Tony Stark, saying, "Hey, those weapons were out there, and I tried to tell you about that, but you didn't listen. None of this would have happened if you just listened to me. If you really cared, you'd actually be here." Like
Didn't Tony
this-
also like verbally
Yeah.
kick his teeth in, going, "Actually, I knew what I was doing, and you didn't trust the."
Well, that's the
experience.
difference.
Isn't
He
that what
actually
happened?
was there, so he can disprove that. Yelena's not there, so that's why Peter's
He's
point didn't hold
actively
in
telling
homecoming.
him to his face that he doesn't that she doesn't care, not the
Yeah,
way
yeah.
that
Like
Iron
my
Man
whole
was
point.
behind
My
his
whole
back.
point here. My whole point here. Just to clarify, my whole point here
Mhm.
is that he should care that she's just ignoring it for no reason. She's literally saying she's not gonna do anything about it. Whereas Tony in Homecoming, he vaguely said like, "Oh, people are handling it," and when he didn't believe Tony was handling it, he called him out. Of course, that changed when he realized, okay, Tony was doing something about it. But like that's my point. He realized he was doing something. In Yelena's case, she's basically telling him, "I'm not doing anything about it. This is for you to figure out," and he would have a problem with that.
She says effectively it's like not on their pay grade because the Avengers are there to tackle bigger things.
One, that's stupid. They literally handle a mind controller in Avengers: Age of Ultron and the first movie. But also, again, this is a case of like, this is a tank chase with a mind control. This is a big deal. It's not just some typical street crooks. I would get that if it were like, someone's robbing a bank. That's just small potato stuff. Spider-Man, you can handle that. Like,
so can I just
fair.
pose a question?
Doesn't make sense.
Can I just ask you to make a judgment call quickly? Okay.
Okay.
You're Black Widow now. Okay, you've got the leather outfit. So you're looking at like your team roster, right? And being told there's someone who can enter minds. Only Spider-Man's immune to it. Who on your roster is going to contribute to that in a way that isn't going to be a detriment to what Spider-Man's trying to do?
You can not get involved directly. You could just try to investigate it.
Isn't that what she does?
Well, she kind of did do that.
No, she says this is for you to figure out.
Doesn't she crop up multiple times in the film to give him
She says
data
this
and
is small
details
potato
whenever he
stuff.
needs
This
it?
is for you to figure out. That's what she says.
Yeah, she says she's not going to physically get the Avengers involved, but does she? Does she not?
No, Peter has to do his own investigation.
So Peter never again contacts her to ask for help. He never again gets contact.
So hang on. Yes, Peter asks her for help, but she wasn't going to help on her own accord.
She wasn't going
to. The only time she eventually helps is when she realizes it's bigger than she thought. That's it.
When Peter asks her to get directly involved, she says that's below the Avengers pay grade, but she does continue to do research and help him.
She gives them plenty of information.
Yeah, that was once Peter contacted her again and had reason to believe it was bigger than even she thought.
She does the exact thing you would do in her position.
What do you mean?
No,
I posed the question to you. What do you do if you've got the
how did you fail to follow this?
Like,
you're literally misrepresenting the film. That's not what happens in the film. What happens in the film? Hang on. Yo, everyone else, shut up, or I'm gonna start server muting. What happens in the film is that she says it's small potato stuff, and it's up to you to figure out. He has to do the investigation himself to figure out that it's Jean Grey, how her powers work, and all that stuff. And then she only gets involved later after Peter has to badger her again to fucking get involved with evidence that it's bigger than she thought it would be. She doesn't initially agree to that, and Peter never fucking fights her on it. That's our point.
I'm confused here, because you're saying, well, realistically, she couldn't do much about it. It's like, well, we're talking about her attitude. Her attitude is that it's beneath her, not that it's above her pay grade. Like, those are two different things.
Yeah, the film doesn't even present that as an argument at all. Well, the film never says that.
Yeah, I know the film doesn't pose that as an argument to you. I'm running down your line of thinking, which is if you're in her position, what would you even do? That doesn't immediately.
Well, I'm going off. Well, I'm talking about her attitude.
And your solution is what she winds up doing anyway.
I'm talking about her
at least
perspective
show that you
portrays.
care and that you're gonna try something, maybe.
Well, hang on.
I would look into damage control. That's for sure.
Well,
why is damage control being attacked? Maybe they pissed someone off.
Also, she only figures out about the whole situation, like with Jean Grey and Sarah, whatever, because she starts digging into their deleted files or whatever. So my question is,
after they were deleted, by the way, because she didn't look into them sooner.
Yeah, she could have looked into them way sooner, and if she did that, if Peter stood up for himself and said, no, you need to help out because people are in danger, lives are on the line, do your job as one of the new Avengers. If she did that, she would have honestly found it, she would have uncovered a lot more stuff way quicker. Because she apparently can just hack into their stuff like that. Also, they'd be in more continuous conversation as well about the situation. Like, she would say, hey, do you have any updates? Like, that's not the dynamic in the movie. He only comes to her later when he has something new, like the name Sarah. He only goes to Yelena again once he learns about that Metzger lied, because MJ doesn't remember anything. Like everyone else.
Yeah.
Maybe she keep an eye out for the scorpion that was just broken out.
Also, I'm just gonna ask I'm gonna ask a question as well, because she keeps saying like, "Oh, what would you do in her situation?" It's like I feel as though she would get
Oh, you're
involved
asking me?
if, yeah. It's like I
Okay.
feel like you would get involved, like if you were Yelena, when you see Jean Grey fundamentally do almost the same shit that Sentry did at the end of the Thunderbolts. She basically takes Manhattan hostage, kind of like Void did.
What if
It's
she
like, why
was
would you
the
not get
Hulk?
involved
Well,
at that
hold on.
point?
I can get the case you're making. I can get the case you're making there, and to be fair, perhaps she is out of character to not even attempt to get physically integrated the way that, say, Frank does. But the only reason I asked that isn't necessarily because that would be in her character to do so. It was more to just establish, even if she did, the judgment call would be, well, now we've potentially risked several high-value people who know a lot of
No,
high-value things.
that's valid. What you're saying. What you're
street
saying is
level
valid.
thug.
I think that's certainly a thing that they could consider if they were actually if this were actually to play out and they were trying to work together. My whole issue is that the attitude is that they're unwilling to, that they think it's beneath them. That's the whole point.
The
we're
problem
making.
is the problem is Yelena
From
is
what she
clearly a really
understands-
helpful asset to help
from what
take
she
down
understands
whoever
at the
this
time-
telepath is, and he doesn't push further when she could help.
From what she understands when they first meet, is it not something below the Avengers?
No.
No.
But the
It's
problem,
mind
It's not.
it's like even at the end, it's like when it's clearly established to be an Avengers level threat, it's like they still don't get involved. So it's
I mean,
like
at that
either
point,
way,
It's
so
not
it's like
going
either
on for that long.
Yeah, it was kind of.
I don't. You really think that Sentry couldn't just immediately get there?
What if Sentry was mind controlled?
Oh, that's a
That
good
That is
point.
also a fair point.
Yeah.
Like,
That's a nuke.
so-
That's a
because,
nuke right there.
Just to be clear, when we agree that it became an Avengers level threat, we're talking about when everyone within a radius gets frozen, right?
Well, honestly, I don't even
Yeah.
agree with that. I think it's an Avengers
I
level
don't.
threat the moment that there's a mind controller involved. Simply because
Exactly.
they're not just like dealing with like all the tank chases and they're trying to infiltrate a government facility, but like remember in the Avengers, like just mind control alone was responsible for the Hulk like breaking the helicarrier. That was responsible for him destroying that whole town in
By the way,
Age of Ultron.
Hulk is a
I
public
don't know,
figure.
SK.
He's like in some kind of school. As a
Yeah, what if she
professor,
just
too.
goes
It's
to the
really
Hulk?
easy to get him.
I think.
Yeah.
You said a mind control person is always going to be an Avengers level threat.
When you have people Avengers level in a world and someone can take over their minds, yes, it's the
No.
mind.
I asked that just to ask this: is Purple Man then a Avengers level threat?
He could be, honestly.
Ooh,
He
yeah.
honestly could
I
be.
would
Yeah,
say so.
depending on the person, yeah.
Purple Man could easily become an Avengers level threat as if he just met like Thor or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the difference is that in Jessica Jones, he's more so like confined in the street level because he's obsessed with Jessica. His plans aren't
Also,
as
also, public
ambitious, excuse me.
perception is that they don't even believe he exists, which is obviously why the Avengers wouldn't get involved.
Well, also, we literally see that Kilgrave covers it up. Like he covers up his own crimes in existence. He uses his
Wait,
powers
just
to
to be
do
clear
that.
though, you agree if he did make a bigger scene of himself, he would be considered Avengers level though?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I wasn't too clear on that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
They would
we
at
could-
least send. They would at least send like what Black Widow to assassinate him. They wouldn't just ignore it.
No, yeah. Like think of it this way, right? Even with like street level shit, like I don't know. Let's think of Luke Cage, right? He's generally considered a street level hero, right? But let's say he just started causing a rampage in the city, crashing down buildings. Yeah, they're gonna send the Avengers after him. that is gonna happen.
Yeah, like at least like a Captain America or so. They're not just gonna do nothing.
When New York's got like several heroes already established, why would they send the full Avengers roster in on him?
Well,
No one. That's why I
Hey,
said
maybe
at
not
least.
well, you
full
mentioned
Avengers,
Captain
but-
America.
Here's-
Like the point,
they
the
can
point is
put-
like
a
this would just
Captain
be a
America.
high level threat. This wouldn't just be that's
They
just
could-
beneath us.
They could put
I
Peter
think when
in
you've got other people there who can sort it, it might be.
Yeah.
I assume someone maybe mentioned this already, but like, why wouldn't Yelena of all people have a vendetta against a personal vendetta against mind control?
Yeah,
Yeah.
considering the whole
Yelena.
Black Widow
Like, what the
operation.
fuck?
Well, we actually established that in the movie. She doesn't believe it's like mind control as far as like
Well, she
brainwashing.
thinks it's possession for sure. That's how she
Oh,
describes
that's what
it.
I'm saying. Like she could have put Peter in touch with like Doctor Strange or someone magical, but like she don't even like do that. Really.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Black
It's just like, you know.
My point is, she thinks it's
We
a
saw it
ghost
happen
that's
last
haunting
time.
New York.
I hate to be
Does
that guy,
nobody
but
have Doctor Strange's contact?
Well, to be honest, he
Black
could
Widow-
just he could do
Right.
that. He could just walk up to the
I mean,
sanctum.
honestly,
he still remembers
I think
that.
that's a better
Wait,
criticism.
Well, I don't
than
even think it
Oliver
needs to be
Stone.
Doctor Strange specifically. Why would it be
Well,
Wong?
to be fair, to be fair, in Multiverse of Madness, we saw him
Yeah.
through a portal. He left. He might not even be there. All right,
Yeah, but I don't think
he
he
might
was.
not be there.
Why not
he's not in the
Wong?
same universe.
Or he could just visit
Wong's
the
probably a
place and
better
visit another
example.
sorcerer.
Yeah.
Get Ned
Does Peter even
online.
know? Does Peter even know how to
I mean-
contact like anyone outside of Doctor Strange though?
Right.
To be fair as well, to the Wong thing, you could just argue that he's paranoid with magic after what happened with No Way Home. You could just say that.
Okay,
I know they
yeah,
don't
prove
say
that,
anything, but like, I
Prove
think
that.
that is pretty
I
reasonable.
can
like,
prove
because
that. I can
the film
accept
ended.
that,
The film ended with
but I
like,
think-
oh, I really hate magic. It's like, yeah, what if he's just that paranoid with like even touching magic and having that deal with his problems?
I can accept that, but I think it would have done the film better to at least show him like debating it or like going maybe I should.
No,
try
that's fair.
something
That's
else."
fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Also, sorry to interrupt. It's 2 a.m. for me, so I'm gonna
Oh, man.
call it quits.
All right.
You get your
My
rest, man.
defense is a bit.
Good battle, bro.
So,
Yo, good.
All right.
yeah,
the-
take care, guys.
Oh, good one.
Thanks
All right, see you
Listen.
later. Oh, the only thing I want to say is like, are we in a disagreement of anything anymore? Like, 'cause I'm not.
Yeah,
Honestly, I don't-
sorry.
think
We
so.
were on about if Peter has a backbone in this movie. So, yeah, there's that whole thing with the Avengers. Like, just to put, like, I guess, a conclusive statement on it, my whole point with that is that the attitude that Yelena presents is just immoral, reckless, irresponsible, and he just doesn't care. And that's what it's the apathy, the fact he doesn't say anything about it. That's what makes him seem like he just doesn't have a backbone at all. He's just whatever about it. He's also like way too trusting of damage control as well, because for one,
I want to go back to the crux of like what we were discussing in the first place, because this
Can
all
SK
comes
finish
down to if
first?
he's.
well,
Well, I was
May-
trying to
may-
like
just
make
go
sure
ahead,
we
go
get
ahead.
to like the point. Yeah, because like I feel like it feels like we're just reiterating shit. We've already all said this. That's why. No offense. I'm not doing anything, SK. I'm just trying to move on. But whatever. The point is, like, the whole crux of this is discussing if he's character assassinated or not. I think it's more than apt to point out we've literally just stand by this. It isn't just like literally the end point of the movie. It's in the beginning and all that shit as well. They've just made it very clear he didn't learn from anything he was supposed to learn in the other movies.
yeah,
So they're just
that's what we're-
contradicting his character.
Yo, SK, I know you have talked like out.
Hang on a second, because I want to get back to the point. Like, all this case stemmed down to the robbery and shit. Like, are we just in an agreement this is character assassination now? Like, what
For
is
him
the
not to attend the
contention?
robbery at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
based off everything we know about this character.
I don't believe it's character assassination. He doesn't attend the robbery.
No,
All right, why? Yeah, why?
Oh, he
Because
said. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. You can go.
I was just gonna say that you were talking about how this has been a unfortunate character through line throughout the original movies, the last two movies, and
That wasn't the point I was going to make, but yeah.
Well, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You
I
can
thought
keep
that's
going.
what you
I'm just saying,
No, I was just gonna say that can be fine as a character consistency. I don't think that's good writing. Still, I think it should he should be better by now. You know.
Yeah, I would.
Well,
I would like him to be making grander leaps and bounds as a character. But what I was going to say, unless you really want to go, Liam, then you can go. I would like to respond to SK.
Well, I just think the issue with all this is just very simply like it's obviously narratively implied in all three of those Homecoming movies that the lessons he learned he was supposed to learn and keep. Like when Aunt May dies, I'm assuming that's supposed to be an important moment in his life so we can cherish the idea of great power and responsibility.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree. The reason I don't think it's a massive issue doesn't attend the robbery, although again, in a Spider-Man film that I adore, I would much rather he would, or at least keep an eye on it. However, I don't think it's out of character of him not to, since the entire film is him burning the candle at both ends and needing to realize he needs to be a human as well. So the idea that of like, okay, there's just a regular bank robbery, I'll wait till the cops need me and take some time out for me, I don't think goes against what they set up for him in the film.
Well,
I think thematically it's consistent, but
yeah, I
Whether it makes him a good
understand.
person
Like, here's
is
the thing. Here's the thing. I understand the themes behind it. Like, I know why they did it in the movie. Like, that's why they did it. The problem is that it contradicts prior lessons that he would still hold and cherish. Like, the whole end of the movie with Jean Grey is him still using Aunt May's memory and like showing that he's honoring it to even like change her as a character. So even like the movie's ending climax, when his character is fully like realized, is him still like considering the lessons Aunt May taught him, which would also be with great power there must also come great responsibility. What the film was trying to say is that you should still cherish those moral values and principles, but that you should also be able to find time for yourself.
Yeah, and that's what the ending has him attempting to embody.
It attempted to, but the problem is that it's during an inappropriate time where it would be contradicting his moral values and belief, which is dishonoring Aunt May's memory.
Right. So, what crime could you get him from? See police cars running towards and then ignore that wouldn't be that way for you? Because it, like, if it's none, that's fair.
Someone's littering.
Honestly, well.
Someone's littering.
Littering. Wait, what?
Someone's peeing on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
like a serious crime.
If you're gonna, well, that's the thing in the wording right there. If it's a serious crime, he would take it seriously.
Yeah, it's like
so none of them.
The word "serious" just kind of shuts it down. It's like if it's serious,
yeah, it's in the name. He should take it serious. It's a serious crime. Like, yeah.
Right, it is a serious crime. But okay, for example,
yeah.
What about the ATM robbery at the start of whatever his first film was called?
Homecoming.
Homecoming.
Yeah, I think it's good that he gets involved.
Yeah, no, it's good he gets involved. I'm just
stop that.
I'm just saying, if the cops are like, look, we've got a SWAT team going, you're not actually needed.
Wouldn't the natural change... They have big weapons. They have really dangerous weapons. They all would have died. The police would have got killed for sure.
If
SWAT team.
Anything can happen, and he has the power to stop it. He has a moral obligation to.
Well, like
it's irrelevant who else is there. There's a reason why Spider-Man will still be involved in situations when other superheroes are even there.
But isn't that the exact moral philosophy that had him nearly like die in the film because he kept thrusting him into every circumstance, even once.
Well, yeah, because just like most superheroes' moral ideals that they represent or stand by, they can be challenged, but the conclusion isn't usually that it's wrong. The conclusion is either there's more nuance or balance to it. For example.
I thought
I'm just disagreeing with his moral choice, not his writing, though.
Well, just real quick, like I
yeah,
thought the whole point
but his writing is that consistently he's supposed to try and uphold those values, so it's a part of his characterization that is incongruent with what he's supposed to be like.
I thought a larger point
it's out of
No Way
character
Home was whether or not something is still the right choice to make, even if it's at the personal cost to himself. Like I thought that was the whole challenge when May was in danger because of the villains.
I think the overall about Lucy.
I think the overall problem with this, with like trying to defend this, is if you look at this through any like lens of Spider-Man, either just being consistent with MCU Spider-Man or like Spider-Man in general, it's still just completely something that goes against this character's values. Like even the worst adaptations, I would say, would generally have this value. And even like ignoring that, like I'm gonna be honest, like I'm not gonna say this for you in particular, but the last guy I was debating with, I feel like that kind of argument kind of represents a bigger issue with like the community for this character. I feel like more people want to project how they feel about like things versus like what Peter or Spider-Man would think or consider. Like the whole is he not allowed to have a life or whatever the fuck they like those kind of arguments is just like, oh, well, I gotta relate to Spider-Man. I relate to wanting to not do that. When it's like, okay, but you're not Peter Parker. Peter Parker has a moral principle he upholds. I'm sorry if you guys don't, but that's not, like, relevant.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying making these arguments because that's relatable to me, just to be clear.
No, yeah. I also preface that. I'm just saying in general, that's what I've been noticing about this whole discussion. Like, mainly with the other guy I was talking to. That's why I was getting really frustrated. If you're actually... Because I'm respecting you more because you're trying to contend with what's consistent with his fucking character. At least.
Are you asking a question, or...?
Yeah.
No, I'm just commenting on the whole thing.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
you
bro.
sort of ended that as if you were waiting for me to say. I wasn't sure if you were trying to get me to answer something. No, yeah, just to be clear, what I like about Spider-Man is the more classic depictions where he does just thrust himself into anything and anything. But, as much as, because I don't like the Tom Holland films, any of them. But...
They're trash. I hate them.
As far as I'm concerned, this is the character they've made, and it's kind of one that you've got to sit with. So, to me, the film is clearly trying to critique a behavior in which... showing the downsides of what happens if all you do is thrust yourself into superherodom and never give yourself a place to be a human. So I don't believe I can agree it can look bad for his moral character, and I think it's a weaker adaptation of the superhero that this is his resolution. But I don't think it is inconsistent writing or poor writing for his character that he would take this decision when he believes the case is in the hands of people who can handle it. If, say, he got that same phone call from who's a really weak hero in the MCU right now. I don't know. Who?
I guess Daredevil at this point.
If he got that phone call from Iron Fist or Daredevil, who yo, I'm about to go solo Red Hulk or something. It's okay, that's fucked, Peter. Why are you?
I mean, we got that.
I mean, in fairness,
Brand New World. Sorry.
I mean, in fairness, if you want to deal with Red Hulk, you just have to say sweet nothings to him and he'll stop being evil. So, he's not really a threat.
Okay, I haven't actually seen that movie. Is that actually what happened?
Brand New Day? No, Brave New World?
Yeah.
Now you're getting confused, yeah.
Yeah, I that's crazy. The names are so similar.
Brave New Diversity.
Did they actually just sing him a song and he calmed down? Please tell me that didn't happen.
No, I think, didn't Sam say something to him? He told Ross,
he tried to talk him down.
This isn't you, Riddle.
Okay,
let's stop before I fall asleep because we're talking about a boring Captain America movie.
Hey, SK. I just want to know. So, do you think this is the worst Spider-Man Tom Holland film?
I said in the video, look, I don't think it's technically the worst, but it would just take a few points to convince me that it's the worst. I think it's very close to being the worst.
I'm gonna ask you a question I saw in chat.
The thing is, I like it the least.
Let's go back to the disagreement.
Okay,
sorry. Let's go back to the disagreement.
Okay. Wait,
so,
actually, sorry, go.
So, because I'm gonna try and I'm gonna respond to what you're saying. I think the problem is, even if we go through what Tom Holland's characterization is, even he has the moral belief to not let the bad things happen if you have the ability to do something about it. It is the first thing he says in Civil War. This is nothing but reaffirmed in the other movies. They don't really ever try to imply that he's not gonna have this mentality, especially in the future. Because No Way Home sets him up to even stand by with great power. There must also come great responsibility.
Wait, you're done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that the way they keep setting him up, he's meant to have a bit more of an absolute morality around it. And this is where I would say the writing in all the films have a massive flaw, is I think the way the writers perceive him is in conflict with the way they actually write him, because he frequently acts in complete contradiction with his stated moral grounds.
Well, that's the thing. That's what is the character assassination, because whenever we're going, then the bad things happen. The reason we would say that a lot, in contrast to what he does in those movies, is because that is an establishment of his character and moral beliefs. So if you contradict that, that would just be inherently out of character, because that's what is established about his character.
Right. But if we just take the character at face value, okay? I'm not saying ignore the comics, just this iteration of him.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a character who states their moral compass that goes in one direction, but their actions constantly point in another, yes, that can be bad writing, but can it also just be that is now the written character flaw?
No, because written character flaws, I'm under the staunch belief has to be intentional in the writing. It's not intentional that he has that as a character flaw.
Right, but if you've created, like, let's say you create, like they have, 4 films with this character flaw, if they suddenly did a 5th one and that flaw is no longer existent, is that character actually consistent, or did they kind of just make a new character instead of trying to adjust
Well,
the current one?
I think a bigger problem with that would be that No Way Home like addressed any possibility of that being the case, because No Way Home has him literally say that this is not my problem, this is not our problem, Aunt May, and get directly challenged with that belief. So we like changed when she died from that. It is my problem, even if like, you know, I could just like move on from it and like move away. It's still like I still make it my problem. So it was already challenged and addressed that that is like not who he is anymore, even if it was.
Yeah, and in this film, he made everything his problem, and now it ends with him trying to find a healthier middle ground between those two extremes, no?
So then your problem is at a thematic level, because the themes are directly contradicting his responsibilities at this point.
Well, like, once again, the problem that is there is the fact that whatever, like, what I'm trying to say is whatever character flaw could have been there with that is dead because they addressed that and like made sure to establish that is not who he is, even if it was. I don't think the films were ever even implying that it was a character flaw, that he actually doesn't have that moral belief and he just says it. Like, he does, and his actions do like corroborate it when the film wants it to. Like, a good example is even in something like Far From Home, he does actively like try to help against the water elemental even when he didn't have his secret identity like perfectly safe. Like, that's showing that when the call to action happens, he will have a moral obligation to help, even when Mysterio was handling it. So it's not intentional.
I do want to respond to a comment that's related to this topic, because I do think it makes a very interesting point. So real quick, Oscar the Bro
I'll be the judge of that.
Oscar the Bro says, can you not make a case that Peter is trying to prioritize balance in his life to prevent the mutation from happening again? So that could be a point you can make, but the thing is that he's able to create like a universal inhibitor, so that dilemma kind of just doesn't exist if he has that. But also, like, I thought the point of the film was that he got over the lack of control with the mutation. I mean, I guess you could say like that doesn't really make sense to begin with, because they never explained how he can fully control that moving forward, which
I figured it was about like his
true.
mental state.
That's why I find that interesting that it gets brought up. What I would say is that at the end of the day, you could just account for that because of the what's it called, the universal inhibitor, because that's the thing he can make.
The universal inhibitor.
Well, yeah,
didn't
I think.
fix-
Okay, I'm just gonna go back to what we were talking about with the whole not my problem and it being a possible character flaw. I think the problem is, if you want to conclude something about this, if you go through all the movies, when it comes down to it, well, despite how I feel about any of these movies, I think they're all fucking awful. Like, Homecoming makes it once again abundantly clear that Peter will not like ignore the call to action when it's required. And we see this when he didn't know about the FBI helping, and even after, when he knew the FBI was dealing with Vulture, he still like took it upon himself to deal with Vulture.
Could I
And
make
then,
it a
like,
counter argument?
and then hang on, and then in Far From Home, like, I brought up the water elemental, and then there's the fact that even when he was tempted through his anxiety to not want to do it again, he still like feels the need to help with the fire elemental when brought to the location, making it his problem. And then No Way Home makes it very clear that even Aunt May wants to keep inspiring him to not ever have the idea that you should just make it someone else's problem when you can help. So I think the problem is we have too many movies that establish that when he says, you know, if you let the bad things happen, they happen because of you. There's so too many movies in like the MCU that makes it abundantly clear that Peter genuinely does stand by this and will do this through his actions. Yes, there's contradictions.
Same films he contradicts it, so someone can
No,
make the same
yeah,
argument to you, but
yeah. There are moments that contradict it, but the reason we call that character assassination is because the establishment of the character is that moral like ideology and belief, and we have too many examples of Peter trying like actually through his actions living by it.
But can't
Like it's
somebody
actions,
make...
it's actions and like words. He does both.
Yeah,
He
but
talks the talk and he walks the walk. So when he
can't
does
somebody
it,
just
that's
make
an
the...
inconsistency.
Can't someone make the argument to you that in the opposite direction and point out all the selfish things he does that go in direct contrast to that stated goal and go, he's actually a very selfish character?
But there's nothing that can actually justify it when you can justify the unselfish actions through establishment. They establish
in the
his
case
moral
of the
belief system, and
elementals-
whenever he's doing stuff like like dealing with the water elemental, for example, like if someone goes, why does he do that? Why would Peter Parker do this? Like this character, we would just refer to him saying, and then if you don't do something when you have the power to, then the bad things happen. Right?
In the case of the elementals,
we have a justification for that action. If you're gonna bring up, like, for example, he decides I want to go on my vacation or whatever, or even in No Way Home when he tells Aunt May it's not my, it's not our problem. The reason we think that is bad writing and out of character is because of the fact that there's nothing to justify why he would think or believe this or even act upon this way, based off what we know of him.
Can I make the actual point I was going to make then?
No, yeah, go ahead.
So, in the case of the elementals, like you said, it had to go right up against his doorstep. Every other time someone tried to get in contact with him to stop it before it occurred, he ignored and ghosted it. People had to already be getting hurt before he responded, which is a very similar situation to the police thing that UNSK have, a big issue.
Well, no. The difference is that Peter didn't want to leave to a completely different country or something like that. He had to do like a big move. It's out of. By the way, keep in mind this is still out of character, but the context that was even given in that movie is just that he doesn't want to deal with it because he doesn't want to go to a completely different fucking.
Right, but
was it like a different country or something, SK?
And Far From Home, yeah, it's like So it goes from what is it? They're in Venice, and then they're gonna go to I think Paris or whatever. The fight is happening in Prague. It's completely out of their way.
Yeah, so that was the explanation in the movie. By the way, still bad because Infinity War established he's willing to go to space for stuff like this. But the point is, if you have the power to stop something and you don't message, the whole with great power comes great responsibility ideation comes down to the concept that if the call to action comes to your doorstep and you have the power to stop it, you have a moral obligation. The whole idea of power and responsibility. Well, no, it didn't because someone's asking him to. Yes, I know. Nick Fury and Shield is asking him to basically prep for something that is possible or likely to happen. It's basically to get yourself into the call of action instead of it coming to you. When the responsibility and moral obligation that was told that Peter needs to abide is if he has the ability to stop it, and also if what happens if the call to action is there to him.
Right, but if he, as you said, or as SK said, I don't remember which one you said it. Sorry, but as it was said, he's willing to go to space far beyond.
I know. But we're talking about the base concept of the moral ideation that he's talking about, not how he uses it. How the moral. Hang on a second. I'm trying to. Yes, I know. I'm trying to clarify something because I'm agreeing with you. It's out of character still because of how he uses it. But if we're going in its face of how the moral lesson is told to you, what the lesson is trying to say is that if the call to action is there, you have the power to stop it, you have a moral obligation to do so. That is the whole great power and responsibility. That doesn't mean you preemptively go to places where it could or will happen. What that means in its face is if it happens and you know of it and you could stop it, you should.
Okay.
Peter's whole thing in Far From Home is that he didn't want to essentially look for trouble instead of stopping trouble if it appears near him.
Is it looking for trouble when somebody goes as a scheduled bank robbery? I know exactly when it's going to take place. It's happening here. Can you come help? And you go, no.
No.
Right, that's the elemental situation with Shield. They tell him yo, big issue. It's happening here. Will you come? And Peter's like,
Wait,
nah,
what's the
follow
question
it.
again? Maybe I misheard. What was the question again?
So just to be clear, the agreement on the moral code is if it happens like on your doorstep, you go deal with it. Like that's the responsibility he talks about, right?
If the call to action comes to you, you have a moral obligation to do it,
Yeah.
to
I'm
help
just
if you have the
abbreviating
power
it.
to do so.
It's
Yeah.
not about location. It's about
Okay,
ability.
so-
Can you stop it?
It's not a call to action when the action isn't even there yet.
Right.
That's
What
a
I'm
call to
putting
prepare
you-
for
why-
action.
No, but what I'm putting to you is if you're told with a guarantee it is happening there, we need your help to deal with it, and you say no when given every ability to go, does that violate that moral code to you?
Yes.
If someone tells you a bank robbery is going to happen or likely to happen in this location,
100%.
and
It is happening there. We need your help.
and the location, well, in fairness, the context would have to be that the location is unreasonably like far away.
What, like in space?
Yeah.
But Peter goes there.
No, yeah, I that's why it's still character assassination Far From Home. I'm talking about just the moral lesson in its face right now.
Yeah, I agree about the moral lesson. I'm just saying, like, if we go
Well,
into,
if
like,
we
your
agree,
case,
well, if we agree on it, so that means we agree that the concept of it is like not telling you to like throw away your life to be Spider-Man by just a baseline. Would you agree on that?
that is not.
This doesn't mean Spider-Man is going to impede in your life or ruin it.
Say that again?
So if we agree what with great power comes great responsibility is, which is the moral, the moral obligation to stop something when the call to action comes to you and you have the ability to stop it. If we agree that's what that is, then you would have to agree by common sense this moral ideation that Peter would be standing by would not impede or ruin his life as Peter Parker, right?
It probably would, yeah.
No, wait, so you agree that would just ruin your life as Peter Parker? Like you can't have a good life as Peter Parker if you uphold this ideal? Because I don't agree with that with you, like, fundamentally.
If we go with your stated ideal of, like, whenever something bad happens, you have an obligation to get in the way of it, I agree, it makes you a moral...
That's not what I said. That's not even what the lesson says.
When it happens on your doorstep, right?
Yeah, when the call to action comes to you. When there's a call to action, which means that something is happening you're aware of that you can reasonably get to.
Yeah. That would
undoubtedly
if you're
if you're a police officer, for example, right? Mm-hmm. And someone tells you there's a bank robbery happening in France, do you genuinely think you should have a moral obligation to go all the way to another country to stop a potential bank robbery?
No,
if someone tells you that?
Equivalence.
Well, no, I'm asking you just by like basic logic. You would agree that's not a moral obligation that you or anyone would reasonably have.
I have a two-part answer to that, so if I can say both. So first up, I do agree if I'm a police officer and that happens. No. But I disagree that is applicable to what we're discussing with Peter.
Well, we were bringing up the whole elemental stuff.
I know. I'm saying it's a non-applicable, like, scenario you've made.
No, Nick Fury was literally asking him to go to another country.
Yes, but Peter isn't, like, a cop with a gun. He's, like, superpowered, so he's innately more capable of dealing with something than a cop would be.
I mean, okay, that it could be like something that a cop could easily handle, right? Like if he like I can change it from a bank robbery. If it was literally like what a carjacker may like preemptively is planning to, like, I don't know, break into someone's car in France, does the cop now have a moral obligation to go to France to stop him?
No, because another
what's the
can deal with it. There is not another Spider-Man in France that could deal with an elemental.
No, yeah, but he thinks Mysterio can handle it. Like, that's his, like, stupid excuse.
Well, it is
Yeah,
a stupid
Which, to be
excuse.
fair, the movie
is
is like
stupid
saying
excuse.
the movie's saying it's
It's
stupid.
not just a
it's wrong.
it's not
and
just a
learn from
stupid
it.
excuse. It's an
No,
excuse.
yeah, yeah.
It's not just a stupid excuse, but Mysterio himself looks at Spider-Man and goes, "I need your help," and Spider-Man.
No,
still
I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is, like, like that it's not even true. There isn't one Spider-Man. There's other people that are like as or more capable than him.
Yeah, but Nick Fury tells him like we don't have those people on hand.
Yeah, I know.
Like, again, I'm not disagreeing with like say the assessment of the film as an isolation. I'm just talking about in the
Yeah,
case you're making,
keep
where
in
he
keep
lives
in mind,
by one moral
I do believe this also goes against what Peter morally believes in because of his actions and how he like applies the ideal. But the ideology itself isn't inherently telling him that he has to do that. We just know he will based off of logic, common sense, context, and the fucking fact that we've seen it happen before in Infinity War.
And we see the consequences of
honestly,
it not happening.
But at the same time, we can have we could literally have a equivalent to a Spider-Man that also stands by with great power comes great responsibility and doesn't even like swing around New York. He could just only go become Spider-Man if he literally sees a crime, and that would still not contradict the message of like power and responsibility.
Yeah, I don't think like it's necessarily a reasonable expectation to have like Spider-Man just hunting the whole city, just looking for crime, right? I don't think that's what we've been arguing. He doesn't do that.
Okay. Well, like it's a simple thing, SK. So, if there was a version of Spider-Man that's, you know, his Uncle Ben died and he learned with great power comes great responsibility, but he's just not a full-time superhero. He's just Peter Parker. But if he sees a crime or something, he swings in, he stops the crime that he can deal with or he hears about. But then, like, that's it. He doesn't monitor the city. He doesn't team up with the Avengers or go out of his way. You know the classic, he swings around the city in the comics and stuff?
Yeah.
What if there's just a version that had the same experience with Uncle Ben, but he just doesn't do that? He just only helps if he literally, like, has to. No, he does that in Raimi.
Where he's like swings around trying to look for shit.
Yeah, there's a montage of him going out of his way to stop criminals, right?
I suppose, yeah. We don't. I guess it's just in the montage. We don't really see much of that.
Yeah, but like, if there's a version of Peter Parker that went through the same experience with Uncle Ben, believed with great power comes great responsibility, not doing that, he'll only deal with situations he's just flat out aware of, either told by him or he sees, but besides that, he just won't go out of his way. That's not going against the message. That's not going against the moral belief of the lesson, at least.
Well, I mean, just think of it this way, Liam. Like, apply this to your day-to-day, right? If you see a crime, like, let's say someone's beating up someone, or you see a robbery, what is, like, the average person's responsibility to do? Like, at minimum, like, report it, right?
Call the cop.
Yeah.
Let's say you have someone.
Well, that's what the lesson is trying to teach us, the audience. By the way, we're supposed to take that from the lesson. Like when you guys are like consuming a Spider-Man story that's teaching, you know, power and responsibility, none of them are telling you to put on a mask and go around stopping crime like that, or going out of your way to help everything you can. No, it's just, if you see something happen, do something about it. Like, that's literally just like the point of the story.
Yeah.
Peter does go out of his... Peter goes, like, above and beyond to do more good than he needs to, because he feels like he has an obligation to make it up to Uncle Ben, because he failed him. That has nothing to do with the lesson, though.
And I think in this case, if they make Aunt May, like, his Uncle Ben, then he would think of
that's why
this
Peter's
as, like,
able to,
making up
like...
for Aunt May.
That's why Peter's, like, able to take breaks and stuff, or, like, you know, have some time to himself, just as long as he doesn't ignore the call to action.
But he's not being called to action at the end of the film.
No, he is, because he's being aware of a situation.
He's actively being told.
A cop literally calls him.
It's not literally like someone telling him to get involved. Like, he'll get involved on his own.
Yeah, the call to action is that a situation is happening and you have the power to stop it, and you would have the moral obligation to do so.
Yeah.
The whole someone else is handling it is against what Uncle Ben and the whole, like, lesson is trying to tell you, because that's a bad mindset. That is unhealthy to go, someone else will handle it. That, like, there's a whole fucking spiel about how people can be literally, like, attacked in like a fucking alley and no one will call the police because someone else will do it. That is a bad mentality that's even applicable.
It's called
in the
the
real
bystander
world.
effect, by the way.
Yeah, it is literally called a bystander effect. Spider-Man literally is morally against the bystander effect.
He's a
Do you guys know about the Batman in the train station thing? There's a social
Are we talking about Spider-Man?
there was a social test to put Batman in a train station with a bunch of crime, and that crime dropped a lot because Batman was there. Just a little fun fact.
Oh, you're talking about that billboard thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's even just applicable in the real world. A good portion of criminals do like rely on the fact that even if they do some things publicly, no one will really report them because of the bystander effect. Well, I'm a little intimidated, so someone else will deal with it. Someone else will call them. Someone else will get the police. Someone else will deal with it.
But I don't think
That's
the
bad.
ending. I don't think the ending is showing that Peter's never going to turn up to any crime again. It's just
No, none of
Well,
us are saying that.
I'm not even like talking about the movie. That's just what, but that's what you said in response to the criticism. Is that he knows someone else is handling it. That's not his mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what I could just easily say in response to that.
What?
It clearly is because that's the decision he made. So
what?
Unfortunately,
The point of the ending was not
like if it's not his mindset, he wouldn't have done the action. So
We're saying it shouldn't be. That this is incongruent with what we've seen.
I guess I have to. I'll correct my wording. It's inconsistent that wouldn't be his mindset. That's out of character.
I guess we just have two different interpretations.
It is canonically his
enough there.
mindset in the movie, sure, but it's not. I mean, it shouldn't be. Doesn't make sense.
It is, but it's not.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's like Luke Skywalker. It's canon. Luke Skywalker like tried to kill like Ben Solo.
No,
he
yeah.
wouldn't if he was in character. It's like that's obviously what we're trying to outline here.
It's literally just like, but we see him do it on
Where
screen.
I'm-
It's like, yeah, but that's.
Yeah, but my case, like, well, in the
I've
case of
seen
Luke
Batman
Skywalker,
abuse
it's a
children.
bit
I don't want
more-
him to punch Robin for no reason.
Well, in some universes, that's unfortunately canon. But back on.
But is it in
the case-
character all those times?
In the one that I think you just referenced, unfortunately, yes.
Which one?
The
Actually, name it because I think I know what you're gonna
All-Star.
say, and that's actually not valid because that would be out of character.
The All-Star one? Really?
Yeah, that's out of character.
Well, I don't want to talk about the Batman comic anyway. I'm here for the Spider-Man thing, but I was
That's
just
canon to
saying
the Dark
about
Knight
character.
Returns, where he's very protective of children.
Okay, sure. But either way,
He's willing to
in the
break his
case of-
no-kill rule to save children in Dark Knight Returns.
Dude, I'll concede it to you because I don't want to argue about Batman comics right now.
I know. I just think it's kind of funny because, like,
I'm
no,
just-
that one is actually out of character too, bro.
I'll be frank with you. I just don't care. Okay.
Alrighty.
It was just a funny bit to me. I'm sure you know what you're saying. I'm not trying to argue it.
Can I bring it back to Spider-Man with like there's a point I've been wanting to make, kind of, I guess.
Sure.
Because how do I word this? You know, we all like Spider-Man, right? We all enjoy Spider-Man.
That's why we're here.
Exactly.
No, I fucking hate
Sadly,
him.
All right.
sadly,
don't
we enjoy
lie.
Spider-Man.
that's all I
Tragically,
need to
we
hear.
enjoy Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's all I need to hear. Thanks for the help.
Oh, that was it.
Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
I thought it was an actual question.
That is the tragedy, is that we like Spider-Man.
Right, the Luke Skywalker
We do.
thing. So, like, yeah, I think I don't disagree with that Luke Skywalker point. I will circle it back to Spider-Man, don't worry. But those are like that's coming off of 3 films where he's been incredibly consistent, and then 1 film where they give him an action that is not given enough setup or justification for acceptance. Whereas in
For what?
these, for Luke Skywalker trying to kill Ben.
Well, it just contradicts what he morally believes in.
Yeah, I'm saying 3 films have been very consistent in establishing who Luke Skywalker is. So for another film to come along to have him do something like that, they didn't put the work in to justify it.
Well,
So it
even
doesn't
the
work.
MCU Spider-Man is consistent of what it's establishing, even if it does it poorly.
Okay, can you be consistent inconsistently?
No, you can be consistent based off of what you are trying to do. Even if you fail to do it, it's still a consistency that you're trying to do it. It's still consistent that film after film they're establishing, poorly or not, that Spider-Man believes in this ideology that he won't stand by.
Right. So, but in those films, He doesn't abide by that ideology. We agreed to that before, right?
Yeah, which is the bad writing of the movie, but the consistency part of it is that they are still doing that. They're still establishing it. That's why it's a problem, because they keep having Spider-Man go against like his moral beliefs, and then they'll go, Spider-Man believes in this, like in each movie. That's why it's bad writing, like for all the movies.
Right, but I think where you and I diverge is you're accepting what the film is sort of falsely justifying about what he is, because like they don't back up in his actions, and I'm going by the actual actions he takes and what it says about him.
I'm no, that's not true at all either, because I'm not going off of what they're falsely doing. I'm also going by what they have successfully done. I'm not gonna act like the MCU movies never fucking successfully conveyed what Spider-Man believes in or what his actions like detail from his character. There's too many instances, and I would say more instances overall, of him being selfless and willing to like take the call to action and do what is morally right. Like, have the moral obligation to help others. That is more consistent with his character in each movie than not. That's why it's actually considered outliers when he's selfish.
I would be compelled to agree if it wasn't for the majority of the big things he's gotten involved in weren't cleaning up a mess he's the fault of.
I don't think it's his fault for why the Vulture exists or any of his crew.
The Vulture getting away and the boat being destroyed was his fault.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at most you can say like him trying to save the ferry would go under that what you're saying there. It's just him fixing his own mess. But him initially going after the Vulture and going after the Vulture after the fact is just his own decision. It's not based off fixing a mistake he made.
But him, yeah, that one's not. That's him trying to be a good person. But
the elementals the elementals are also the same thing. He didn't create the elementals. He's not the reason they exist.
The final one in London is entirely his fault.
Which one in London? The fire one?
He gave Mysterio the glasses that allowed him to create the display. That one is his mess.
No, that's not him fighting the elementals. That would just be him fighting Mysterio, because he wouldn't even believe in the elementals anymore.
He gave Mysterio the power to create the elementals, is my point.
I'm not disagreeing with that. That's why I brought up the elementals. I didn't say Mysterio. I'm talking about the first two. The water elemental is not his fault. He didn't create the water elemental, and he still took the action.
Yeah, you're making those examples. I'm giving the contradictory example, which is
those aren't contradictions. It's not a contradiction for Spider-Man to answer the call to action and do what is
okay, I used the word contradiction wrong then.
And doing the moral obligation.
I'm giving the example of him doing something that cleans up his own mess.
I'm not contesting that. All that I'm simply saying is that there's also examples of him not, and they're both just him taking the moral obligation to do the right thing.
After his arm got bent.
Huh?
After people had to twist his arm into doing it.
No.
Yeah. He would not have engaged with any of those elementals had
no one twisted his arm for the water elemental. No one twisted his arm to deal with the bank robbers in the ATM machine. No one twisted his arm to go after the powerful weapons in Homecoming. No one twisted his arm to go to space. If anything, they were twisting his arm to not go to space, to deal with Thanos and save the world.
So no one diverted his school trip to make him deal with the elementals.
Well, actually, Nick Fury redirected
no one's talking about that.
trip or something.
Yeah,
no one's even contending that that's not the case. What I'm contending is there's more consistent examples of that not being the case. That's why those are outliers. Yeah, Nick Fury having to make him do it that time, that's an outlier. That's right, bad writing.
That's your example.
Just like how it's an outlier that he would ignore the robbery too.
Right, but so if Nick Fury's making him deal with the elementals is an outlier, but him dealing with the elementals is also evidence to the case.
The water elemental for sure. Like the water elemental's inarguable. He literally like did that on his own volition when someone else was dealing with it.
Every other one after that. So we've got one elemental.
No, I wouldn't even say that about the fire elemental, because yeah, sure, Fury brought him there, but he still took the moral obligation to deal with it when it happened. He could have just ignored it.
Can I also point out that after the water elemental, he was introduced to what he believed to be a superhero capable of handling it because he's done it before.
Who told him, Peter, I need your help?
Not during the water elemental, no. didn't need Peter at all for the water elemental.
You needed him for
He
the
still
fire.
helped.
Yeah, I'm talking about the meeting that Hellblazer just mentioned. I'm not talking about the actual fight itself.
Yeah, but like my point is, it's like I'm agreeing those are problems. Those are outliers.
Right, but see, from my perspective, I need
You
to
only
give me
have
more,
one.
because
Okay,
from
let's.
my perspective,
Okay,
you're
if you
giving
wanna,
like.
hang on a second. If you want to cut this film by film, if you're gonna go with just Far From Home right now, throughout the entire movie, there's only one time ever that he does something that is anti, having a moral obligation to help, which is, Fury doing that with the fire elemental. Every other time is him taking the moral obligation to help when he has the power to do so. The water elemental, he blatantly tries to help. No strings attached. And the final fight is the same thing. He still took the moral obligation to go and help.
Well,
yeah, you could say that one's more
Right.
personally motivated, but it still stands by the ideology and the message. So, like,
I'd argue
when it
with-
comes down to it, there's more times of him, like, standing by power and responsibility than not.
Okay, one, I don't agree for the. Okay, that was
Don't worry about
the
it.
thing that just happened.
And by the way, this gets worse when you bring up Homecoming.
For
Can
the
you name an
mums.
instance? Can you name
Can
an
I
instance in
respond to the
Homecoming?
first few examples you gave first? Because otherwise, I just
Alright.
have to answer like 8 things in one go.
You know what? Yeah, sure. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so can we just go elemental by elemental just to make this easier for us?
Water elemental is absolutely selfless with no strings attached.
So water elemental, I'm not having a, not firing on that one. Each one after that, there are strings attached to that. It's not him being selfless. And I could make a case that for the water elemental, there's a little bit of strings because he was being asked way before it to get involved. He wasn't told what the situation was, but he was getting phone calls and he was just blanking it.
I mean, I would still
But-
say it's selfless that he would deal with Mysterio
No,
after the fact.
No,
I
I
don't know
agree.
what's
The
selfish
water
about
elemental
that.
one is still fine. I'm just saying.
No, I'm talking
I
about
think
even the final fight with Mysterio. That's
Okay.
still a selfless act for him to risk his own life to deal with thousands of Edith drones to stop like Mysterio.
I'm not saying it's not a good thing he does to go and try to fight Mysterio during that final bit. I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's hard to respect that in line with his moral code or as a person with the knowledge that Mysterio would not be capable of what he does in the finale if it weren't for his already egregious amounts of selfishness that led to that happening. Had Peter been
Him giving the Edith glasses isn't him being selfish. That's not even
he was
like
given
why he did it.
he was given the immense responsibility of Tony Stark's entire tech, and he handed it off to a guy.
it wasn't
That
based
is
off selfish.
immensely irresponsible. It was.
It's irresponsible.
He didn't
Hang
want
on,
to deal with it.
You're misconstruing the two. There's a difference between being irresponsible and selfish. He wasn't being selfish when he gave the Edith glasses. The reason he gave the Edith glasses is because he thought that Mysterio would be more capable hands than himself because he was having self-doubt issues the whole movie. He didn't think he was good enough.
Yeah,
He was putting himself in a high expectation that was unattainable under his knowledge because he was trying to be the next Iron Man. He's like, oh my god, like Tony died, he left me with all this responsibility. I don't know if I can do all this, and he thinks Mysterio is the one who can do all this.
So
That's not selfish that he gave him Edith. How is that selfish?
You can say that
because
he
he was given
wanted to
he was
do
given
it.
a responsibility.
Well, you
Well,
could
if
say,
you view
just real quick, right? You could say he
responsibility
wanted to do that because he didn't want the responsibility, but it wasn't for like a completely selfish reason.
I don't even agree with that. I don't even think it's he didn't want it. It's that he didn't think he could handle it. Those are like two
Well, I
different
think it's
things.
both.
The entire film
too.
spends not
I
wanting.
mean,
to
I
do
certainly
so.
agree. I certainly agree. Like him
No.
giving the glasses is motivated by him believing that Mysterio is better for it. But I do think like a part of it is that he wants to get rid of it. I'm just making a distinction between the two. That's
I don't
what it
even
was.
I don't even agree. I don't even agree with that interpretation. I think the movie's trying to communicate that Peter doesn't think Peter doesn't have the confidence to believe he is capable of that much
No,
responsibility.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he doesn't want the responsibility. It's him thinking he can't do it.
But
Yeah.
the entire point of the film was that he was kind of scared to step up. So
That's
he's
what
kind
he's
of
saying.
giving that.
It's the equivalent of like deciding you don't want to be a dad, right? It's like it's not always, oh, I just don't want a kid. It could also just be, I don't think I'm able to be a good father. Like that doesn't mean you don't want the responsibility of having a kid. It's you believing that you cannot like have the response. You cannot like obtain the levels you need to have that responsibility. You're not capable of it, which is actually in and of itself being responsible, because you're being responsible to, like having knowledge on your own limits or what you perceive to be your own limits. It's a responsible decision that was just handled poorly.
But giving away the glasses
Irresponsibly
is
handled.
more than just
I wouldn't say
saying
it's irresponsibly
more than just
handled. Like, I
responsibility.
don't think it's irresponsibly handled based off the lacking context Peter like has. Peter doesn't
So there's
know
no one
as a
else he could have
supervillain
handed
or
them off
anything like
to.
that.
He could have looked after them. He had to
You
hand
could
it off to a
say-
random person.
You could say
That's-
it's irresponsible in practice, but it wasn't motivated by.
It's not motivated by He wasn't being irresponsible. It's irresponsible overall, maybe. But the problem is like you can't say this is him not being like a responsible person, because he was doing it based off of taking responsibility for his own limits.
But see, handing off the glasses is in and of a way exonerating him of that responsibility. It's not just simply
we
I'm not
agree
going
with that. We agree with
Yes,
that. What we're saying
yes, but that's
is that it
that's
wasn't
because
motivated
but
irresponsibly.
that's because he thinks he can't handle it, not because he doesn't want it. Those are two different
So why
things.
didn't he give the glasses to Pepper, to Happy, to Rhodey? Why did people who
Because
could
he probably
actually
thinks
handle it?
if
Pepper's not a superhero. Like, what would Pepper do with the glasses?
I would like to point out
She's been running Tony's entire industry.
Oh, hang on.
Doesn't
If
mean
Tony-
she's a superhero.
If Tony gave
I'm
it
not saying
for
make her a
him,
superhero.
if Tony gave it to him for
He did
him
this
to
clearly meant for
choose.
fucking being a superhero.
Well, real quick, wouldn't Peter's perspective just be if he thought that they should get it, he would have done it?
Exactly what I was going to say. Why would he give it to Peter first, Peter to give it to his wife?
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
Okay, fine. You can use that example, but if you use that example, why would Tony give it to Peter for Peter to give it to someone he's never met or verified?
Why are we talking about Tony? We're here to talk about Peter's characterization. I don't care
I think
why
that's the
Tony
problem that
motivated
Tony
to do
gives
this.
it to him, but we're not talking about him.
No, don't even admit that. Who cares? You know what? Toadie's a 10 out of 10 character in Far From Home. We're not talking about Tony.
Until proven otherwise.
He's 10 until proven otherwise, innocent until proven guilty, and we're not going to prove he's guilty because we're not talking about Tony Stark.
We're covering for him.
Fuck Tony Stark. He's a shit character.
Wow.
Okay.
I thought we were talking about not Tony Stark, but we don't.
We're trying not to talk
Tony
about
Stark.
Tony Stark now.
Look,
Well, that's what the home study did.
Talking about Tony Stark Jr.
Exactly. Like, literally, yes.
They ingrained Tony Stark into his characterization.
I don't know, man. Like, Far From Home is badly written, and I'm not gonna like ignore that shit. But like, the film is at least trying to convey that he upholds the idea of power and responsibility, and not ignoring the call to action. It fails at it in occasions, but that's
I
like
get what
its
you're saying.
intent.
I get what you're saying, but look, that isn't a very compelling argument to me because I could say that for all of these films if I wanted to defend them. Of like they're trying.
Yeah, but we're not defending. I'm not defending the quality of Far From Home. I just told you it's bad. What?
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm trying to make a case that supports it, like my argument towards something, in like say in your case that Peter is responsible, I could very easily just go they're trying, but that's not very compelling because if they're failing, then
Well, I didn't even say that. I literally explained to you why it's still not. It's still responsible what he did with Edith.
We're not excusing the movie. We're just
That's still him upholding the idea of responsibility. Handling it well or not is irrelevant. He was trying to be responsible as a character would.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason he even made what would be perceived as a mistake is based off him being easily manipulated by Mysterio and the fact that he's going through his own personal anxieties. He's not confident in himself. So he's second guessing his decisions, which would lead to him making poor decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I do
He's a
think that's
human
ultimately
character,
like a
that's
huge
all that means.
distinction that he's being manipulated by a master manipulator versus like at the end of Brand New Day where he's like more experienced, less naive, and he's free to make his own decisions.
Well, we're still just trying to go by the fact that in the fucking MCU, it's still blatantly clear that Peter upholds the idea of power and responsibility. It's still an established trait of his character and consistent throughout all the movies.
The most I can agree to is that they consistently say that's something he believes in.
Not even say that. I've given you literal actions and decisions he made.
Yeah, and I give you
The
actions
water
and decisions he makes that goes
elemental
in
stopping
contradiction with that.
Mysterio, literally giving Edith now would be a good example of this, based off his
No,
mindset.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's on his mindset, what he's trying to do, not what he intends to do.
Yeah,
the events of the
he has the
four-year
he has the moral obligation to help, and he thinks the best way to help is to give this Edith ability to someone who's more deserving and actually able to make good change.
Right,
with
but
it.
just because in your mind, just because in
What
your
about
frame
you?
of
Would
mind
any of
you
you
believe-
sacrifice your superpowers? I would have, because time and time again, I've learned with great power there must also come great responsibility.
He's
Like,
not.
that's also
he's
a
not-
concept too.
not
He's willing to give up
sacrificing his-
power.
Yeah, but he's not giving up power for the greater good. He's giving up power because he doesn't want. He just wants to be.
No,
Peter
he
Parker.
literally
No,
is
he's
giving up
not.
power for the greater good because he thinks it's the greater good that someone more capable can use this power for meaningful change.
I'm
I
talking
mean, for
about.
fuck's
I'm talking about in full, not just the glasses, but also just being Spider-Man. His stated reasoning is he just wants to be Peter Parker. He doesn't want to be Spider-Man. He's completely abdicating that responsibility.
That's not relevant. You
You're-
could not
you're
want to be
mixing
Spider-Man, but
things.
still stand by that belief by still being Spider-Man. He still becomes Spider-Man when the call to action exists. He
When
can
the
not
call to
want to
action
be
forces
Spider-Man
his
as
way
much as
into
he
his
wants.
role,
That's
yeah.
not relevant. Fucking comic book Spider-Man doesn't want to be Spider-Man a lot of the times. He's just
I'm not
still
talking
is
about comic book
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man,
I know, but I'm providing like
We're
a
using
relevant
an
example.
example.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
example, dude. I'm
It-
literally
I
trying to
don't-
explain to you that it's not relevant to say he doesn't want to be Spider-Man because that doesn't change if he believes in the moral value or not. You could not want to do it, but still do it because you uphold a fucking ideology.
Okay, so what does it say about you?
You
if you
cannot
don't-
want to brush your teeth, but if you believe in good hygiene, you will still go in and brush your teeth, even if you don't
You know-
want to.
No, that's
No,
fantastic.
no, let's not be
yeah,
rash
okay,
here.
you don't want to brush your teeth, and then you take active actions to resist going near a toothbrush. What does it say about you?
That's not what he does, because that's not what
Yes,
happens
he
in the
does.
water elemental.
Aunt
That's
May-
him literally going
no,
to
no,
the
when he
toothbrush
goes-
without
when he
even.
goes on- when he
That's
goes on holiday-
that's literally him going to like the bathroom, realizing he doesn't even have his toothbrush, so he has to like adapt with something else to still clean his teeth because he didn't even have his Spider-Man suit and he still went.
So when he's about to go on holiday,
Went out
Aunt
of
May's
his way
like,
to still clean
"Hey,
his teeth, bro.
dude, can I?"
All right, go
So,
ahead.
When he's going on the holiday, Aunt May tries to remind him, like, "Aren't you going to bring your suit?" He's like, "Nah, no. So that's opportunity one. He gets another reminder with her trying to slip it for him. He's like, "No." He gets phone calls from S.H.I.E.L.D. trying to be like, "Yo, we need your help." He's like, "Nah, ghost it." He gets S.H.I.E.L.D. agents knocking on his door. He's like, "Nah, ghost it." He gets Nick Fury diverting him to actually deal with it. And even then, he's still like, "What the fuck, dude? Send me back. What are you doing? You're ruining my time to be Peter Parker." He's taking active efforts to stop it. He only engages, ignoring the water one, he only engages because he's been forced into it and not given another choice.
Because the call to action happened. Because
Right,
those
but if
other
you ignore the
examples are
first
not
10
call to
calls to
action at all.
action, that's not
No,
really
you literally
counted.
one of your examples was bringing up fucking Aunt May giving him his costume. His costume's not relevant to the call of action. That doesn't mean he's going to ignore the call of action, and he literally doesn't without the suit.
But he actively ignores the call.
No, he literally doesn't. He doesn't have the Spider-Man suit. He still tries to stop the water
Well,
elemental.
If we're being technical, he literally ignores Nick Fury's calls. So he's literally ignoring Nick Fury calling him about something.
Nick Fury's calls
Fury
can literally
has
mean
to
anything.
escalate.
It can.
He does. He works with the Avengers, so if he's calling him, it probably would be something big.
No,
I'm
he
just
doesn't work
saying.
with the Avengers. He's not like, as far as we know, like Shield isn't even fully a thing still after like Winter Soldier.
It doesn't change that Peter
I mean-
would understand the weight.
What was
of Nick Fury.
reinstated?
What was reinstated?
Shield.
It's
Was
safe
it?
to say
Well,
though
like,
that if Nick
what Nick Fury does, like because he brought back the Shield helicarrier, he's shown operating in Avengers compound in Age of Ultron, and we see him operating with Maria Hill in Infinity War. And they obviously he still has his resources in Far From Home.
I'm just saying, like he clearly knows
even then, it's still a possibility that Peter can literally just not perceive that as Nick Fury calling him that for something that would require
I
a call
agree,
to
I
action,
agree.
like stopping a
Not
crime.
I think in that
No.
scenario,
It could
I think in that scenario, we
literally
have to
be
just say
Fury.
Peter is
It could
a
literally.
then.
It could literally
a
be
business
Fury, like
meeting or
possibly
something.
hiring him to join Shield or something. That doesn't inherently mean that he's ignoring the call to action.
I
Yeah,
think
there's a vendor ceremony
I
going
think if
on.
we take
You're
that,
not
then there's no point in
That doesn't mean
discussing Far From
anything.
Home
Like
further,
Nick Fury calling you could
because-
literally mean plenty of things. Nick Fury could literally ask him to go across borders and do some questionable things for his country, for all that he knows. Fury's a morally dubious character too, by the way. He's not like pure good, so I don't even know why like this is relevant. He could literally just not want to talk to Fury because of any
Right, but if you brush it aside, if you brush it aside like that, then we can just like what's the point in the conversation then? Because if it's just like, oh, Nick Fury's calling, well, you know, he's morally dubious in other films, so Peter will just meta know all of that, even though his interactions with Fury have been fighting a galactic war.
He has no interaction with Fury. He doesn't know this guy at all.
That's
That's actually
like
he doesn't know him at all. For
is.
all he knows, he could be trying to lure him to do something morally dubious because he's a guy who works for the government. He's not like a superhero exactly. This is the same guy who covers up shady shit for like Shield during Winter Soldier. This is the same guy who like lied to the Avengers and tried to make super weapons behind their back. Yes, actually, because Shield is public. All the shady shit Shield did is public, and you know what else Shield was known for? Being fucking Hydra.
But you also have to keep in mind, this is a naive Peter. He's not really thinking about that stuff.
For the world to see you for who you really are. So like it affects Shield as well, like Black Widow.
Exactly.
Fury, all of them.
But again, this is a naive.
So he would know. So he would know that Nick Fury was the director of a shady organization, even if you ignored Hydra.
So just to be clear, so Peter's going to have the wherewithal to judge phone calls from a dude who, you know, works very tightly with the Avengers, and go.
Very
there's
tightly
probably
with
no
the
risk to
Avengers. He
that. I'll
broke their
ignore
trust in the first movie. What are you talking about?
Didn't he help them fight Ultron at the end of the second?
That doesn't mean that he's closely knit with the Avengers, or they just fully like and trust the guy. They clearly
I'm
have
not saying they
trust
fully
issues
like and trust
with
him, but I'm not saying they fully like or trust him, but when in those films have they ever gone?
Well, you're saying
Fury's
he's tight with the
calling,
Avengers.
it's
No,
probably
he's
bullshit,
not.
we should
He's not
ignore
tight
it.
with the Avengers at all because they don't even trust him.
I'm not
he
saying
was there
tight in
during
a
the
friendship
construction.
way. I'm saying tight
For
in
the
a
Avengers,
sense of
he was there.
He has
like,
no
if-
contact to the Avengers at all, and this was even before like the events of Endgame.
I would also like to point out that Peter has no actual direct connection to Fury at all. The closest thing is Happy, and that's more of an Iron Man connection than a Shield thing. Like, Peter doesn't have a relationship with Fury that Tony
He
or
also
Steve
he also expresses confusion why Fury would ever want to call him. Like he doesn't get it. Like he doesn't understand why Fury of all people would call him.
Well, yeah, but that's
He
more
also
because he
expresses
thinks he's a
zero
small-time hero, as opposed to
Yeah,
like
yeah.
someone big
That's
and
the
powerful.
point I'm making. That's the implication there too. Because based off Peter's arc in the movie, he doesn't feel like he's ready for those kind of like things at all. He's not ready for bigger tier like problems. He doesn't have the confidence to do it. So if Fury's gonna
doesn't
call
wanna
him to
deal
deal
with
with
any
something
problem.
like that, he doesn't want to deal with it because he thinks he can't.
He also just doesn't want to deal with problems whatsoever.
No, he does, because he literally goes all out of his way to deal with problems when the call to action exists. That there's a difference between that and then Nick Fury calling him for shit that he thinks he wouldn't even be able to handle.
Sorry,
That's fair.
Right, but you've already said that the reason you believe he's ignoring the calls is because he doesn't even know what Nick Fury is. So what's
That's
No,
part of it.
yeah. I'm saying he doesn't have enough like information on Fury at all. He doesn't know him that personally. And
Right,
he's
so why
confused
does
why
he-
Fury would ever call him because he's not a bigwig superhero. So he very much doubts that this is actually important. Because he lacks confidence in himself.
He doubts it's important. Okay.
Yes.
Like, legit, his only experience with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers is telling him to stay out of it and let other people deal with it. That's like the whole thing when he was on the spaceship. Tony was pissed at him for getting on because this is above his pay grade.
He was interfering in the FBI's shit when the FBI like was about to handle a situation. If he's getting in the way of stuff like the FBI dealing with like fucking like a weapons deal and he's messing that up, I think it's very reasonable he would doubt Fury would ever call him for anything meaningfully important.
Yeah.
And it's very unlikely that he would call him over something as small and petty like a bank robbery even. Because Fury's not meant to, like, not known to do that.
Yeah.
Honestly, for all Peter knows, he was probably trying to call Peter for some information on Iron Man or something. He really doesn't want to think about that
Exactly.
right there.
Yeah. The only thing that would probably be likely is probably something shady like that.
But
Because that would be the only thing that would make
You-
sense is if Fury could take advantage
Look,
of this kid.
I just want to move on to a different point because the case you guys are making, to me, you're just writing extra lore that never got established. You're just
This
thinking
was
these are better
literally
points.
addressed in the movie. He literally says, "Why would Fury be calling me?"
They're very reasonable
I
assumptions to
will
make.
be back. But like, yeah, just so Carrito, Liam, PJ, make sure everything's in order. I gotta do something real quick, but I'll keep it playing.
No worries.
All right.
And by the way, this is Far From Home. This movie's like notably bad at like keeping Peter consistent. Like if we go back to like Homecoming, like can you even provide an example in something like Homecoming where he goes against the moral ideal?
Just to be clear, you're saying the moral ideal of what? Great power?
You have a moral obligation to do those things. You have a moral obligation to.
Why do you keep
help
going
if
to
you
Far
have the
From?
power
Why
to.
do you keep going to Homecoming? Why do you never go to any of the other films when you want an example?
Well, I think like Homecoming is the most like simple to go through. I mean, if you want to go through Infinity War, I think that also helps. Like, when does
No,
he ever
I'm talking
ignore the
about his
call to
own
action
films,
in Infinity
like-
War?
Like,
Well, okay, then Homecoming's one of his own films. Like, what?
yeah, but you always want to call upon the one where he's got some of the least questionable decisions instead of the later two where he makes some of the worst ones.
Well, we already went through Far From Home, and like I said,
Right.
consistently, they're still characterizing him as someone who believes in the call to action. He should act upon it.
In the film where he directly says, "I don't want to be Spider-Man."
And No Way Home has no relevance. Like, I don't know what we can bring up with No Way Home. Like Aunt May literally
The
tells him with great
entire
power comes great
crux of the
responsibility.
film is his selfish choice.
When does he ignore the call to action in No Way Home? Like, actually, I'm curious. Because
No,
he just blatantly
so-
doesn't in that movie.
Okay, I think we may have gotten lost in the weeds. I'm still going off of the point I was making that I think it's difficult to say he's abiding by great power or answering calls to action if the chaos is his own mess.
But that doesn't inherently defeat the fact that he doesn't ignore the call to action.
I mean, if we use if we use your argument,
Well, like, I'm waiting for an example where he ignores it. Like, when does he ignore it?
Dude, I have given you probably the biggest examples he does it, and you've gone
In No Way Home.
Well,
in No Way
actually-
Home, yes. Where in No Way Home? Where in No Way Home?
Can I finish?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to make sure you understand. We already went through Far From Home. We already like discussed that.
No,
We're
I'm trying to
moving
make
on.
it clear to you.
Let's go to No
We
Way
have.
Home.
I'm trying to make it clear to you where my issue with continuing this, and I'd like us to change the subject is, because I've given you some of the biggest examples, and you've gone, well, he has zero clue why, like Nick Fury would, and he has no reason to have any kind of urgency about getting those phone
That's
calls
literally
or
what the
having
film
diversions.
established. Yes, I'm going by what the film establishes.
Right, but even once he's diverted, he's still resisting. He's still wanting
Yeah,
Fury to
exactly. That's the outlier. That's bad writing. Like, I never contested that.
So, okay, just out of curiosity.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
no, 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 I'm not
overall,
pressing the
throughout
point.
this
I'm asking a
entire
different
movie,
question.
you
I'm
brought up
asking a different
only
question.
one example where he's inconsistent with this belief.
I
Could
haven't,
we
but
argue
anyway.
that Peter going to try and
Yes,
kill
you
Green
have. What
Goblin
other
is
example do you
bad
have
idea?
besides ignoring Fury?
Could we go with Peter trying to kill Green Goblin at the end of No Way Home?
What?
I don't know how that's relevant.
Has nothing to do with what we're talking.
That is the call. That's the call to action and making sure it's permanent. That has that's a different discussion. What?
It wasn't the whole point.
Peter,
of
why'd
why
you
we
ignore
did
the
it.
action when you killed the mass murderers? Like, what? That's just
Wait,
weird.
hear me out. Hear me out. I know it sounded a bit crazy. But this sounds a bit crackpot. But give me a second. Isn't the point of No Way Home that we should try to help even the supervillains and whatnot? You know, even if they've done like nearly unforgivable stuff.
Yeah, No
if
Way
we
Home
can
sucks.
heal them and send them back home. We should try to do that. So
Yeah,
you
No Way
could
Home is a
argue
1 out of
both ways.
10. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we could argue that
It's bad that he
maybe
tried
by-
to kill the Green Goblin. I agree with that too, but that's a different discussion.
So would that not be in some way denying that responsibility of trying to save him.
No, we're talking about ignoring the call to action.
But what if the call to action was to save him? That was the
no,
action.
the call
stopping
no,
them
the call
from
to
like
action. Yeah, the
doing
call to
it,
action
yeah.
is to stop the bad things from happening.
Wait,
The
actually,
That would have
Wait.
stopped the bad thing. If he killed Green Goblin, that would stop the bad things from happening. That Green Goblin would have done. Like,
wait, actually,
technically.
I half agree with what he's saying. Actually, I'm not sure if it's why he's saying it, but because in that film, Peter treats the knowledge that all of those other villains are going to die as like the call to try to save them. He makes a lot of hoops everyone has to jump through to try and keep them all alive. And then at the end of it, this is where I only half agree. He betrays that to try and kill Goblin. I think I don't like the film, but I think narratively it makes sense why he'd go to extreme like that. But he is ignoring the thing he forced everyone else to go along with. He fought Strange over the right to save those people's lives.
No, yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Right.
I don't know how that's
exactly
him ignoring the call to action though.
Well, he's reneging on his own.
I will concede though. My point was a little bit short-sighted.
The most you could say is that he's ignoring like the self-imposed responsibility to save that villain, right? Like, sure. And that is
Which
going
led to a
against
lot
the
more chaos and
message in the
destruction.
movie. Sure. Like, I'm not saying that's not the case. But if we're talking about the moral belief to answer the call to action, that's not inconsistent with that. That's not even like a contradiction to that. That's a whole other topic. That's why I think it's out of character and badly written too. I think it's bad that he tried to kill Green Goblin. I think it's especially stupid because he knows that like it's not even Norman's fault for anything. It's just this fucking alternate personality that if he cures would technically die anyways. It's dumb. No Way Home sucks. Don't get me wrong. But where in No Way Home does he ignore the call to action? Like, I don't think there's any example where he just flat out ignores that.
There was even a scene where he was talking to Doctor Strange about the villains being on the loose, and he's like, "Can't you just, zap them over here with their magic powers? Like, you made this mess, you clean it up." It's like, oh, okay. Like, he wasn't ignoring the call to action there either. He was trying to find an easier solution, but Strange was the one who's like, "Nah, you do this, man." And he did.
There's only one time I think in the movie he ever like ignores the call to action, and that's when Green Goblin's bombing the bridge and Doctor Strange like relocates him, and he like seems to forget that Green Goblin was bombing the bridge.
Yeah, legit. He should have been like, "Dude, send me back. There's people dying. What are you?"
Yeah, that is the only time I can think in the movie where he ever like contradicts this again, would once again just be an outlier.
So how many times does an example like that need to occur before you stop saying it's an outlier? Like
more than twice. Like what?
Considering the fact that one of the first things he says to another superhero is when you have the power to do things and the bad things happen and you do nothing, they happen because of you. Considering that's like the foundation of his character, I'd say every time. Honestly, if you start things off like that,
well, yeah, it
and
should
then never have that fall through.
Well, that's the thing. Like every time actually just should be the default because the whole like when he's presented ever in this universe, they immediately like give you what he's about.
Mm-hmm.
They establish it right away. But even if we want to like not like use that for some reason, I don't even know why you think 2 times is enough to go. Yeah, actually, he doesn't stand by this.
Well, we clearly disagree with how many times it is because you view ignoring Aunt Fury's calls differently, and I don't think we're gonna find a concession on that one.
Dog, okay,
So-
even if he ignored Fury, that is only one time. That is like one
No,
thing
it's
he
not.
ever did in
It's
the movie.
multiple times over a course of several days and or
Yeah,
weeks.
but it's like one actual like example. It's just Fury. Whenever Fury tried to get him
Well-
on that mission, he was like ignoring it. Sure.
Can I ask
Right.
something
So if
about
I
this?
if I shoot 100 people, that's not 100 people dead.
literally-
That's just one example of me.
No. It would be if you reported that someone was going to shoot one person 99 times and then you ignored it. One person would be dead, not 100 actually, because that's more equivalent because he
And I
ignored one
ignored 100
situation
chances to
overall.
save that life,
because
didn't
Yeah, exactly. It is still bad.
Right.
I'm not ignoring that, but that is not more than
then-
one piece of evidence. That would still be
And
one
then-
because it's only
but then
one situation that he
drag your
ignores, which is
heels-
just
when you drag your
Fury.
heels on it, after you've been forced to contend with it, that's another one. Yeah.
No, that's the same example.
Can I
It's not
ask
the same
one,
example.
one
No,
question?
yes it is.
Justification.
Yes it is. You're just elaborating how hard it was for him to eventually not ignore it, but that's the same example.
No, that's not the
Fury
point I'm trying
kept
to make.
Fury
Not the
kept
point I'm
trying to
make.
call.
Not the point I'm trying to make.
It's irrelevant because all that you
It's
brought
not
up is
irrelevant because
Fury.
you've misunderstood
Yeah,
the point I'm
yeah.
trying
I'll
to
explain
make.
why.
So-
I'll explain why. Because you brought
Fine,
up
but
that
if you're
Fury
wrong,
was.
do I get a chance to speak?
You brought up that Fury was calling him, and then he was ignoring it multiple times, and then Fury asked him to fight the fucking fire elemental, right? Once he finally brought his ass in there, and he said no.
So that's just
Exactly.
one example.
That is one example of him ignoring the
It is
call
not.
to action because that is one like call. That is one situation. That wasn't 15 situations. That was one situation he ignored. Yeah, multiple times. Still only one versus
Which
the plethora of
resulted
situations he
in
doesn't
extreme
ignore.
action needing to be taken to get him to
Yeah,
do it.
it's a bad example. I get it. It's really bad. It was really ridiculous how long it and hard it took for him to finally fold. I get it. That's still one example, dude. That's still one situation.
Giving the glasses over to Mysterio.
That wasn't given.
Not a.
not
That's
the same.
Where in that is what in the fuck in the glasses to Mysterio does that have to do with him ignoring a call to action? What is he
That's him
ignoring?
putting it in
Dude,
better
you're the
hands,
one-
in his opinion.
Dude, you're the one who's focused on this
Exactly.
call to action. I'm talking about his moral code that we started on.
If you don't do anything, those bad things happen because of you, is what he verbatim says in Civil War.
Okay.
It is
So what does it
literally
mean- what
all
does it
that
mean if
he
you take an
said in
action?
the
What does it
first
mean-
movie
what does it mean if you
ever
take an action?
is
What does it
that
mean?
is that you
Yes,
have a
you've said this a million
responsibility
times,
to
I
take
get
those
it.
actions, and if
So-
you don't, it's your
Yeah, yeah,
fault.
and
That's
if you-
literally
it's your
just all
fault.
he
So
says.
what does it mean? What does it mean if you take an action and it makes things worse? What? How's that?
That's a mistake. He didn't go out and shoot
What?
people willingly.
Where,
What are you talking about?
where in his moral message that he said to Tony did he ever imply, oh yeah, and by the way, if you take an action that is your fault and you take responsibility
You're
for
taking
it,
this way
that
too
doesn't
literally.
count? Like, where the fuck is that in the goddamn movie? That's just
You're taking
completely
that
off
way too
course.
literally. A question.
Well, you're bringing up something that's so irrelevant to what his moral belief system is.
I'm not really, because you're making the claim of, you know,
Where in Spider-Man's moral belief system is he not allowed to cause a mistake that he would have to fix?
I'm pointing out that the films have him take actions that contradict that statement. So I'm saying whether, like, what the film intends or not, they've established he's a character who has conflicting beliefs versus his own actions.
No, they don't. They literally don't. He literally doesn't have conflicting beliefs. You're bringing out two outliers. No, actually, not even two. I brought out the other one. You only got one outlier. I had to help you in No Way Home with the fucking
Why
Green
you,
Goblin
dude,
one.
dude, I'm not trying to score points with you.
Dog, this is very simple to understand. What in the concept of writing, we know writing isn't actual real life. So when things like don't abide with like someone's character, we acknowledge that is a mistake in the writing. If a mistake only happens twice, it's not even consistent with the overall character.
I think if those
That's not
mistakes become
consistency.
pivotal to the story, then there does come a point where you do need to reflect and go, maybe this is just another character.
Okay, so I guess we have to opt out the Green Goblin example because that's not pivotal to the story at all. It's actually just flat out irrelevant.
Well,
It was so irrelevant that the writers forgot about that. That's why it's an
Ignoring-
issue.
ignoring the Nick Fury stuff is pivotal to the story, but the whole point is that he got
No,
over
yeah,
that.
that's why I'm bringing. So yeah, now we only have one example if we want to bring up pivotal because the Green Goblin one is not pivotal to the story. It's actually irrelevant to the story.
Well, the conditions in which it happened only occur because of Peter's decisions.
Yeah, but that's not pivotal. Like him bombing the bridge and Peter like kind of ignoring it. That's like not pivotal to the story of No Way
Oh,
Home.
no, I thought you were talking about the other one being brought up about him trying to kill him.
No, that one's not even like an example.
Yeah.
The only two examples that have is the iconic he was gonna let the world die by ignoring Fury, and fucking Green Goblin blowing up the bridge, like bombing the bridge, and Peter like ignores it when Doctor Strange relocates him. But if you want to say if it's pivotal to the story, it matters, then it's back to one example because it's not pivotal to the story. It's irrelevant to the story.
If we only focus on call to actions, then yeah, there's only one example that can ever be drummed up ever. Yeah.
No, there's two if we're only focusing on that. I'm being charitable to you right now. Like, what?
Honestly, I think you're kind of digging it.
That's a charitability because I'm letting the Green Goblin one be an example because I'm not the one saying it has to be pivotal to the story.
I mean, we started off talking about great power comes with responsibility, and now we've gone all the way down to call to action. So
because that's what he says in Civil War. That's what he says in Civil War. Like, what are you talking about? He literally just verbatim says that in Civil War.
Right, and look, I'm just saying. You started off with us talking about one moral philosophy, and then we've gone all the way down to a much more simple version of it.
No, I'm bringing it up that they're equivalent. With great power, there must also come great responsibility. Would also entail that you should not ignore the call to action when you have the power to do so.
Right, and if you
think you have a moral obligation to do something, if you can do it.
If you have great power, you should handle it responsibility. Is also part of that code, then, yeah.
Yeah, and guess what? With great power, there must also come great responsibility. That was told to him in No Way Home. So if you're gonna bring up Far From Home again, that's not even what's said in the movies. That's not until No Way Home. So that's not relevant.
Tony never tried to impart that lesson to him. That lesson was never imparted anywhere else. It was just in that one film.
What? Where did Tony impart any moral lesson to him?
I think it's talking about the nothing without the suit line.
Where in the world? That's not even the same thing at all. Yeah, what?
It's not a moral thing? It's nothing without? Really?
No, I'm not. I didn't say it's not a moral thing. I'm just saying that's not the same thing as saying with great power there must also come great responsibility.
Oh, we're still on this. Gotcha.
And even then, with Tony's intention in that scene wasn't even to like teach him any moral lesson. He was literally just a pissed off father.
Well, no, he was trying to tell him that you shouldn't be codependent on the suit because if you're codependent on it, then you don't deserve it. I don't know how that has any relevancy to like power, responsibility, or a call to action at all.
Because Peter's belief system.
I think it's a shitty message in the movie. To be honest, I think it's just stupid.
Because Peter's belief system in that film is I cannot be a hero unless I have the office wear, unless I look as cool as you. And Tony's like, okay, then you're not actually trying to be heroic. You're trying to be opposer to heroics, so you shouldn't have that suit.
Well, no, that's not even it. He's just trying to fit in with the Avengers especially because of the experience he got of Civil War, and even then, it makes no sense for that in Homecoming, post Civil War. When in Civil War, he already had the mentality of this whatever the fuck the line is that you guys keep repeating that he said to Tony. The bad thing happened because of you. I forgot the whole line.
Well, yeah, it's just super fucking like hair splitting and annoying. That's why I do say more often power and responsibility, or just a call to action or moral obligation, because that says it much better and more clearly and doesn't sound roundabout.
Yeah, I mean it's all pretty much the same sentiment.
Yeah, like that is like the overall like message that he's learning in the movie. It's actually weird because if you bring up the Civil War one, he is extremely overly specific with it, which makes it even worse for your argument here, because like the way he says it is literally just saying like if I can do something to like stop a bad thing from happening, and if I don't, that's my fault. So all that means is that Peter like literally believes in if I can do something, I should just do it. That's it.
Maybe he's saying like
it's actually just that easy.
Homecoming is inconsistent with that belief, because the whole point of Homecoming is that he should not try and get involved with stuff that's beyond his pay grade. In which case, he would be ignoring a quote-unquote call to action.
No, that's not even the message of that movie.
Is it?
No, I don't think the message of I don't think the message of Homecoming is just, don't fucking get involved in something because it's this is an Avengers level thing. I don't think the movie's trying to tell you just let the FBI deal with Vulture.
But they
but like if something big is happening, and you being there just makes it
No,
complicated and or makes it worse, then you shouldn't
It's
get involved.
roundabout and badly written, but what they're simply trying to tell you is his methodology for doing it is wrong, because it was based off pride and arrogance, because he didn't think of the other variables.
Yeah.
Like the FBI possibly helping.
It feels like if an
The
example comes
problem
up
was his
that goes
methodology.
against your
I think the problem was-
interpretation, it's just badly written as opposed to like anything else.
I thought
No,
the point of
I'm literally saying what the film is badly written, not what SK said. If what SK said would have made more sense, it's just that's not what they're conveying in the movie.
Yeah.
Okay, so
What point are we on?
Well, we're still on the call to action. Like, he still doesn't believe that Peter believes in this this moral ideal in the MCU.
Okay, you know,
I mean,
maybe we can water
what
this
was
down
the
to something
end
that's a bit
scene
more
in
agreeable
No Way
then,
Home?
because I
What was
just
the
want
ending scene? A call to action.
Okay, look, I don't really want to go around this roundabout. So let me just try to simplify my point to see if we can at least agree to this. Regardless of if you agree with my interpretation or like my argument against this, can we at least agree it is reasonable as an interpretation that Peter doesn't believe in his moral code with the way they write him poorly?
No, I don't think it's
No.
reasonable.
So it's unfair for somebody to walk out of that theater and go,
to say he doesn't believe it, I think would be what's the word? It's a bit
I don't
extreme.
think it's reasonable based off like the I think the thing is like despite how badly like conveyed a message or an idea in a story can be, I do think it is still reasonable for people to go into the movie and at least understand what it's trying to say.
Well, also, like, even if he did,
And I don't think any of the MCU movies are bad at I don't think any of the
watch the
MCU
films
movies
for a
are
message.
bad at conveying what they're trying to say. They're just bad at actually saying it.
And even if he did drop the whole idea that he has to, you know, take the call to action to help out, I would just ask a very age-old question: why would he change?
Are you talking about the ignoring the bank robbery again?
Yeah, I would just say, if you're gonna say that it's just not true in this movie, my response would be, okay, then why would he change?
Okay.
Well, that's a question you should be giving to all the examples he brought up. Like with the Spider-Man letting the world die, why would he change? Why would he fucking change? Like, he could just keep doing that. But I mean, like, that's the thing. That meme could literally even like deconstruct this thing. Because if someone went, you know, why did Spider-Man like go after the water elemental, for example? No one's gonna go, why did he change? Because he didn't fucking change. Everyone understands he didn't change there. That's not a change. But we acknowledge it's a change if he lets the world die. Why would he change?
No, I agree. It's consistent that he would deal with something that's thrown straight on his doorstep. I agree that is consistent with him.
Okay, bro, I can once again bring up the Vulture. He went after the Vulture, not
You don't have to.
literally
I
on
just
his
agree with you. I
doorstep.
don't know why you bring up the Vulture.
So, would he just ignore
Well,
the vulture come brand new day? Like,
I'm making sure you don't
confused.
take it literally, because, like, you know, the robbery is, like, told to him, and he has the power to stop it.
Yeah, he does have the power to stop it, but he's entrusted. Okay, if he had that phone call from like Daredevil and he trusted Daredevil to deal with it, would your opinion alter?
No.
So he should step in every single time. What if it was like the full Avengers squad? And, like,
He has a
full
moral
Avengers?
obligation to, yes.
The Avengers were handling Thanos.
The only
I'm giving a random example. It's a hypothetical, not a literal one.
Yeah. With a hypothetical, yeah, if you put it as extreme as that, then yes, that's
Okay.
fine. Because that's obviously an insane exception. Like, obviously, like, if fucking like Superman came in, like, I don't think Peter would feel there's a moral obligation, because like there's literally no threat anymore, essentially, because it's so like one-sided.
So your issue isn't necessarily that he chooses to stay at the shop. It's just you don't feel the situation posed was high enough for him to go, you know what, they've got it.
No, because regular everyday
It's more
citizens is
guns.
different than like the
mean,
God
they're
of
cops, they're not
Thunder
everyday
stopping a
citizens,
bank
are they?
robbery.
They're cops though. They aren't everyday citizens. Like, they are more equipped than like your average person on the street.
We don't
Yeah,
know
but
what's
even
going
cops
on over
die in
there.
robberies.
Yeah, cops are not like greater than man. They're just fucking trained people. That's not the same thing as Thor
Right.
coming into like a bank and then just immediately eviscerating any of the robbers.
I
the
agree.
thing
I'm
is,
just
you could
resisting
argue-
this.
You
I
could
agree
argue
with
that.
that.
If you
I
send
just
too many
resist.
overpowered like people at once, that could just create a mess if there's too much. You know what I mean? Like, let's say
Right.
the Hulk.
I don't even
Thor,
agree with that.
Groot-
If the Avengers showed up in a robbery, the robbers would just immediately surrender because I'm assuming they're
Have you-
not that stupid.
Well,
Have-
no, no,
have
no,
you
no,
heard-
no. What
no,
I'm
but have you
what I'm
heard
trying to say
about-
is, like, if you
Go
go
on.
overkill, you can cause damage. Like, that's a thing that's known in the MCU.
It's like the beginning of The Incredibles, where Mr.
I mean,
Incredible just
I-
rips off the entire tree and then he just uses the
I
tree
mean-
to fucking stop the car.
No, but that's
I
what
mean,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
I mean, that's a
Instead
good
of
point.
just
If it was
using-
Mr. Incredible, then Peter would have a moral obligation to deal with that because that poor fucking tree, man.
Let go
No.
now.
Look,
Let
instead of
go
using
now.
Let
outside
go
of like
now.
movie examples in real life, it's often advised that law enforcement doesn't overexert their resources to deal with certain threats because it can cause the criminals
Historically,
to
they
act.
do. Whether it be like just shooting the guy
Can I-
and asking
can I-
questions later, like
Can I finish the point? Can I please finish the point?
I don't even
You're-
understand the relevancy to this. Are you trying to like make it so I concede that he should get involved if the Avengers get involved in a
Mate, if
robbery
you
or
disagree and you don't
something?
want to concede, that's completely you. I don't care if you concede or not. I'm just here for the like exercise of having the conversation, okay? What I'm trying to say is sometimes, like in law enforcement, you don't want to send in more than you think is necessary because it can cause the criminals or like whatever the agitators are to act more erratically because they're seeing something far more imposing. It's why, like, say when there's a car chase, they won't always advise you send out like 4 cars to chase it down because it might cause them to take more crazy action to evade it.
I certainly agree, but
Okay.
the moment you send officers there, that risk is apparent. And the difference is
Yeah,
that
but so
Spider-Man
is
is more
once you
equipped
send
to handle
Spider-Man.
that because Spider-Man can react to bullets. He could just take
Oh,
their
and-
guns immediately.
And also, depending on the kind of criminal or their mindset, they would be less stressed out than a police officer because Spider-Man won't shoot you in the face if you're aggressive enough.
Yeah,
That's a good
I'd
point,
rather be
too.
arrested by Spider-Man
You have
than
a-
the
you have a-
SWAT team.
Yeah, you have a lower likelihood of dying if it's Spider-Man versus the police.
That is a good point.
Some
yeah.
people, yeah, but let's think about it this way: you're likely going to get served less time if you shoot and harm Spider-Man than if you kill a cop.
I mean, Spider-Man can take
No,
it.
what?
No.
Well, I mean, not take it. He can just.
That's another
he's-
charge, isn't
he's
it?
Not at
more
all.
equipped to
Attempted
not
murder.
die.
You would get an attempted murder charge still.
Yeah,
Regardless
but
of
attempted
manslaughter.
harm of law enforcement. Attempted harm
By,
of law
by, by the
enforcement
by the
is
way,
often
by the way,
punished
by the way, you
severely.
actually might like your sentence might be served less just because of the fact that it's vigilantes that stopped you. Like it's vigilantism, not the official police. So you could actually lawyer up and like get a better sentence from that. So yeah, you're less stressed out if Spider-Man's gonna stop you over the police just by those.
Yeah, what do you think?
aspects
What do you
alone.
think? Why do you think pred catchers barely win?
Sorry, who
They,
is
they
that?
barely win to put fucking
Let's just get back to
criminals in
the
jail.
central point.
Yeah, pedophiles would rather deal with Chris Hansen than the police.
Okay, sorry, where are pedophiles coming from suddenly?
Oh God!
I'm-
Why did
it
it have to
don't
go
really
to
because
here?
Holy
Vigilantes
bro!
as
Oh
a
my
whole.
god! I'm literally using predator catches as an example because random
Oh.
people who catch predators is also like technically vigilantism. That's why they hardly stay in jail.
Why did it have to go to this though?
It's an example, you fucking genius. The fuck?
It's a like despite how funny it is, it's a good example.
Yeah.
Like the Superman being a pedophile that last time. Like it's fucking crazy, but it's actually a good example.
Anyway,
Okay.
let's get back to the. Let's get back.
Fucking
let's-
everyone here getting their
Anyways.
bunch of fucking idiots
Anyway.
getting their fucking pennies in the twist because of the word pedophiles, bro.
Fascism is actually good.
Injustice
Hey,
Superman
excuse me?
was right, yeah. But yeah,
Hey, can I share my question?
what's up?
Okay, first up, okay, before I answer it, I just want to apologize for what happened last time. I was here with not having any questions. I just wanted to tell you guys know that I got a new account and all that because my old account got hacked. Anyway, all right.
Anyways.
What do you think of like I know this I'll be honest, I haven't seen the newest his review on Spider-Man, but I have seen what he thinks so far on Twitter and all that. I was just wondering, what do you think of Jean getting a overarching redemption arc? Like I know
Oh wait.
I think it's
wait, hold on,
equivalent to.
Wait, hang on.
No,
He was
no, no, no.
asking me.
Let's go back to the disagreement.
Overarching. I mean, I'll
Overarching.
just give a comment and then we'll just move on. Overarching. I mean, I think it's
Overarching.
already being done very poorly because they're rushing it. By this point, she didn't earn the ending she got. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, they're
on
not
that.
they're not dragging. They're rushing.
Yeah. But if that's not a disagreement, then I'm just gonna move to.
I don't think she was redeemed at the end.
She was.
Well, like with the whole robbery shit, is there anything else to add? I think we made. I think
I
it's
feel
been
like
just very clear that
the
this
robbery should
character
have been
is
brought
exposed.
Yeah.
Look, I think I'm willing to agree we can move on from the robbery because I just don't think we hold
Fuck
similar
brand
enough
new
to
day.
agree. So okay, sure, but yeah, I don't think we hold similar enough viewpoints to come to like an agreement. So I'm happy to move on from the robbery.
Okay.
Wait, can I ask
Do I
you
get
guys
to
a
ask
question
my
before you
question
guys move on?
Okay, who else has a
Yeah,
disagreement?
who has a disagreement? Disagreements.
I do.
Yeah, what's
I
up?
do. SK, I love your videos. I love this one too. I enjoyed it a lot. I've only gotten through halfway before you said something that kind of made me want to come here and ask you about it. But I made a post talking about it myself, YouTube short, that Ned doesn't remember Peter. He just doesn't. And you were talking about how he does at the end, and I'm just like, no, because put it through his perspective. From his memory, Spider-Man saved his life a few times in high school. And then Spider-Man ends up showing up, talking to him and MJ about stuff. MJ ends up calling him Peter.
The
and then
handshake
Peter-
can restore his memory because that's the same handshake from No Way Home when he was
I-
doing witchy magic.
I
Just
don't-
infinite.
Oh yeah, I saw that too,
I
PJ.
don't
Yeah, that's goated. He's magic, bro.
So I mean,
Yeah,
let's just simplify this real quick.
Well, even then,
So,
that's
wait,
that.
hang
Even if
on.
I'm. Oh,
When
my
has
bad.
Ned ever done the handshake with Spider-Man? That's never happened.
But that's
No Way
not
Home.
the.
No Way Home. He did No Way Home.
with
No Way Home.
Spider-Man, not Peter.
No.
Yeah, No Way Home. He had the suit on.
Yeah, but that doesn't
think-
count because MJ didn't remember kissing Spider-Man. She doesn't remember that. She never remembered
Yeah,
their
but-
relationship.
Can I get
time?
Yeah, but
finish?
SK, all that you're literally proving is bros before hoes. I don't know. I don't know what that argument is, bro.
You stupid.
All right.
Oh my god.
All right. That's
What a
like
piece of
actual
shit.
Rigby mentality.
But
But
like
at
I mean,
the same time,
just to
Yeah.
get back on topic, right? If you want to say that she should have remembered it, because like I mean that's just an inconsistency with the spell. Regardless, we're dealing with a payoff that's built on an inconsistency for how it works.
That is a fair point,
Yeah,
but at the same time, I
and-
feel like with how he did it, and also how Mary Jane, before he went out the window, she says his name Peter. I think he might just be piecing together that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. I don't.
Well, yeah,
think, I
that,
think the writing
but-
is poorly with that, but at the same time, I feel like if you've done something so many times repetitively, with them showing it in like Homecoming, even though I'm not a big fan of his original trilogy, I still think it's more of a muscle memory thing than actually him
That's
being like,
that
oh,
was my point. That was what I was trying to get at. I think is that Ned has still muscle memory of it, despite having no conscious or subconscious memory of it. He still has the muscle memory. He's doing it without really realizing it. He pieces together that Peter's name was Spider-Man when MJ said it, and he's been saved by saved by Spider-Man in so many weird scenarios that he doesn't understand. That he's trying to figure out Spider-Man again. I think he would piece together that there must be something more to him and Peter's relationship at that point. I don't think is that he magically gets his memories back. Because for fuck's sake, they mentioned that they use that spell on other sorcerers all the time when it was introduced. I don't think Ned being magically and like sensitive gives him any like mental protection against that spell, like a lot of people are saying. No, I think it's just that he has the muscle memories. He has the memory of Spider-Man saving him a bunch of times. He knows that Peter's name is Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was just chumming with him and MJ. Like, I would piece together that I must have some connection to Spider-Man if I was in Ned's shoes at that point, or connection to Peter by extension.
I mean, is it also? I mean, I think it's like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's fair to say until like a later like film or whatever comes along to confirm Ned has remembered Peter, it could have just been what you said. It's just they did a handshake.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
reason I'm
like-
interpreting it
Yeah,
in
but
this
yeah,
way
but
is
how would he
because-
know the handshake? Like if he doesn't know Peter Parker, that's
His
Yeah,
muscle
exactly.
memory.
Like the thing is, right?
That's
the way,
stupid.
There's a way the scene frames it. I think it's very deliberate. So Ned does the handshake with him, and he's like, "Oh, Peter!" Like he remembers Peter because of the handshake. So that clearly implies to me that he remembers it all.
He now knows Peter.
I get that, and
Right.
I
No, I
understand
get that.
that
Like,
as
what else
core
would it mean?
direction. I think that's just him piecing together that Peter's Spider-Man.
But Spider-Man never
I think
did
that's
the
what they're
handshake
trying
with
to do.
him. Spider-Man
Okay.
never did the handshake.
Yeah, they never did the handshake in Brand New Day.
No, but like,
So-
yeah,
Okay, so that's a fair, like, not disagreeing with your interpretation at all, SK and PJ, but
It's not
Is
a
it-
interpretation, but okay.
okay, sure, but you're not
Mhm.
sure. You're not. We can just. I'm just gonna leave
Just
it be
go on.
because
It's fine.
if they
Go on.
Just say
Like-
your thing.
no, it's fine. It's fine. We'll move on.
Jesus fuck. All right, bro.
No, because if you're going to be this confident about it and not
But-
open to the conversation,
it's
what's the
fine.
point of having it? You know?
Just say
just
it.
go
What
on,
the
go on,
fuck?
go on.
Just say it.
That's
It's
No, because
fine.
if you're going to be like a 5-year-old and be like, "Nah, I'm
It's
right," what's the
fine.
point?
It's fine. He
Nigga,
said-
you're acting
What?
like a 6-year-old.
Okay,
being like, I'm
okay,
just not
stop,
gonna.
stop.
I'm just not gonna
PJ,
say it.
stop.
You know, I'm just not gonna
It's
say
fine.
it.
Just go on. Just go on.
The fuck you coming here hot for?
Alright. Go on.
I guess I could add one more to my side. I guess if he's not going to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
The fact that MJ and Jean both say that there's no trace of Peter at all, no matter how far they look for it. Like,
That
why
could
would
just
it be
another
different for Ned?
contradiction in the movie? Or maybe Jean lied just to get under his skin. Who knows?
I mean,
Well,
she
sure,
was
if you
really,
wanna take it
really
that way.
poorly in that movie.
The reason I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect, that there's no memory whatsoever. What I'm saying is that what the film is conveying is that he remembers.
I think the film's trying to convey that he's making a new connection based off the remnants of the old one, which is what the muscle memory is for. I don't think he remembers anymore. I think it's
Well, then why
supposed
does
to
he?
be like,
Why does the handshake make him go, "Oh, Peter"? Like he remembers something.
again, he's been obsessing over trying to find Spider-Man for saving his life many times, and Peter Parker, or Peter is the name of Spider-Man that MJ called, and he wasn't really thinking about it at that time. I
The
think
handshake-
at that point,
The handshake has no relation to Spider-Man.
well, no, but it shows a connection. That's
Yeah.
that's the point.
Yeah, the connection because he's Peter Parker, which he forgot about.
Yeah, but doesn't he already think that he's got some connection to Spider-Man for saving him multiple times? Would that not also be
How does Peter have the connection with Spider-Man? Where's that connection?
MJ calling him Peter?
Okay, but they never did the handshake, and the handshake is what initiates that connection.
I know, and I'm saying that I think
he
he's
could just
piecing everything
he could just be
together.
Peter Quill under the suit, and this is Peter Parker.
Well,
That
I
doesn't get him
suppose
to
that-
realize that's like where I don't know where Spider-Man's related to the handshake. It's not in the movie.
I think what he's trying to say is like with him figuring out that Peter is Spider-Man. I don't know if he's really saying like he knows Peter's memory, like actually recollecting everything that he had to pass with Peter Parker.
I'm just saying that I interpreted it as he's piecing together that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He must have had a connection to Spider-Man in the handshake and signaled that Peter knows him, and by extension, Spider-Man knows him in some way. Because again, he was obsessing over trying to find Spider-Man for saving his life multiple times in a bunch of different
Yeah,
scenarios.
but
That he
again, that doesn't
understand.
link the handshake to Spider-Man. Like, I don't know where
Well,
the
if you have-
interpretation's coming from
So-
that because they did the
Can I-
handshake that he remembers, he's saying Peter because he thinks he's Spider-Man. That has no relation.
Especially
pose a-
especially if in Brand New Day they never did the handshake.
Can I pose?
Never did
an
it
idea
in
then?
Brand New Day, never did it in any of the home trilogy movies. Like, as Spider-Man, it was always as Peter.
Well,
Can I?
well,
Can I?
yeah.
Well,
you can go
technically,
if you want.
didn't they do it at No Way Home at the end? when like
But
he's
that's
telling
as
him, like,
Peter.
you guys are gonna
they've gone back
forgive
and
me.
forth over
So
this already.
again, so like that. So by that logic, MJ would remember kissing Spider-Man, but she doesn't.
I mean, that's
So-
fair, yeah.
Can I pose an alternative idea, though the film hasn't done enough to back it up? Are you good? Okay,
No,
it
you
just
go
seems
ahead.
so
Yeah.
right. So basically, if you go to like a cafe or something, and a complete stranger just comes up to you and knows exactly your secret special handshake, that's going to make you go, okay, how the fuck? Who are you? Like, that's going to make you try to clock who this individual could be who knows you that deeply, who you've never seen before.
Yeah.
So again, I think they need to do more to set up or justify it, which is why I don't think your interpretation is wrong. I just think there's room to believe he doesn't have his memories back yet. It could be off
so
of
the
that.
reason,
It's like,
the reason I bring up his reaction is because it's the handshake that initiates him to be like, oh, Peter, and
Yeah, I'm
Peter's
giving-
smiling, which that
giving
communicates
a-
to me that he remembers it all. Why else would the
Yeah, I'm giving-
handshake initiate that?
I'm giving a example of like if you have like some secret special like coded way of like greeting individuals, and somebody walks up to you, you've never seen them before, and they do that, you're gonna like potentially try to think, who the fuck could this be? And the best connection you may draw is, I guess, that whoever the Peter guy dressed as Spider-Man was, because who the fuck else would just recognize me in the middle of this store and do that?
But why
Has to be
would
someone who's, like, gone
Spider-Man
personally
do
and
that?
fight
He
shit.
doesn't remember Spider-Man as his best friend or anything, or a guy that he knows a ton.
No.
He just
So
remembers
you're
him as
you're
the local
yeah,
superhero.
You're talking from the basis that I'm saying that Ned remembers. I'm saying to like give a backup to help Blazer's idea that Ned doesn't remember. He's just drawing the parallel of that Spider-Man guy who visited me, and MJ must be like his name's Peter because she said it earlier or later.
Yeah, but she said
They
that
never
up
did
to-
the handshake.
Yeah, again, never did the handshake. They never had a moment where Spider-Man was ever perceived as like a close person to Ned. He just he's just invested in him and finding his identity because he saved him before.
Yeah, I'm saying because I don't know if I don't believe the films ever say where the handshake comes from. But if you do just have this secret special handshake, for all we know, Ned still has that. He might just use it with other people because, like, without a doubt, he clearly knew the handshake, so that part of him was still there. So that may not even be a Peter-based memory. That might just be some nerdy movie reference for all we know.
Even if it wasn't the handshake that he does all the time, I still think just the muscle memory would imply that there was a connection that he's just not aware of, but he's just piecing together Peter Parker, Spider-Man.
Yeah, but
Spider-Man, I'm
Dave,
obsessed with him. Yada
the
yada
way
yada.
he says Peter at the end, it's as if he came to a realization of something.
I mean, he discovered who Spider-Man was, potentially.
Yeah, that's
Well, how would he
that's
discover
right.
it just from the handshake?
Well, this random dude knows my special secret handshake. How the fuck does he even know who I am? How does he
That's no
recognize me?
relation to Spider-Man because he's never done it as Spider-Man apart from like No Way Home, which was his
there's no
memory right.
connection between the two.
Like
we
that,
can
like
draw
like
from.
you guys keep trying to say it's like, oh, like it's this equivalent, like, you know, fucking MJ said that it's Peter, so you know it must be that he knows Peter Spider-Man. No, they never did the handshake when this nigga was Spider-Man in the movie, in the entire movie. It's literally just holy shit. It's Peter. I remember Peter's my best friend. He's Spider-Man. Like it's not that complicated.
I don't
Okay, you don't
think
seem to be
the-
able to grasp another interpretation, so I'm going to give up with that conversation.
I want to clarify that I
Holy
don't
fuck, dude.
I don't think that the handshake is something that he associates with Spider-Man. I
does.
just think it's associated that he has a relationship with him and Spider-Man and all that put together. That's all I was trying to say. I don't think it's a connection to Peter Parker specifically. As
They only did that handshake when they were friends, not like even way
Yeah.
before Peter. Like
Yeah, I
he
know.
found out Peter was Spider-Man.
I know. I don't think he associates the handshake with Spider-Man. I think he knows that he's got a connection to this Peter probably Spider-Man, he's got to have some more connection going on, and I think that's what they're trying to convey, but they did it kind of poorly.
So that means that the only implication they have at the end is what me and SK have been trying to argue, which is the fact that he remembers that he's Spider-Man, that's Peter Parker, his best friend. There's genuinely no way around it. I genuinely don't know how you can make another like implication about that. If the writers do, then that's good for them, I guess. Either way, I think it's stupid that they decided to do this in the first place.
I agree. I think that this is a bad choice in general for them to try and bring back MJ and Spider-Man into his life, and I think that kind of undoes the sacrifice that he did in the last movie. I just interpreted it as him piecing everything else together, just not that he has his memories back.
It makes No Way Home and by extension Far From Home pointless, as if they weren't already pointless to begin with.
I agree.
So it's like there's really no point for me to fucking care, especially if Brand New Day was like we're gonna try to do Spider-Man right, and then they just don't.
I suppose that's fair. But all right, I guess.
All right. Any other disagreements about the movie?
I'd like to return to that Jean Grey topic, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
So, are you good?
No, we're just laughing because there's so much like craziness in the discourse. It's all right.
Yeah.
What, like in your chat or something?
No, not my chat. Just in general.
General.
Like, what about Jean Grey?
Yeah, just go on. What's the disagreement?
Oh, okay. Why? I guess could you just lay out, because I didn't hear it because I probably joined after you said it, but about like why you feel the film like has completely absolved her, like redeemed her.
Because all the characters downplay her actions. Peter does
You're
say
not a
she was
killer.
just looking for her sister, even though she's done way more things, even unrelated to that mission. He says you're not a killer, Jean, when she is. And even the Punisher lets her off and says, yeah, she's all right.
You're not a killer, Springtrap.
Like he says the thing Johnny Lawrence says to LaRusso at the end of Karate Kid. Like, what? Punisher would never say that about Jean.
Honestly, it reminded me a lot of the way WandaVision ended.
Yes,
honestly,
yes.
Like, bruh, this is not how you just walk away from this shit.
Yeah, and they're all fine with her like getting off and escaping consequences. They don't treat it like a villain just escaped and they're not taking accountability. They're like, oh, she's gone. Like they want her to leave and not be held accountable.
Not to mention, Jean was doing everything in her power to like make sure Peter was like alive.
Wait, what's that a point against her?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, why is that against her that she was trying to keep?
If she wasn't redeemed, she would probably still feel the same way she did about Spider-Man throughout the entire movie, even before the Aunt May shit.
Well, honestly, I don't think her redemption works.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
If I may also add.
Okay.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. I was just gonna add something. You just say what you're gonna say.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll wait.
I was just gonna say that I'm surprised that the movie didn't even even if Jean didn't kill anyone, even if she didn't kill anyone, I still think she is objectively evil because you're invading the privacy and autonomy of a bunch of different people.
That's agreement.
Yeah, what a great way to introduce. What a
agreement.
Well, no, I just want to say, what a great way to introduce the X-Men. Am I right? Like,
I know.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, okay. God, a lot was said, but I don't disagree. She is a bad person. Like, her actions are awful. What she does and the length she goes to achieve what she wants. I guess where I'm left disagreeing is from what I saw of the film, I don't believe she was being treated as like, oh, she's such a good person now. This is someone who's done terrible things,
they have a memory specifically chosen to tell her you're beautiful, and the reason people love you, it's not because you're special, it's because you're you. That's the memory not just Peter chose, but the writers chose.
Also, the line that Punisher said that, like, oh yeah, she
She's
did
all
everything
right.
to kind of keep you alive.
She's all right.
Peter
That's
walks
like
up to her saying,
Peter
"You're not
Dane."
good,
Yeah.
dude."
So Peter is identifying that this is somebody
Parker.
who's been stripped of the things that built him up to be who he is, i.e., like, you know, a loving family and people who care and want to see the best for him. So of course he's going to show that to her because it's going to give her something that she's been robbed of.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's being done in a way that absolves her of what she's done.
They don't
And
hold her accountable for killing people or doing literal
they
SA.
can't even say that she didn't. I think here's my
Yeah.
problem, right? If you can't
You're not a
even
killer,
say
by the way. You're
that-
not a killer.
If you can't even say what the person did, then that's not accountability. It's not sincere.
Yeah,
That's like,
I'm
if,
not
like
saying
imagine
she-
this, right? Imagine if this entire exchange, like the way Peter describes it, the way Peter talks to her, right? Imagine if all that dialogue, and obviously what Frank says, saying she's all right. Imagine if all that dialogue was said for the Green Goblin. You understand?
Yeah.
Like, oh, to Green
Goblin, you killed my girlfriend, but you're not a killer.
You're not a killer. You're not a killer, Norman. Norman was just
You killed my girlfriend, but you're
Norman
not
was
a
just
killer.
trying to protect his company.
I think that's kind of
and
a
then you
false
got
comparison.
it's I don't think it is, and we'll get into that. But like, just imagine the dialogue where May is there and she says to Norman, "You're beautiful, and the people who love you, they don't love you because you're special. They love you because you're you." And
it's
he
just
gets
Willem
let off,
Dafoe's
and then Punisher's
goofy
like,
ass
"Yeah,
face.
Norman's all right." Like, that is just
Norman's-
so bizarre.
Norman's issue though wasn't the fact that he's a misguided, like he's a villainous teenager who's been robbed of, you know, their family and is taking gross actions to get it back. So doing that to Norman, having him do a turnabout, wouldn't just be silly, it's completely out of character. Peter in that scene is trying to make an appeal to Jean to get her to stop going into
Yeah, but the
horrific villain territory.
problem is that saying she's not a killer, that's just inauthentic inherently. Saying you don't kill people when they very clearly have, like that, why would you even say that?
Because he doesn't want her to kill more people.
So say you don't have to kill
So-
more people, say that.
Yeah, don't lie.
Okay, we can scrutinize the exact words he says, but I don't see
Well, the
an issue with
wording
him trying
plays
to
into
talk her off
my
of-
interpretation.
He's
of how the-
lying.
It's part of how the film is framing the situation.
Yeah, he lied.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
he
what
lit-
the
yeah,
writers are
it's like-
saying right
it's
now
like
as
flap
well.
lying
They're
about the
saying
movie,
she
right,
didn't kill
Kyrie?
anybody, and she didn't kill anyone. That's what they're coming out
Right,
and
but
saying.
doesn't that get kind of flown in the face when you have Frank argue to Peter, no, she has like done things, I need to kill her.
But no, because the opposite
No,
is
it's
shown
just
later.
that-
Punisher says she's all right. He praises her
He doesn't-
character, which he would never do.
He doesn't say she's not a killer. I agree.
But he says
it's-
she's all right, like as a person,
Yeah.
even though she's basically killed so many people.
She made him kill innocent people, or at least shoot at them.
No, she doesn't
Yeah,
make him
he
kill
shot-
anybody.
Well, he shot two dudes in their kneecaps and was like, "I'll put a bullet in your head if you move."
She made a
Like,
guy
it was
walk in
really
traffic
bad.
and get hit by a car.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
and
just
then
talking
she
about Punisher.
essayed Peter with Mary Jane, which was just foul.
Just the
It was
idea
really-
of body jacking is also just morally apprehensible in of itself. And she was getting to do that
Really-
before her sister was even taken.
Her and her sister were, yeah, her and her sister bodyjacking is, you know, definitely a morally black thing to do. But they were on the run, trying to live and practice their powers. Was it an ethical way of doing it? No. But I don't think just because it displays them doing it, it's the film giving them a pat on the back for it.
Yeah. But at the same time, I feel like it's just like the worst way to bring Jean Grey into the MCU, especially like when it's supposed to be one of your main
Is it?
stars in the next X-Men movie.
Isn't Jean Grey meant to be sort of start out quite a chaotic figure that Professor X has to
Yeah,
set
not
up?
evil.
I mean, it's just irrelevant.
Really? The Phoenix?
He's just a
It's
blatant
just
villain.
it's relevant.
I think the problem is that
Phoenix?
because she's meant to be like an X-Men character,
What does Dark Phoenix have anything to do with it? Isn't that later?
That's
That's
way
not
later.
early on. What the fuck?
That's foundational to why Professor X like intervenes with her, because it is.
Yes, but this is
the
an
important
introduction
stuff
to
for
Jean
her.
Grey in the MCU. That's different. This isn't Dark
The
Phoenix.
Phoenix Force has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that's not Dark
This is
Phoenix.
Jean Grey saying,
Phoenix
"Fuck it, I'm
Force.
gonna kill some people."
Well, Professor X takes in the mutants to help them be, have a home and be less, lost with how to deal with their powers. So setting up mutant characters who are lost, who are chaotic with their powers and need guidance is a good way to bring it in.
Yeah, not killing people.
I think
Because that just like what?
So none of the mutants should kill people.
To be honest, I disagree
The
with
whole
that.
point is that they don't want to. What the fuck?
Well,
You
I
have issues
disagree
with characters like Wolverine, then, right?
I think honestly.
Are you stupid?
Hey, yo,
I'm just asking a
calm down.
question, dude. I'm just asking.
I
don't know why you have to get.
Bro,
the
what the
actual point-
what the fuck am I
Hold on.
listening to?
Well, I
Okay,
think the
okay.
actual point would be just like the actual crux of what's wrong is that Jean, like, it doesn't hold her properly accountable. That's the point. That's the point.
Yeah, it's the
they,
same
they
thing as Wonder
minimize
Woman.
the impact of her actions. She doesn't actually take accountability for them either. Nobody
Also,
thinks she
the
needs
point
to
I-
be turned
also,
in,
the point-
to face justice for it.
Also, the point I was trying to make was that even then, most mutants don't really want to kill humans unless it's fucking Magneto. You can make a case for Wolverine all you want. Wolverine is completely different to like your average mutant. Having this be an introduction to your mutants in the MCU is already like a kind of a red flag, because first off, it's not a fucking X-Men movie, it's a Spider-Man movie. And even then, why is she acting so like needlessly evil? That's my point.
Why? Someone's.
Oh my
Well,
god.
yeah, it's never developed in the film either. Why is she so evil towards random people? So obsessed with
Yeah.
Spider-Man from the jump.
To the point where she takes over some random bitch's mind and
I
just
am
forces someone to get made.
you. Fuck me, that's too loud.
Brother,
That was a
tell
bit
him to mute me or tell him to mute me or I'm
Jesus,
kicking him
why
out of the
would I
fucking
listen to
call.
that if he's just gonna
Wait, hold on.
deep throat
Alright,
your mic?
unmute him. PJ,
Yeah?
keep it quiet.
Next time you do that shit, I'm kicking you out of the fucking VC because I'm literally in the middle of talking. What I'm trying to fucking tell you,
Dude, if you're gonna
but you
scream down
keep.
the mic, I'm gonna mute you. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, cool. Are you done?
Yo.
Nice.
Alright, unmute him. We need to be able
Yo,
to hear each
unmute. Did he mute me again?
No, I haven't.
other. Okay.
Okay. Then I already forgot about my point because this fucking retard just kept talking over me.
Stop. Just don't. No.
Whatever, bro. Continue what you were saying.
You were talking.
No, I literally, yo, you do not track. Holy shit. I
Alright,
literally
alright.
said I forgot what I was gonna say because you just kept fucking talking over me. So thanks a lot, jackass.
Okay, I'm sorry I made you lose focus.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, buddy. I'm sure you are.
Alright, that's enough.
All right,
I'm not
That's enough,
actually
PJs.
trying to.
Yo,
like,
yo,
add
yo,
more
yo, yo,
results.
Yeah,
yo,
I'm sure you are.
PJ, that's actually enough, man.
Alright.
All right, yeah, I'm done.
It's not that deep.
So,
Okay,
so-
to make this clear, no muting any of the major people in Disagreement Day, but at the same time, no calling people retards unprompted and insulting.
Look,
I mean,
look,
it's pretty.
will-
I mean, Liam, it is pretty annoying. I mean, they also did the same thing with you, interrupting you constantly, especially when you're in the middle of saying
Alright,
a
but
fucking point. It is
to
pretty
be fair,
frustrating.
those were worked out. Well, I'm pretty sure those were worked out. Let's just get back to the topic.
Also,
They
I would
weren't.
just-
I was
look,
talking.
We'll just get
Okay,
back to.
look, I would just say, I'm guessing. Look, I will just say, look, okay, I promise I won't mute people who are. I get. What did you say? Like moderators or like the the authorities, whatever. I'm just saying, I don't think what I'm doing is unfair. If you're going to make extremely loud noise down the microphone, I'm not going to listen to that.
Okay, so if you click
Okay.
on any of our names, if it says host, you can't. Just don't no
Oh
muting
my God.
those. Okay.
All right. Let's,
Okay, I'm just saying down. I
back-
don't think it's unfair standards because I like to keep my ears working.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
fair.
you
That's-
just I just recommend turning them down. Like I think there's a volume on them as well.
yeah.
just to be
Let's get back
fair.
to the discussion. Okay. So the reason I think Jean is being absolved of her actions is because, well, Spider-Man does. He downplays it directly. And
When does he downplay it? What do you mean downplay?
Well, on 2 occasions he says, well, the first one he says she was just trying to find her sister, and then later he says, Frank, we were wrong about everything. She's just trying to find her sister. Which is like what?
I sort of just
Yeah, that's fair.
I sort of
I
took it
forgot those
more
lines.
as like, oh, this isn't as cut and dry as like she's just the antagonist and needs to be dealt with. There's like more to the case, more than like he's
Yeah, but
forgotten
the
everything
problem,
she's done.
the problem is that she's still a villain regardless of her backstory or her trying to find her sister.
Yeah, I get that, but
Like
in the
she's done
scenario
things
where you're
that
trying
are
to convince,
unnecessary to that goal. She just did random evil things that had nothing to do with it. And again,
in a-
they literally had Peter saying, "You're not a killer, Jean," when she is.
yeah, I'm just saying, in a scenario where you're trying to get someone like Frank to do a heel turn, you're not going to add in 1,000,001 caveats when you believe like her life is at risk.
What do you
like
mean?
you're going to try to get it out. Well, because when he's like summing it up to Frank, it's trying to get Frank to, heel turn on like, yeah, job's done. She's been arrested. Like, why do we need to deal with it? And it's like, no, she's not. She's not been dealt with. We need to help her. You're not going to then add in like 1,000,001 arguments to punish her, especially of like, yeah, she did this, she did that. You just want to make it as quick and succinct as possible. Of like,
He's downplaying it
I
as much
messed
as
up, she's in
possible to make
trouble.
sure that someone as unreasonable as Frank will like let off, so we can actually operate.
Yeah,
and
but he's
cooperate with
still
Peter properly.
downplaying it beforehand.
Look, okay, like basically the point
when
I'm trying to make
Punisher's
is,
not
I'm assuming
there.
we don't believe it's in character for Peter to find out what he learns about Jean's history and what Damage Control are going to do to her, and go, well, she's been arrested, she's evil, job done, right?
Well, I mean, it would be in character if he simply just said that Damage Control is behind, like basically just detailing that Damage Control is behind something. Let me handle it. This is above your pay grade. Like he could just say that. And the reason I mention that line is not to just take it in isolation. I'm looking at like the combination of how the film frames Jean Grey as a character. That's just one piece of the puzzle. He also says that privately to MJ and Ned. It also is mentioned to Jean, where he's like, you're not a killer. Like again, that's just them two interacting. And then what else? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, Frank saying she's all right.
Yeah. So I guess to go on the not a killer thing, to my just to be sorry, give me a minute. I need to have a drink.
Well, I feel like we're shifting points. Well, what about the just want to find her sister? Are we like moving on from that?
Oh, we can say that if you want. I didn't mean to shift it like that.
No, you weren't. I'm well, what's the take on that? Because the argument presented is that what was it again? The reason he's framing it as charitable as possible is to get Frank to cooperate with him. Is that contested in any way for you, SK?
Why that specific instance? No, I already addressed this beforehand. It's one piece of a larger puzzle because again, he states she was just trying to find her sister when Punisher's not there. He says that to MJ.
All right, so I guess we're just gonna move on. And
Yeah, it's
see if
it's
the,
still like a
other pieces
reflection
work,
of what
I
he
guess.
thinks. I don't think the fact he's saying this to Punisher has any weight, especially since again he literally says you're not a killer.
No, yeah, I get you. The other pieces need to be debunked before we can have the interpretation of making Punisher cooperate.
Yeah.
Alrighty, yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
so where are we now?
I guess I was trying to keep track myself, but yeah,
Mhm.
fucking not a killer. You're not a killer, Frank.
Okay, that would be insane if he said it to Frank.
Well, I think
It'd be funny,
it's
though.
worse that he says it to Jean. Jean is blatantly worse.
I don't know about
Jean
Punisher's more of a killer,
Jean
to be
kills
fair.
innocent people. Frank kills bad people.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Oh.
That's the fundamental difference
that's a
here.
fairly obvious difference.
I don't know if that justifies his his serial
Yeah.
killing.
No, I'm not
shit,
saying
though.
it
It's still
justifies. I'm
so
not saying it
fucking
justifies
evil.
it. I'm saying it
I-
creates a difference here, right? I'm saying it'd be
Also,
worse
Frank's
if it was
like
said to Jean, because Jean is killing
Also-
innocent people. Frank just kills bad people.
Like, I'm not again.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I'm
just to be
just
clear,
making fun of it. Let's
just to be clear,
continue.
so it's not misconstrued. I do believe what Jean does is villainous. Like, she is a villain in the film, but I do think it's a bit of a. I'm not sure how much I can agree with your parallel with like, or your comparison to Punisher, since like he's a full-grown adult with like multiple mass graves in his like body bag, whereas she's like a teenage girl having a superpowered tantrum. Like, they're two.
Well, it's not
different
just some
extremes.
tantrum, right? She went out of her way to make calculated moves to, just cause harm to people. Like moving a guy in front of a taxi. Like, where was that
Wait.
necessary to her revenge or finding her sister?
I genuinely want to ask this question just because we keep talking about Jean Grey like she's some kid. How old is she in the movie?
I don't know.
They
Like,
said, to be fair, they said she was a
I
kid.
think she's 16.
Well, but what does that mean?
they called Wanda a
she's
kid
16.
until war.
It means that
Yeah.
she's 16.
They said
She's
teen- they said
16?
teenager. They said
They
teenager.
say no. They say
Yeah.
teenager specifically.
I don't think they said
No
that.
fucking way.
I thought when they pulled her
So
name up
Peter
on the
got
DVD-
sexually assaulted by a teenager.
Yes.
Fucking stupid. And she
So-
never apologized for it.
Oh my god. It is canon that MCU Spider-Man has kissed a minor before.
By
I
accident.
want to think about that.
Yes.
Yeah, he's accidentally a pedophile.
Well.
What?
I don't know if I'd go there. I don't know if I'd go
Yeah, I'm
that
kidding.
far.
I'm kidding.
That's it.
I feel like you're. I think you've extended the joke a little too out.
That's crazy.
That shit is fucked.
No, I hate.
I thought she
hate
was
the
generally
decision,
around-
too. I hate the decision. Just
Why
just
isn't
be
she
clear.
not just around Peter's age? That's just so weird.
Because I
Well,
think
because
that
it-
the MCU is going for a younger X-Men because of what they've stated, especially like with the casting that they've done. I think it's supposed to be like a teenage X-Men and not like the older X-Men like we've
And-
been getting.
They're
I'm
also
actually.
trying to
Isn't it
make
called
her-
adultery or something when like a kid sexually assaults a adult?
No, I think
Like, what would
that's
that be
kinda
called?
I don't know what. Let's move on. Let's.
Yeah,
Let's
can
move
we
on to
can
the
we
next
shuffle
Christ.
forward? So
Move on to
anyway,
No,
the
SK,
reason-
we're getting a new crime under
Be
her
quiet.
belt.
Be
It will
quiet.
strengthen your
Be
point,
quiet.
dog.
You need to be
Jesus
quiet.
Christ.
Quiet. You need to be
Okay,
quiet.
I refuse because you can't get a crime under a belt on that kind of basis. So
What?
What?
because
Wait,
you
what?
can't. I'm not. No, we're moving on. We said we're moving on from pedophile debate. We're not doing this. So anyway,
Well, that's the equivalent of
the
saying,
reason for
"Trust
her-
me, I'm not a minor," and having sex with them,
Oh,
right?
stop,
That's like
stop,
almost the
stop,
equivalent.
I'm not
Stop,
engaging.
stop,
I'm moving
stop,
on. So
stop.
basically,
I'm dead at stop. Stop.
making her like a teenager, I don't think is a bad idea for what they use her for in this film. Because if you make her say the age she is in the X-Men, her actions become far like worse because now she's like a full-grown adult who can make choices fully within her own encumbrance, and she still chooses some heinous actions. Making her younger makes it more reasonable to
Well, that
go.
makes me question
okay.
if the Punisher would even be okay with killing her. I always thought the Punisher would have some kind of exception for kids.
So actually, that's
No,
one of my
I feel like
complaints
with this
with
case, I don't think
their.
he has reason to be restrained on it.
That's one of my complaints with this version of Punisher. Actually, Liam, is I don't have one of my problems is they don't spend any real time having them assess his feelings on when it's right and wrong to shoot Jean, because he's got especially young girls are like a big deal to him. So the fact that he so effortlessly made the choice and it's never examined felt very missing for him in that film.
You could just argue he flat out just wouldn't do that based off his character.
I can believe he would with how extreme it got. I just would have liked them to have assessed it a bit more in his final scene when he's unloading the situation with Peter, because I just don't
surprised he
believe.
didn't bring it
Well, that's
made
another
it
thing too.
lightly.
Even if he thought he had to, he wouldn't want to. He would
No, yeah.
He would not be comfortable doing it because he was perfectly comfortable doing it in the movie. He was okay with murdering a child. What the fuck are they doing?
I would have liked if he had a bit of
Holy
hesitation.
shit, this movie's
or
awful.
something.
I was honestly
to be
surprised
fair,
that
he
Peter
said that
even
she's
worked with
dangerous,
Punisher at all.
what she could do. I think he would probably think he has to because, she's expanding the whole
Yeah,
system.
but even if he Yeah, but even if he thought he had to do it, he should never be comfortable doing it. He was so comfortable doing it in the movie. He didn't give it a second thought.
I would want. I would
guess
want
that's
if we
fair,
ever
yeah.
if we ever saw him again.
That's a
I-
that's
like,
a
if we
child
ever-
that like was like is like what generally would be the like around the same age as his daughter by this point. That's just fucking weird. I don't think he would just go, yeah, I'm just gonna kill her.
I definitely don't think I can believe he would like just do that, like, you know.
Oh, it's
macho, I'm
even
just
worse
gonna-
once you realize she's a victim of essentially the 1%ers and the government covering something up.
Well, actually, there's another complaint I have with the film, but I'm not gonna say it quite
That's
yet. so I can
literally
finish my
how his
point.
daughter died and his family died.
Yeah. But
And
finish
he
my
and,
point.
he's comfortable killing her. That's actually no. I'm not okay with this. I don't think he would
Can I-
fucking just do that the way he did in the movie.
I think he would do it, but I would imagine he would like have to really consider it heavily.
Either way, this is fucking character assassination. That's all I'm gonna say.
I
It's
can
horrible.
believe he would do something, like he would make an absolute choice, but I don't believe he'd go unburdened by it, and I'd need to see them have him like grapple with it later.
Yo, SK, you just need to make a part 2 to your brand new day video just to bring up. Oh yeah, by the way, it's actually really fucked how Punisher handled murdering a child.
Yeah, I mean,
Part 2 of the video, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mo-
I
the
mean,
mo-
why don't
is-
maybe Lee can make a video on why Punisher was destroyed, and there you go.
League doesn't acknowledge this movie even exists, dog.
So League,
Fuck
so
that.
officially League is not going to address Brand New Day. They're not going to address the elephant in the room.
No, I'm gonna do something about. I'm gonna do an Arkham-based video. Then I'm thinking about doing a general Spider-Man-esque video. Fuck this stupid Brand New Day shit. But it's trendy. But it's trendy. Trend my balls. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, okay, so
to go.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry, I was going to ask what you had. Next.
Sorry. Let's go back to top. Let's go back to topic. I'm sorry. It just blew my mind thinking about Punisher murdering children.
Wait, so who are we? I think we all just stepped away to let the other take the floor. So who do we want to?
No, so yeah, what on the whole Jean Grey thing? I mean, would
Yeah.
you agree that the movie is not like that? It kind of downplays her decisions and how bad she is.
I think with like the way you've explained where you're coming from, I can see how people can walk away with that sense. I think I'd need to give it another look through and think about your perspective to like go, I agree with you, because the way the situation panned out for me, I definitely believe, yeah, she obviously gets away without like what she should probably take, which is an arrest. But I didn't feel like it was the film giving her sort of the same kind of pat on the back some other characters in Marvel properties have gotten before. It felt a bit like, you know, Spidey's been shot, she's keeping him alive. Frank is obviously distraught that he's killed a good person. And so just in that like hubbub, she got away to like sit alone on a bus. I didn't really go away from it feeling like she was being absolved. I just went away from it feeling like the heroes of the film had so much regret in them that they were focused on other situations.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess we'll move on. Is there any other disagreements on the movie as a whole that someone wants to point out?
Well, are we done with the Jean Grey discussion?
I assume so. Yeah. He said he wants to
think
like
it's just
look at it again to really have like a conclusive takeaway.
Well, I guess I could add, like, do you see where I'm coming from? I suppose. I could add that.
No, I see. Yeah.
Okay.
I will say, there's something you and PJ said I disagreed on when I was muted. It was about one of y'all said like Jean Grey's her evil actions are not justified in the movie, like based on her character. I don't agree with that at all. I think they're pretty well justified.
How so?
Wait, do you mean when you say justified?
though.
When you say justified,
She
do you mean like explained or like they
Explained based off her viewpoint.
Okay.
Like she literally does.
Developed at all.
It's developed. It's developed. It is developed, just not that much or that well. But like, obviously the flashback is telling you that like humanity fears and will hunt down and mistreat people that are different. And she sees that when you know, how they take away her sister and how she's been abandoned her whole life. So she sees that she sees that people that are not normal as outcasts that are mistreated by the rest, and the rest like will do anything in their power to hurt these people like her. That's why she acts out and thinks it's okay to start using them as puppets and killing them in the movie.
She
even explains this before. She even explains this with you know, I think it was the fight with the hand in the end of the movie.
I think she says it earlier as well, because she takes a very like us versus them mentality towards Peter's
that's my
creation
problem,
of that
right?
power
So-
cure chip.
No, I agree. She argues from an us versus them point of view, but the problem is that she's taking joy in taking over the Hulk and Spider-Man, mocking their trauma and making them suffer as well. Like,
To-
wouldn't you
to
want
add to
people
what's-
on your side?
To add to what SK is saying, like, even before she was hunting down for her sister, she was excited about the idea of just body snatching people.
Yeah, but that's because of her abandonment issues that her and her sister
And
share.
also, like, she's a kid who's got, like, let's be fair, a pretty
The,
fun
the,
power
reason
to
the
have.
reason why both of them are probably like orphans is because they're mutants, or at least that's how they see it. So that's why they're doing that in the beginning of that flashback. They just always had that ideology based off their living situation.
Yeah, I don't think it's
For Hulk and Peter, that's stupid. Like I don't know how to defend that. But
Well, that's why
we
I
were
think
talking
it's-
more so
it's-
about her killing people.
Well, that's why I think it's
and like
poorly
doing the
developed.
actual like
they
you
don't
know.
they don't establish that she has like a proper line. She just ow, what the hell?
You okay?
Sorry.
You good?
I'm good. She just does it like at complete random. Like it just seems indiscriminate. She just does it just to do it, which communicates.
Well, there's
to
a
me-
justification for Spider-Man, not the Hulk. Because with the Hulk, I'm completely lost. With Spider-Man, she thinks P's a hypocrite.
Well, there's a problem with that, right? From her perspective, well, one, what has Spider-Man actually done to work for damage control? From the very beginning, all he did was fight off a tank that was threatening innocent lives, and he's the local
That's enough
superhero.
to-
Of course, he's gonna do that.
Yeah, I agree. No, yeah, her conclusion's stupid, but her conclusion is he's a hypocrite because he's different like her, but he's willing to work for people that hunt other people that are different. Basically, like a race trader kind of like thing.
Yeah,
is how
but
she
yeah.
sees it.
Yeah, but like, what if?
You know,
so
like
has she ever-
Lucas versus what Brandon Tatum or something.
Yeah, but
like that.
Yeah, but imagine what's her perspective on if she just told Spider-Man, "Hey, my sister is captured. Can you help me? Do you still like damage control?" Like that's the problem here. They don't address that.
No, yeah, she's she's stupid as fuck and it's badly written. But what I'm contesting the argument that it's not justified or elaborated why she's like this in the story. It is.
Yeah,
it's
but-
just
but-
poorly done.
Well, you're
I
saying
don't
it's
agree
because
with
she
the idea
thinks
that
that
she-
Spider-Man is a hypocrite. But one, she's already toying with him just because he intervened one time. And two, the only time he quote-unquote worked with damage control is when he had a conversation with them. One that I don't even think she's privy to.
No, yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just contesting when either you or PJ were trying to say that she doesn't have like a reason at all. She does have a reason. You could say it's badly written, and I
Well-
agree. But there
well,
is
it
like
dials
a
back
reason
to
portrayed in the movie.
That's the larger point we're making here.
What's the larger
I didn't
point?
even argue that she didn't have a reason. My argument was just that she's unsympathetic because of the fact that she kills. Even if she has a reason, it's how the film frames her and how she frames herself that's just very like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, and she's
No,
got
yeah,
the
especially if this is your
her-
debut for the X-Men. Like,
And
that's just
No, yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think-
her reasoning isn't even inherently sympathetic anyways. Her reasoning just like gives her an explanation why she would have it. It's just a contradiction with what they're trying to do anyways. It's just weird. But my point is like there is a reason. There is reasoning behind her actions for the most part.
Yeah, but when we break down, like, I ask you why, regarding her motivation, or like why she thinks Spider-Man is a hypocrite, and it just falls apart. My
No,
whole
yeah, the
point is that
reason
it's
why the reason why she believes in this stuff is stupid, but she still has those reasons. They're just dumb.
Well, yeah, that's my whole point. It's that it's not properly developed. Like, why is she so
Yeah, I
obsessed
agree.
with torturing everybody, including Peter, the Hulk, Why does she never like
Wait,
even
what'll she
try to
do to
explain
torture
herself?
Hulk?
Why does she not try bringing
Bring Hulk
other
back.
superheroes onto her side for sympathy? Like that's never developed. She just does things. It just all comes
Well,
across
she
as
doesn't.
random.
Well, because she believes like
is-
anyone who doesn't.
You know what's funny? A
immediately see her as
way to
gangster.
to easily fix that issue is if you just mention the name mutant, because those two aren't mutants.
Well, yeah, I mean, but she still tries to compare herself to Spider-Man because, you know, half human, half spider, and Damage Control goes after people.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, it's so easy to fix this issue if they mentioned, like, that she's just a blatant mutant supremacist, which is what I thought they were trying, like, that is blatantly what they're trying to say, just without saying the word mutant. Because
Well,
then you could just argue, you know, Spider-Man and Hulk aren't mutants, and she's a mutant supremacist.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, as
I don't
well,
think
like, I
that's-
compared it to Magneto in Days of Future Past in the video. What's interesting about Magneto is that he actually tries to work with other mutants. He tries to bring them onto his side because he realizes, like, you know, they're going through the same thing that I am. So why would I want to torment these people? Sure, yeah, like sure, he goes after Wolverine and Xavier, you know, whoever tries to go after him, but that's because they're directly in his way. Like, he's explained himself. They all know why he's doing what he's doing. They know his backstory, but they're still like gonna step in his way. So of course, at that point, he's like, okay, well, I can't work with that. He doesn't want to, you know, destroy them. Like that's not ideal for him, but he believes that's a necessity. And what's interesting in Days of Future Past is how he tries to basically get the world of mutants to revolt, you know, come to his side, overthrow humanity. Like, I think all of that works. Even though he's villainous, it makes sense as to why he's doing, he's handling it the way he's handling it. There's
And he's
enough
also,
about his character.
like-
We
for us
gotta
to
do a watch
understand it.
party of fucking First Class.
We
I love
do.
that movie.
We do.
He's
First
also-
Class, I love First Class.
Such
I
a
love Days
fire
of Future Past
movie.
as well.
Ma-
Not as good as
Magneto-
First Class, but you know.
Magneto's one of the best live-action Marvel villains, like, of all time, bro.
Yeah, ignoring the bad movies, yeah. Magneto's really...
Writing aside sometimes.
Yeah, Magneto's really good in, like, especially First Class and Days of Future Past. I was actually thinking about this while I was editing the video. If they made her more like Magneto, that'd probably be annoying to people, but it would be a more functional character.
I think that would make her worse.
I would say she would at least be functional. In the
Because-
movie, she's just in Brand New Day, she's just non-functional.
I think you're kind of. I feel like, look, I'm not saying. I feel like that's kind of a overexertion of her flaws because if you made her more like Magneto, Magneto is a lot more meticulous. He's a lot more intentional. He's achieving like a new world order, like a regime he wants for the world. It makes sense for a man who's like 70 or whatever in like his own
I don't
stories.
even
to
think
that
that's
highly.
I don't even think that's
Jeans.
what SK means. I think he means that if Jean at first had the hatred for humans, that I kind of outcasted her, you know, like normal, like more oh my god, I can't speak, like fucking Magneto would. But then over time, like kind of learned that like, okay, maybe I shouldn't do this. Unlike Magneto, who just hates humans altogether, who aren't mutants.
Yeah, and I'm more so talking about like Magneto's, like how Magneto wants to bring the mutants onto his side.
I think
As Lucas said,
I think
build a
also
better
Mystique
world.
kind of fit. I think Mystique does that idea better too, because like, you know, it's less, you know, big, like, you know, mature Magneto shit. It is like, you know, she feels super outcasted, and then, you know, then eventually she, like, you know, learns to like
I
not
think
be evil or whatever. I think it fits Mystique better if I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
Because Magneto
But
is more so he literally wants world change. I don't think Jean wants world change. She just has a viewpoint to justify her actions.
I think with like Jean and such, having her take on like she basically does take on a mentality of sort of like, you know, as we already said, an us versus them. She just doesn't care to have Peter, someone who states like, I'm never gonna stop coming for you, on her team. She doesn't want Bruce initially there. She just wants to march in and get her sister, and she takes people who impede that progress as enemies.
Bruce didn't impede her. He wasn't involved at all.
Yeah, she went out
I wasn't
of her way to go
including.
after.
I wasn't
She said,
including
"Let's
Bruce
go to
in the.
Empire State University," just to
I
go
w-
after him. She went out of her way to do it.
Yeah, I will. I'm not including Bruce as someone who's trying to impede her. By the time
Oh,
she
okay.
brings in Bruce, it's just, that's just her going, well, I'm just going to bust into damage control. Here's my here's my ticket.
Well, my problem with
Jean Grey is literally fucking Plankton in the SpongeBob movie. You know how it's like clearly Plankton's obviously best plan and most effective one is Plan Z? It's like the very last thing he'll ever do. That's fucking Jean Grey, bro.
That's true.
It's like breaking the damage control, just find her. Fucking Plan Z, bro. That's literally what happened.
Well, it literally is Plan Z because she mentions her sister's name at the end. Only at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not sure I don't find much of an issue with her mention of her
What,
sister.
that she didn't mention? She conveniently left out the fact her sister was kidnapped in this entire exchange, but she thinks to bring it up right at the end when she's about to be knocked out.
But it seemed more like she was, upset more than she was trying to get it across to somebody. Because most of her interactions with Spider-Man is what was it? Their first interaction is basically, "Oh, my powers don't work on you." Okay, well, how else can I get you to not get my way? And then every other interaction is just her trying to get Peter to basically bend to the knee and be like, "Look, I am far beyond you. Just get out my way," and less damage is caused.
Well, no, she tries
also-
to explain herself in the scene about VMAX. She conveniently leaves out the whole purpose behind VMAX, which is really weird. Especially since he's the local superhero. He helped save the universe. You're not gonna tell him, "Hey, my sister was kidnapped. That's why I'm doing this. I'm just trying to find her. Can you help me find her?" It's dumb.
lemon scented. Break into damage control.
I mean, considering the fact she had multiple times to talk to Peter one-on-one on shit, she could have easily been like, "Hey, my sister's missing," instead of kissing him in MJ's body.
Yeah, exactly. She had so many opportunities to say that, and it's not explained. It's really dumb.
Well, technically, it's explained.
Yeah,
doesn't
technically,
really-
just like they
she also
explain how
doesn't have a
Kingpin is back
reason.
and born again.
She
Yeah,
doesn't
we have
really
to
have a-
change it. It
Somehow
is
Kingpin
explained. It's
was
just
just-
poorly explained. It's just
Yeah,
so
Kingpin's
badly
probably
explained.
She also doesn't she doesn't have a reason to believe Peter would be on her side. Since
Why? So
superhero?
she thinks she thinks if she tells Peter, "Hey, my sister was captured," which she basically mentions at the end anyway, she thinks that's not gonna do anything to change Spider-Man's decisions. I don't buy that at all.
So the rest of the
given
world
no
didn't
reason for us to
care
believe
about
that.
the rest of the world didn't care about her plight when she and her sister were wandering the streets. The rest of the world
Yeah, but
didn't
she
care when
believes
she was
that someone
alone.
like Spider-Man would understand that because he's a half human, half spider.
Spider-Man himself is so ingrained with places like damage control that he can just stroll into their main offices, no issue.
Well, based on what? He's been there one time.
Right, and their policy is just shoot on sight if you don't unmask, and yet he was allowed to stroll. So he's clearly got a very strong reputation with basically any facet of
Not really, because if that was the case, they would have just let him in. This is the first time he was
They
ever
did.
left in. I mean, honestly, when she took over the guard at damage control, after the tank chase, she could have just said, "Hey, Spider-Man, my sister was kidnapped. Can you help me out?" Again, never explain.
You
why
can
she can't do
argue. You can argue that he's pro damage control because of the events of Homecoming.
that. Why is that?
He was actively going out of his way to hunt down the Vulture, who was specifically going after damage control.
I mean, the Vulture,
Vulture's
the
not
Vulture
damage
was,
control.
he was causing he was selling weapons and shit. I think that's a whole different thing than, damage control. Especially since damage control was on Spider-Man's ass. They hunted him in No Way Home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Well, is
I
that
don't know what. So that
publicly
actually
known?
makes it worse for her. Thanks for the 10, Baku. Have you seen Comic Lad's defense against the criticism of Brand New Day? If you haven't, you should react to it if you have the free time. I might do that. I do have a video.
Wait,
pulled up
I
for
just-
when-
I just realized something. Is that even publicly a known thing anymore because of the spell? Because wouldn't they have an arrest warrant for Peter Parker and not Spider-Man?
No, they were, because the reason is that they would still say Spider-Man killed Mysterio. They still remember Mysterio, and by Hunted and No Way Home, I'm not even talking about just the Mysterio thing. I'm also talking about how they hunted him, like in the climax. Spider-Man was a wanted
the
man in
Mysterio
No
thing
Way
is
Home.
considered a the Mysterio thing is considered a conspiracy theory that the Damage Control didn't have an arrest warrant on them.
Yeah, but in the third act, they were hunting down Spider-Man based on Jameson's report. They went there. They tried to.
Yeah, they had reason to believe he was doing something illegal, and that's would be and the warrant would be for Peter Parker. If the spell like works as stupidly as it does, wouldn't it just like erase fucking I don't know the Peter Parker warrant?
I mean, we don't even need to go that. We don't even need to go that far for it because we can agree at the end of we can agree at the end of Far From Home, Peter was being hunted, but over the course of 2 films, clearly he's not under that same kind of scrutiny or standing. He's clearly got a very close relationship with basically all of New York's protections.
Yeah, but like with Damage
Control
after 5
specifically,
years, that's never touched upon.
Well, no, yeah, Peter would still have his problems with Damage Control. My argument would simply just be, like, if you want to put this in good faith, like, not even good faith, if you want to, like, steelman the Jean Grey problems, I mean, like, I guess you could say she knows that he, actively went to, help, Damage Control against the Vulture, like, during his early career, and the times where Damage Control is hunting or shooting at Spider-Man wouldn't even be remembered because that was when they were going after Peter Parker.
Also, he's been close with several other.
They
forms
mentioned
of,
the Statue of
damage
Liberty
control
incident, where I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't even know what the spell made them remember or not, because they remember the Statue of Liberty shit. They remember the condo fight, I'd presume. I mean, they'd have to. There's evidence all over anyway. And I'm pretty sure Jameson said Spider-Man, like when he reported that.
I think in the case of things like the spell, I think no one will disagree that the films have done a pretty poor job of establishing what the aftermath of it was and the knock-on effects.
Yeah, I'd
so
agree with that.
we've got a rather.
No Way Home, but yeah.
We've got.
that's kind of important for the sequel to No Way Home.
No, I agree, but I think it means we've got. I think it means we have a very unfortunate situation where it does sort of lean into interpretations for elements involving that until the film.
Oh yeah,
gives
that is pretty aggravating. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the reasons why
it's a bit like the snap situation. They haven't done enough to justify it. Sorry, Hellblazer.
Well, the snap I think is actually more understandable after Endgame.
Yeah, I would say so.
I think the only one that messed it up really, and as far as understanding, Far From Home, I can't remember. I can't remember how else it was addressed, to be honest. But I know Far From Home created an issue with it in terms of where they spawn once they come back.
I think Far From Home was the only one that full on tried to tackle it.
But it's more like a joke than anything.
Setting that aside, we'll get back on topic. Cause
I think another thing you could actually argue now that I'm just throwing out ideas. Even though Peter Parker wouldn't be remembered, they remember stuff Spider-Man did in the movies. Wouldn't they know that he has a close association with Iron Man?
Yeah. But then again,
isn't
Iron Man,
Tony responsible for Damage Control?
He was, but then they were at odds in No Way Home. Like his company and Damage Control. So if anything, that would play into that would just make it would muddy the waters even more for that claim that he's working for Damage Control. And again,
if anything, I don't know. He would inherently have a vested interest to not like Damage Control.
Yeah. But I mean, going further with that, right? The problem is that she still tries to quote-unquote explain herself, saying, since you're a simple spider, let me spell it out for you. But she just mentions VMAX, doesn't mention that her sister was kidnapped. Like, the most important factor in all of this.
All she says to Peter is that they don't like us because we're different. I'm like, okay.
So why didn't you tell him?
The way I saw it was she's doing that stupid power trip thing of just VMAX look it up, not realizing that even if Peter looks it up, he's not going to discover there's a secret project harvesting superpowered people like she believes.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, did it not come through?
Yeah, I didn't fully hear that.
Sorry. The way I took it was like her insisting upon the VMAX idea is she's like, well, if you actually give a shit about the situation, look up VMAX, because in her perspective, it's like, well, if you
Well, from
look
her
up even 2
perspective, VMAX
seconds,
is not
you'll-
public information. If she knew what it was, she would have found out about it.
Yeah, but she believes it's connected to her missing sister, so she's like, well,
she believes
clearly
it's
damage
not
control.
known.
Like,
how would she expect Spider-Man to know about VMAX?
Because he's closer with damage control than she is. So it's like, well, go ask them, find out. Because from her perspective, it's like, well, if you find out, you'll naturally be on my team.
Yeah,
and if
but
you don't, then you're.
he asked and he didn't get anything. He still doesn't know.
Yeah, but she's not.
And she's under
she's
the
not going to
impression
know
that he's like he's
or
simple.
care.
He's simple-minded. He doesn't understand. So she's under that impression, but doesn't think to tell him, hey, Spider-Man, the superhero, my sister's kidnapped. Can you help me find my sister? And again,
Yeah,
she
no, she
mentions
doesn't
it
think so.
like before getting knocked out.
She's lost everything at that point.
Okay, so she believes that that's vital information that would change what he does.
I don't think she says it, believing it will like change his mind.
Why would she say it then?
Wait, what are we talking about? Like,
We're
what
talking
scene?
about why she doesn't mention that her sister's kidnapped. Like, that's it. You'd have to lie by
Oh, like in the
omission.
first time they talk, right?
Yeah, like, or throughout the entire movie, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just doesn't work. Like, she has a scene where she tries explaining it to him because she thinks he's simple, but doesn't think, hey, maybe mention this really important factor that changes the whole situation. Because, like, VMAX, he probably thinks it's, like, some weapon or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can agree to that. I think...
Well, in fairness, doesn't she not know what VMAX is?
Not.
Yeah, she doesn't know what it is either.
But
So
all,
why
all
not
she
just
knows
tell,
that
why
Peter
not
knows
just tell
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, hey, I need VMAX to save my sister. You're the superhero, right? You save people? You know, I'll give this to Harry and Tasm too. At least he fucking explained his side, so he has a reason to expect Spider-Man to help him out. Damn.
So
Tasm 2 looks better than this.
She would run in, like, I guess if we really run it down, like, if she tries to go like, hey, I need VMAX to save my sister, it's going to run into what happened before. Peter's going to be like, okay, hey, do you know anything about this person talking about their sister? And he's going to get fed a lie that he's going to believe. And then, like, we just run the circus again. So even when Peter had a reason to be suspicious of damage control, when he presses upon them about it, damage control feeds Peter a lie that he does just accept on the face of it. So in this alternate situation where she does explain more, her judgment of him that he's not going to help her is proven to be the case, because the way he responds to learning about things like VMAX and the sister is to assume damage
Wait,
control.
how does she know all that?
I'm not saying she does. I'm saying her assumption that Peter's not helping, like, wouldn't be of use to her, would get proven true. Because if
Peter's
she
asking,
does try
what
to
do
be
you
like,
want? He doesn't know what she wants. If he knew what VMAX was, he wouldn't be like, oh, what do you want? He would know, oh, she's trying to save her sister.
Yeah.
Which that'd be a little weird, right? If Spider-Man,
actually,
local superhero,
wait,
wasn't
I take
okay.
back the argument I liked. I don't like the argument I made. I disagree with it. I take it back.
Okay.
So, sorry, you were still talking about.
Oh, I was basically done.
Okay. I do like. I can see your point that she should of like explaining what's happened with her sister. I just think the film gives enough of a demonstration of she's like as a person as to why she doesn't pick that as the choice. Because
I'm sorry, what?
I think the film gives reasons for why she doesn't choose to ask for help from people like Peter or other potential characters for help in regards of getting her sister back.
What's the reason?
Similar things to what Liam and I said earlier on. She's isolated. She's been given sort of the life lesson that the world is against you, and they aren't there to help you. They're there to
So
oppress you,
why
sort of
does
stuff.
she bother explaining her motivation to him?
Here's another thing, though. You know, who else had the world against them?
You know who else?
You know,
Spider-Man.
The Incredible Hulk.
Oh yeah,
She
Incredible
mind
Hulk.
controls. Why doesn't she ask Bruce Banner for help? The Avenger.
Well, this is where one of my complaints for the film comes in. I think the fact that she's able to enter into the mind of people like Frank and the Hulk should have changed the course of the film, because they have life experiences that she would probably stop to think
it'd
about.
be something worth considering for sure. I guess
It really bothers me in that film. Yeah, it really bothers me in the film that she never has, like, her seeing into both of their minds specifically, two people who have had very similar experiences to her, and it never once even at least makes her pause and go, huh? I think is a massive issue with the film.
No, yeah,
This guy,
Especially, I can't decide which one's more egregious, because it could go either way for like Banner or Bruce. I mean, Banner or Frank. Sorry, there's like three names. Banner or Frank, because both of them have been subjected to shady government situations that led them into lives of deep anguish and like vengeance. And you'd think, I guess she's not a very empathetic person during the film, but you'd think it would at least get her to pause a little bit, even if it's just to like do a double take. And it just seems weird to not allow either of those two characters to have a moment to connect with her, but it's Peter who arguably has the least ways of connecting to her, who somehow gets there. It feels
the
all
Hulk
three of them
actually
should
went
have had a hand in
through. The Hulk went through what she's going through more adequately than Spider-Man.
Hulk's story is I don't disagree that Spider-Man's contribution to her at the end wouldn't have shifted her over. I just believe that both Frank and Bruce also have things they definitely would have been able to contribute while she's in their heads, that they definitely would have contributed, that for some reason the writers, either due to whatever reason they felt, or maybe they didn't have a reason at all, didn't fulfill. Because I think it would have been a lot more meaningful for her to have three different people who share powers, who are alienated for it, and all have three different takes and perspectives on why she shouldn't do what she does, and she basically has to find a way to pass that away. But I don't think any of us disagree that her being in their heads and not reacting is a bad thing. So,
yep.
Well, let's just go back on topic, I guess. I'm confused as well. What in her character makes it fitting that she wouldn't ask Spider-Man for help again for her sister?
The fact that she's got what I said before, she has that, they show that she has that mentality of, the rest of the world isn't going to help me. I'm just going to, fight it myself. She does give somewhat of an explanation to Peter on why she's doing it before the sister line, but it's treated more like it's done in the midst of her again showboating her abilities, of being look, you shouldn't even there's no point, just give in, you're not going to stop me. Versus
but that
actual
ideology and
Peter
things she
being
says is about that stuff she says is about regular people and how they see people that are different. Peter's different.
And also I think it's just inherently flawed that you have a scene where she's trying to explain herself to Peter, but withholds again the most pivotal aspect as to why she's doing this whole thing that would probably change Peter's mind.
Yeah, it could change his mind. I just don't think it runs against her that she doesn't instantly, like, she doesn't believe it would, since she's led a life where it hasn't before.
I think if she's gonna make an attempt to explain herself, it's very inconsistent for her to not mention that. It's a very bizarre
I think it
Well, I
would.
just don't.
about.
Yeah,
I just
why
don't
would-
understand. I just
I
don't
think it
understand the
would be-
justification. Because if the justification is how she sees the world, like none. If anything, it would still make sense for her to ask Spider-Man because he's different.
I would say it would be inconsistent if we saw her using her sister as like an argument or a shield to her actions at any other point, but it's clearly something she holds like tighter to her. Like, she's unwilling to address what happened with her sister until it's basically like, you know, she's lost every opportunity to get to her herself.
I mean, I don't
Why
know
would she
why
not
she'd be
ask-
unwilling to at first. Like, I just don't see a good reason from the movie.
Yeah, like why would she be unwilling to bring up her sister for help?
Maybe I'm not. Maybe like I've got the wrong end of the stick here, or maybe I'm just not explaining it right. But you know, if you don't see it, then that's fair enough.
Well, I think just the issue is the justification you brought was like the ideology stuff based off how she sees the world, but that was talking about how normal people mistreat people that are different. That wouldn't be relevant to not asking Spider-Man for help because Spider-Man's different.
Yeah, but Spider-Man's also somebody who from her POV, wants to be normal. He's actively using devices to repress his abilities.
Did she know that before, like, trying to target him? And
does she actually?
She
Like,
just
from
said,
the
like,
first scene?
how's the monster inside you?
But
I think
she
the-
didn't
the
know that
losing
before she
battle
tried to
thing
take him.
with the monster that lives inside you. I think that's later.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back on when the tank crashed into the thing and he was on the
I
top
mean,
trying to.
Regardless, he's only trying to suppress like the harmful stuff that would cause him to act out, not the stuff that, not his base powers.
I mean, she could
Yeah,
just bad
but
faith it and see that he's trying to make a universal inhibitor.
Which she basically does when
But,
she
like,
discovers that's what he's made.
Why?
Does
why
she
would-
see him with an inhibitor in the first time they meet and like talk?
No, I'm just talking about like later on she does bad faith that like scenario.
Yeah, but we're talking about, okay, when we say, or I'm assuming when SK says even, like asks Peter for help with her sister, that's like the first time she like actually talks to him. Is she even aware of like this whole he wants to be normal thing?
The first time they meet at damage control, I
No.
Don't Oh, sorry, yeah.
When she's the Miles Morales cameo, and talks to him.
Okay, you've lost me. I'm sorry.
It's
That's a
after
deep
the
cut
alley,
ref-
when he falls out of the alley.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
falls out
deep
the
cut
alley.
reference to to like a stupid joke people make.
okay.
Well, SK, have you not seen those jokes?
No,
where
I've
it's
seen
like,
it. Yeah, I've seen it. Now I know
Yeah,
what
I've
you're talking
seen
about.
Yeah, idiots. Whenever they see a black person in Brand New Day, is that Miles Morales?
Yeah.
It's the
That would
Miles
be
Morales
such a
cameo,
random
okay?
time to bring him in.
I know
random.
people are stupid.
That's crazy. I don't know what to say to that. You see weird people on the internet, I guess.
That's just as hilarious. I just wanted to make a joke about that, but yeah, the alleyway fucking talk.
Yeah. I'm not. I can't say with confidence, but I can't say yes with confidence, so I'm not going to stand on it. So if you disagree, I'm happy to bend to it.
Well, I'll just go back to the question then. Why would she not tell Peter, like, my sister's in trouble when he's
Why are you talking like
also
Media Detective?
different? That's not Media Detective. You don't know what Media Detective sounds like if you think that was it.
Could you repeat your point? I didn't catch it because the.
Why would she not ask Peter for help then? If as far as we know now, she's not even aware of him like suppressing his,
Honestly, if I'm wrong about it, then the best explanation I can give is what I've already given. if I'm correct that she does believe he's trying to repress it, then I think you already know what I'd say. So I'm happy to just like.
Well, yeah, yeah. Even then, that's at that point that is obvious. Then he's literally making an inhibitor to mutants. Like that makes sense.
I think it's
I
also
don't think
just
I don't think she would ask for help
Less
at that
so
point.
okay. Well, less so inhibitor, but more so like basically what I'm saying is I'm not sure if she's aware that he views his powers as like a problem at that point in that conversation. But like depending whether I'm right or wrong on her awareness of that, you know what my answer to that will be. So I'm not I'm not sure we need to run it down because I think whether I agree or don't has been made clear.
Well, I guess I'll just have to ask SK because he, is more attentive of this shit ass movie.
Well,
like in the Miles Morales cameo, SK, does she know that he has any like inhibitor or anything?
I don't think so.
I think
she doesn't. I don't think
Is
she
that-
knows of it.
But wait, isn't that the same time where she's in his apartment looking at through all this stuff?
Oh shit! Yeah, it was. She does know.
Yeah. That's how she was able to track down where MJ is and start that chase because she like looked through his things and found
Oh
that
wait,
he was
yeah.
following.
Okay, she says to get rid of the monster inside you with the tech. But then again, that's not about like repressing his Spider-Man powers. It's about repressing the mutation.
Yeah, but she wouldn't give a shit about that distinction. She never
not?
has. Because she even views it as like you're just trying, like you view your powers as a monster. So, like to her rather dogmatic view, she's gonna be like, well, then you're viewing like the powers.
Well, it's he almost killed someone. Like she knows that.
Yeah, but she doesn't care.
experienced it actually.
Yeah, but she doesn't care about
this
that.
is a superhero who doesn't kill people, so I think it makes sense that she'd understand like, oh well, he doesn't want to kill anyone. The mutation's making him possibly
Yeah, but
kill
she doesn't.
people.
Yeah, but I think the film does a pretty good job of showing that she doesn't really care about abusing your powers in that fashion.
Well, yeah, I get that, but we're
So,
talking
like,
about what
him really killing
you're
someone
talking about what
wouldn't-
she perceives Spider-Man as. I don't think that then means he wants to create a universal inhibitor on mutants as a whole.
Yeah, but
I don't
by
know where
definition,
she'd get
that's what
that
he's.
from. Especially
definition,
since
that's what
like
he's
again,
made.
like
So-
she's well to tie this back to what we're originally talking about. We're talking about why she doesn't explain like the very important detail about her sister this whole time when she's actively trying to detail her perspective to Peter here. Like it can't coexist. You can't have it so she's so desperate to find her sister, but also I'm gonna have this whole conversation with Spider-Man to get him out of my way, but I'm not gonna bring up that my sister was captured, which Spider-Man, the local superhero, would more likely than not try to save her.
Well, her point isn't getting him on her side. Of
The
that
best
stage.
the
Her
best
point
argument
is
you can
stay
present at
away.
this point is if she believes that people like show like despise people that are different, right? If Peter's seemingly trying to get rid of his spider side, then he's essentially a regular person to her.
Well, how is that the case? He's still
mentality wise, he's just like all the others would be like the argument.
Yeah, like her
But
her
he's
belief
keeping the half
system.
spider.
Yeah, but she views like keeping.
Well, I think
like,
there's an
yourself
easier
half
counter
leashed
to I think there's an easier counter to this anyways with her being in the apartment and all that. What does she even understand about the tech?
I think I'm
like what evidence in the apartment is there that he's even getting rid of his spider DNA?
Wouldn't that just be
I don't
notes on
think
his
she
stuff?
used all Peter said was Evie display workstation, and I assume that you can't access the AI and all that shit without Peter's credentials.
Like
Yeah, because getting rid of the monster inside you is later in the movie, right? With Hulk.
No, he says that in the quote-unquote Miles Morales scene.
Yeah, the Miles cameo, yeah.
She says it there, and she says it with the Hulk.
Wait, how does she know he's suppressing anything?
Again, she was invading his place and looking through his shit.
Yeah, I guess she has to know then?
She knows that he's trying to suppress the monster, but not his powers as a whole.
I think that's kind of splitting hairs on what the line means.
Like, she still perceives him
Like-
as someone who's gonna keep his half spider side. Because she
Yeah, but
says that to
she,
him.
yeah, but she perceives him as someone who's developing ways to suppress powers, suppress himself, doesn't want like those powers, and then also has.
I don't think she could scientifically understand how the inhibitors work, because even Bruce Banner struggled to figure out how to get a universal inhibitor.
Look, we can
Yeah, I
we
don't
can
think she
agree
can
that it
get
doesn't
any
make
kind
sense.
of
Look, we can
understanding of
agree
that.
it doesn't make sense that she can draw that conclusion, but she did draw the conclusion.
Where,
I
No,
would-
no, the
where's
most
that? That's just an assumption.
the most that
So,
she can conclude is
suppress
that he's
them-
suppressing his own spider DNA.
which is where his powers come from.
Yeah, but not all powers.
Yeah, he's suppressing it so it doesn't mutate any further.
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
again, he
so-
almost killed someone
so-
because of it.
So first interaction is, oh, you're someone
That
who-
she's actually aware of, by the way.
Yeah, she
So
was
first
there.
interaction.
Because it happened to her, right? Didn't it literally happen
Yeah.
to the scorpion with her
Yes.
inside?
So,
Yeah.
on her first interaction, she sees Peter as someone who's just trying to repress his own powers, and then their next conflict, if I'm not getting it out of order, well, after the Mary Jane one, I suppose, but their next conflict, she not only, sorry, I think I'm getting
Fuck
cold
is
or some
this
shit.
in the comments? Hold on.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, keep going. SK's just
okay.
getting offended over another comment. It's fine.
Oh, okay. I thought I coughed too loud down the mic.
There we go.
Anyway, so what was I saying? Oh yeah. Then the next conflict they get into, she discovers not only has Peter done what she looks down on, suppress his own powers, but she's now coming across the fact that he's created the universal mute you, and she already is offended at the concept of losing her powers to begin with.
Well, I think at this point there would be a competency issue. I actually don't think there's any validity anymore to the whole suppressing thing, because she was right there and she personally experienced what happened when his mutation went out of control, and she knows it's just blatantly dangerous and reckless.
I agree she was there to see it, but she didn't exactly give a shit it was happening, so I don't think it goes against
Well, we're
anything in
talking
there.
about what her perception would be, right?
I'm assuming
perception
she
of
might have
Spider-Man.
even felt. I'm assuming she might have even felt it. She was the Scorpion, right?
Yeah, but during that fight, she wasn't exactly concerned or bothered. She was continuing to piss him off.
Well, yeah, but I also assume she's not stupid.
Well, I mean,
if you're gonna
that's
take
the-
if you're gonna take away the mutation part of your powers, that's obviously because of what you just saw. He's not even in control when he has them.
Yeah, she can. Yeah, I can agree. She can probably understand or see that, but I guess if the interpretation you take is that she's an idiot, then that's the one that's probably the fairer take to take.
No, it
because
doesn't
she
make sense for
clearly-
her to conclude that. It wouldn't even make sense for her to conclude that he's anti people being different based off of the inhibitor now, because the inhibitor is literally just to make sure he's in control of his own actions and autonomy.
Yeah, but again, based on what we see, that's clearly she doesn't care about his explanation for it. She just views it as a bad thing to do. It's a bad technology.
That's not his explanation for it. That would just be the logical assumption based off of what she experienced.
The same sentence I said, but with that as a change. Then, she clearly doesn't value it as a concern, since she continues.
It's more
to degrade
meaningful
him.
that she herself literally saw and experienced what he was doing when he's mutated.
Look, I agree. It's better writing if it affected her to see some powers can throw you out of.
No,
whack.
it's worse
I
writing.
agree
It
with
means that she has more reason to believe that he's not anti-mutant.
No, I mean, in terms of if the movie had to be restructured, I think it's better if she has a reason to question her actions in that situation. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
I kind of want to be a little blunt here. This is
No,
the
go ahead.
equivalent of her thinking that Scott Summers is anti-mutant because he wears those special shades so he doesn't constantly blast people.
Or
That's the
Rogue wearing,
conclusion we're getting to.
restraints so she doesn't hurt people or whatever.
Yeah, no, this is the equivalent
I
of
can-
being mad that Rogue touches people with gloves so she doesn't kill everyone she touches.
Yeah, I can agree. It's a extremist and dumb perspective, but I can't agree that based on how she behaves, it's inconsistent.
I think it's very inconsistent, but I mean, we've kind of gone on this over and over again. I'm happy to move on to another disagreement.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's insanely stupid. I don't think she believes in that. That's just kind of
Like,
I don't think the film even presents anything that she believes in that's that ridiculously harsh.
Line up with what? Like, what has she done in the film to show that she believes otherwise?
Well, there's
Because
no
even
basis
when she's
for it in the
subject
first place.
to
That's what we're
his,
saying.
Yeah, there needs to be a basis to have such a radical, weird, and kind of incompetent like standard like that.
I mean, that's
so
kind
there's
of
a
like the
lacking-
idea behind developing villains, right? You got to give us an insight to their mindset, have us understand why they believe what they believe, and I think that's a
They don't do-
fatal flaw in Brand New Day. They
It's
don't
not
do that with
always. You
Jean.
don't always need that for villains, though, do you?
Well, I think if you want to flesh
What?
out your characters, then, you know, that's something you'd have to do. If you don't flesh out a character, then I'm just going to question why we're following this character, spending so much time with this character in the first place. Why does this character matter?
I don't think you need to justify every character's like belief. I mean, you don't have to keep like super duper flesh it out. If you just want a functional villain and you don't care to have a fantastic villain, fine. But like, at least they shouldn't believe something that's really dumb and makes no sense without any character like explanation as to why.
Well, that how I see it, Liam, is that exploring the character is the explanation. Fleshing them out is what tells you about them.
I mean, like, you could literally have, like, for example, like, you could have, like, a villain, like, like, with Ronan the Accuser, for example, like, where they just, you know, simply say, like, they do say why he wants to destroy, what was it, the Nova Corps or whatever. But even if, like, a hypothetical version of that movie, they just don't even give his reason, he just wants to destroy it because he's evil, he loves people, he loves, you know, causing deaths. Even then, it's like fine. For example,
it's just weak.
It's like Carnage, I guess, would be a good one.
Well, it
it's
just
like
makes him. It
it's
doesn't
like
make him
it's
a
like
bad
what,
villain. It just makes him a basic.
It's like, you know, why does Carnage kill people? He's fucking evil.
Like having a villain
guess.
exist who just does bad things. It's just they're a basic character. It doesn't mean like.
Yeah,
but
the reason why though.
Like, with this movie, they're not trying to have like a simple character. They're trying to act like the character's much deeper than she really is.
Well, the reason why those work, the reason why those work inherently is just I think Shocker's the best example of this, by the way. But like, the reason those work is because, like, even though there's no like crazy like establishing why they think this way or whatever, it's just it's understandable why why they're motivated by that. Like Shocker, for example, like, what does Shocker do? He just wants money. He robs banks and steals. He does whatever he can for profit, and, you know, uses his shot gauntlets so he can get money. It's like, what's his in-depth character reason why he's a greedy asshole? Like, there's, you know, it's like, I don't like, does like a Spider-Man movie need to justify Shocker, why Shocker steals from banks? No. Like, I
mean,
understand why a character would want to steal from a bank. It makes sense. It doesn't make sense to have a weird standard that even though you're clearly not anti-mutant, because you're repressing your powers that I saw with my own eyes is taking control over you and making you like do shit you don't want to do and lose your autonomy. I'm still going to blame you for that. It's just dumb. And you need an in-character reason why she would be like that. That's like addressed.
I mean, it sounds like you discard like the little reasons they give for why she'd hold such like a extreme point of view. So I think it's.
Well, then, like, can you provide any?
Well, I have, but I don't think you accept them. So I don't think me trying again would go anywhere.
I don't think you did, because SK asked for some, and I don't remember you bringing up anything.
I think then then I don't know where else to go with that then.
Provide the reason.
Yeah, what in her character?
You can
would
always
make
just
her...
reiterate if people missed it.
We've,
Yeah, what inner character would
we've
make
already
her have
gone
an
in a
unfair,
circle in
like
this subject already.
extremist
Okay, let me make
standard
it.
for this?
You're,
Wait,
you're
let me
spending
just
more
check.
time.
Okay, so how about this, SK? Do you feel I made any reasons, or did you also not feel like I made any reasons? Because if so, I'll
Any
try to
reasons for what specifically?
That if there's any in-character justification why she would be unfairly extreme about Peter repressing his spider DNA so he wouldn't lose control.
I don't. That's not even touched on in the movie. Besides her mocking, the fact that he's trying to fight the monster inside him, like that. I don't really know what the conclusion from that is. I think.
Well,
it's
that's
just her
actually another thing. The quote is her also just acknowledging what it is, a monster inside you. It's a conflict.
Yeah, she calls.
Like, she
it a
knows that
monster,
it's clearly.
like she's saying it negatively.
Yeah, like she knows it's not fucking. You know, he just rejects people being different, or he's not rejecting himself being different. Just rejecting turning into a spider monster that kills people.
I think this is unfortunately an example of the movie just trying to get its themes across, because that's similar to what like Bruce was saying about what kind of DNA or mutations you're supposed to get rid of enough or not. I just feel like they wanted to go with this theme to set up the X-Men, but didn't really go through about it as strongly or as well as they really should have.
Can we also bring up that Bruce Banner is a weird hypocrite in that scene as well? Because he's talking about how there are some like mutations and abnormalities that you should accept instead of try and repress, but he literally has an inhibitor that's repressing a separate personality, the Hulk.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's kind of in the sentence though, isn't it? Like, there's some you should and some you shouldn't. So from his POV, it's like, well, I've got an extreme one.
No, but he says,
no, he
who are you
doesn't,
to
because
decide?
he's just Professor Hulk.
Not in that one though. In that one, he's repressing.
Well, he's definitely contradicting his own belief system because
Yeah,
he said
no,
the best
that
of
is the
both
one he's
worlds.
repressing, because when the inhibitor's off, he's Professor Hulk. The one that's not even a problem.
Yeah, he thinks Professor Hulk is like best of both worlds. So yeah, he is being a hypocrite. Well, he's contradicting his own character.
Well, yeah, it's
Well,
also
if he-
an assassination of Endgame Hulk, which is funny, and it's also it's also just being a hypocrite.
Well, if he chooses for it to be on or off, and he makes a decision for, like, say, the sake of a normal teaching life, that's not.
That's not the.
Why
He's not
does
being
he
a
get
hypocrite. But
why does he get the unilateral decision to do that when there's a separate person inside of him that has thoughts and feelings?
I mean, I'm not addressing that. I'm addressing the point about, like, the hypocrisy when he talks to Peter.
Some fucking trolling shit. I'm gonna.
That is a part of the hypocrisy, because he's literally saying that, like, who are you to decide this?
Your chat is extra special today, Oscar.
Well, unfortunately, it's like, yeah, Banner is. I mean, undoubtedly, I don't think anyone would disagree. Like, if MCU wants to stick with the idea that Hulk and Banner are two different people, then yeah, he's a horrible person to Hulk. But
He's also a hypocrite.
Banner. Okay, I know I've heard you say hypocrite, but I do need to be able to respond to the statement. Like, I'm not. Like, I've heard you. I get it. Okay, I'm not. So. But from Banner's perspective, he's not going to believe himself to be a hypocrite, because he still views the Hulk as this horrible, destructive force that he needs to be able to curtail. So he's going
No,
to
he
choose Banner
doesn't.
Hulk, and he's going to choose.
No, he literally doesn't, because of Endgame. And She-Hulk. This whole thing in the first episode in She-Hulk is getting Jennifer Walters to accept her other half.
Hmm.
But then he makes this spiel to Spider-Man when he has an inhibitor on him.
Yeah, it's goofy.
Also, I don't even buy because he needs to be a teacher. Why would the school just not allow the Hulk to teach because he's big and green?
Also, the
But
doorways,
it's
the
just the same
infrastructure.
thing.
It's easier to just have like a regular person walking around than have to accommodate like a giant, heavy hulking mass of muscle. Plus, it's probably less distracting for the students who know he's an Avenger that he looks like a regular guy than constantly looking like, you know, the superhero. Like, if you have, like, say, I don't know, a pro, like, sports player or, like, some celebrity teaching in a class, it's probably better they come dressed as a regular person and dress
I mean,
in
wasn't he able to, like,
celebrity
go...
gear.
Wasn't he able to go... Didn't we literally meet him at Endgame, like, inside a building? Like, he was able to go through the doors
He
and
was
shit?
at a restaurant and he took a selfie with some kids.
Did he? Yeah, he also was able to go into Taco Bell, so I guess he can fit through those doors, actually. So I don't even know if that's true.
He fit through a set of doors. That doesn't mean he can fit through
I mean,
every
I
single
think
set of
it's
doors.
fine, like, from a consistency perspective. If he's just using the inhibitor because, just for convenience sake, like, just so I can switch in and out, that's fine. There's times where it'll be convenient. The
Yeah, but
problem
what's-
is that
yeah,
Brand
but
New
what's
Day
the Hulk's-
recontextualizes this so that the reasoning behind it is because he thinks even Professor Hulk is a monster and that people should be afraid of him. Which again,
Well, here's my
character
question, SK.
assassination.
Where is the Hulk's say in that, though? Because he wouldn't be able to make a decision because he's inhibited.
There isn't.
I mean, if you say that in She-Hulk they established like the two have become one, then presumably the two would have agreed.
Well, in
like,
Endgame.
yeah, sometimes human needs to happen.
In She-Hulk, he says he integrated the Banner Hulk identities.
Yeah, so I'm saying like if that happened, then the decision to inhibit sometimes would have been a joint decision.
Well, okay, so firstly, even if that's true, why the fuck would he... Hang on, let me think how I should, like, frame this. Even if that's true, like, firstly, there's no decision to take it off, like, being met between the two, because he got rid of the other half. And secondly, I'm just confused why Hulk would even agree with that.
I mean,
Like,
again, you can say that's a flaw that, like, I don't know, for some Hulk story to address, but as
Well,
like film is
why
taken,
would it,
like,
why would he fucking literally agree to lose his bodily autonomy 100% with no guarantee of ever coming back?
for the convenience of, you know, living a normal life where you don't.
But he's not.
Well,
The Hulk
I
isn't
mean, could
living
you,
that
could
life.
you
That's
argue
Bruce.
potentially that, mentally speaking, Hulk evolved because of the integration of identities, and maybe Brand New Day is just a contradiction of that? That's entirely possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a possibility there's contradictions at play, but I don't think there's enough
Because, like,
information.
to look at the, I guess, the intention of the Russos when they were doing the Banner Hulk thing, what they did in Infinity War, there's a deleted scene where Hulk and Banner talk to each other and work it out, and then at the end, I think they show, like, basically Professor Hulk. Like, they're both in one.
Yeah.
Which, to that, I would say, like, that seems to be what they're going for. An integration of the Hulk Banner identities, that's exactly what he said in She-Hulk. So yeah, that could just simply be a contradiction in Brand New Day. It just maybe just doesn't make sense.
Well, that's the thing. If it's integrated, why would you get rid of that symbiosis?
Well,
I
as
think that's just
stated
for science
before,
reasons,
it's
just more convenient.
Just, yeah, life convenience.
But he was able to go to Taco Bell. Like, how
The
big is
simple
he as Professor Hulk?
But,
I'm like,
okay,
I'm
yeah,
pretty
but
sure he can fit
buildings
through
have
doors.
buildings have different sized doors and different like
To be
strength.
fair,
infrastructure.
when we see him wear it in She-Hulk, he's in a car.
Wait a second.
Where? What in She-Hulk?
The inhibitor. When we see him wear that, he's in a car.
Oh, he has the inhibitor in She-Hulk too.
Oh yeah, he does have it in She-Hulk. That's actually bad there too.
Well, in
So,
She-Hulk, at
in
the
that
very least, it seems like, like how
The
do I
easy
explain?
solution was bring in Lizard, now
Well,
Hulk.
Well, in She-Hulk, it seems like he wasn't like just rejecting it. He wasn't treating Hulk as a monster. It was just a case of like, you know, convenience for him to get into places.
Yeah.
He
So it's,
removes it
like-
afterwards.
Okay.
Wait, didn't Banner
No, it
joke
broke
to Peter?
in She-Hulk.
Well, it broke, but it's not like he was rushing to make a new one.
Also, I think the point still stands. He wore it.
He
for
went to a
convenience sake,
secluded
though.
location with Jennifer. They like,
Yeah, but that's
were,
the
were
trend.
in civilization.
He had to go do something after that.
Yeah, like he didn't have
It's, like I think the way the MCU
yeah,
is
but like
handling-
I guess my point is like he wasn't like trying to rebuild it again. I guess.
Well, I think the way the MCU is trying to treat it at the present time is Bruce is treating, you know, Professor Hulk a bit like, say, how Thor treats his hammer of us. Like, sometimes I don't need to carry this for like convenience sake, versus like the way you see it of like, I'm repressing a personality.
What are we on about?
Like, the whole
We're on
point-
about why Bruce is a hypocrite. Like, where is this leading to?
Well, yeah, he's a hypocrite because he's literally like, you know, making the decision to like, inhibit the Hulk. When he's saying like some things, it's not up to you to decide that, but he made it up to him to decide that. So.
It didn't. Didn't he joke to Peter that if he didn't have the inhibitor, he would like Hulk out and be all monstrous or something? Wasn't that like part of the thing at the beginning when he was talking about the
I think the
inhibitor?
Joker was like, "Don't worry, I'm not going to," because from Bruce's perspective, Peter's like a strange kid asking like, goofy questions.
I suppose.
Kind of just being like, don't worry, I'm not gonna rar," kind of thing.
Why doesn't he take it off when he goes outside?
Because he's still on the school grounds.
Why does that matter?
Yeah, he wears it in public. He or not wears it. He took it off in public. He's still the Hulk around kids at a diner. Takes photos with them.
Exactly.
I mean, why would he want to shred his clothes, his
Doesn't
teaching
need to.
clothes?
He says in Endgame,
when he
I'm
walks
wearing shirts
outside?
now.
And well, based on how he is, in this film, he's not. He didn't have that stuff on him.
Why?
Plus,
Why would he not
again-
accommodate for the Hulk
Well,
anymore?
he could just change, right? Just go to a locker
Well, we
room
don't know
and
if
change it
he's
up.
not
I mean,
accommodating. We don't know if he's not accommodating. We just know.
You literally
that
just
he
gave. You
has-
literally
the
just
thing
said
is-
something that would be inherently
again,
not
like I
accommodating
said,
for the
like
Hulk
I said,
because he
you
can't change
could-
back.
You could just
without
argue
breaking his
that
shirt.
the spaces are easier for him in human form. But the problem is that Brand New Day implies that the reasoning for the inhibitor is because he's fighting a battle with a monster
okay.
inside him. He views him as a monster, which that doesn't. make
I
sense.
think I finally I finally like realized like why like I don't like that argument now. Here's my problem. Even if that were true, which is hard for me to believe because there's so many times he's clearly capable of going through doors and stuff. But even if there's a few like doors that are too big or too small, whatever, he could just turn on the inhibitor, go to Bruce Banner mode, and then come back as the Hulk once he goes through the door.
Well, that's what we're saying. Like he's doing his day to day as a professor, and he'd have to like constantly dress, undress. I don't know. It just seems like a bit of a hassle.
Plus, like I
No,
liken
just
it to
wear
if you're
wear
like a
clothing
big
that's
celebrity,
accommodating, like he does
if you're,
in Endgame.
If you're someone like, say,
whatever.
If you're somebody like, say, I don't know, pick any old celebrity you want, like Taylor Swift or whatever, you're not going to walk around in like your iconic outfits or whatever, because that's going to draw more
Well, let's-
attention. It's going to
let's
be more
shift to, like-
disruptive to your day to day.
Because I want to actually get to like.
I don't think he
criticisms
needs
of
to
the
wear
movie.
iconic outfits because in Endgame he literally said he can wear like t-shirts and shit, right?
Where did you want to shift, SK?
Well, like I feel like we're just. Are we just talking about if Bruce is a hypocrite, or like are we talking about like a criticism of the movie? I'm confused.
It started on hypocrisy, on Bruce's hypocrisy, and I think we sort of pivoted
Well,
to like,
I'm talking about the hypocrisy, but now I'm also just talking about the morality of him having the inhibitor, because he morally like like he morally like talks about how it's wrong to
I don't really care to argue
make
if
the
he's
unilateral
morally
decision
correct or
to
wrong.
hang on. He says it's morally wrong to like make the decision yourself to decide which mutation should and shouldn't be like inhibited, even though he's making that decision himself as well.
Yeah, but when he says it to Peter, he's talking about for everybody.
Yeah, but it's worse when it's his case because Hulk is a living, feeling, sentient thing as like person as well, who's not even
Yeah,
like
but without-
evil, malicious, or anything like that, and is now able to properly communicate and be reasonable with Bruce Banner and have a symbiosis with him. So it's
Right,
just
but
worse that
without
he's just able
establishing-
to. He's just constantly inhibiting the guy.
Right, but without establishing, like, without a story to establish, like, that is directly what he's doing, then we don't know what the relation between Bruce, the Hulk, and the Inhibitor
That is what he's doing. He's literally inhibiting the Hulk whenever it's inconvenient for him.
Okay, well, it sounds like you and Bruce have a different moral prescription there, but in terms of like what he says to Peter, he's referring to like, you know, creating a universal.
That's one of the
rocket.
reasons the Hulk hated him. He grew from that.
Yeah.
Because Banner only saw Hulk as a tool. He's just that Banner only wants Hulk 1 to fight.
That's what Ragnarok was about. He's like, I'm getting my revenge. I'm going to be me for 2 years at least. You aren't going to put me in the back seat anymore.
Yeah, Banner uses him as a tool until fucking Endgame, where he like accepts him as a part of his life, but then he's now not accepting him as a part of his life fully whenever he's inconvenient. And the examples examples of convenience don't even hold up now that I think about it, because the worst case scenario is that he like can't fit through a few doors when he could just literally turn on and off the inhibitor to go through the door.
I think this is all stuff that, you know, would be better explained or addressed if this was a Hulk film, not a film in which Hulk is a supporting.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even just blame Brand New Day. I think She-Hulk's a problem with this too, depending on how they use it there. Like I'll be reasonable, like, yeah, obviously he needs to be Bruce Banner to be in the car, right? But like, is he like Banner any other time that he clearly doesn't need to be?
I think that's the only time we actually see Banner, besides Shang-Chi, where they show him like on the Avengers thing. But to be fair, I also think they mentioned stuff about him healing his arm.
So,
okay. So I guess he's
also
doing that as Bruce or something.
Is it safe? Is it safe to say we're at a bit of an impasse on the Hulk thing?
Yeah.
Like shift.
I think we put a lot of stock in this one thing.
Well, I just think it's insane. The more I think about like the Punisher, the Hulk, the worse assassinated they get. Like, it's just worse every time I think about them more and more.
What is something you liked about? What is something you actually liked about the film?
I like that one conversation with him and MJ after she read the letter.
I agree.
I like that.
That's a solid convo, yeah.
I like that. I also like that Peter admitted to like a sexual assault that he had no real like. He could have gotten away without saying anything or making her uncomfortable at all. But he went out his way to say it.
I like that the
appreciate
film
that.
offended. I like that the film offended E EFAP.
Sorry, you like that the film?
I like.
the film what?
I like that the film ended as well. That was that was one of the better parts.
Who did the film offense? Who's Pat?
No,
he
EFAP.
said he's glad that it offended Yo,
It's kind of
a Spider-Verse trailer.
What?
I just
Oh
saw
my!
some.
God damn it, Jay! This fucking excuse my language. I was trying to say that I think one of the only other things.
Sorry.
SK. One of the only other things I like about the movie, unfortunately, that kind of makes me wish the movie was kind of good, was just the action.
Wait, that's something you like or you don't like?
No, I like. It makes
you
me
like
wish
the
the movie. Yeah, it makes me wish the movie was better because the action was good. By the way, I'll say this. I apologize for earlier and calling you names and kind of yelling and shit. That's my fault.
Hey, that's okay. Good. Like, look again. I am genuinely sorry if I like made you feel like I was trying to agitate you. I wasn't. Obviously, when I muted you, that was a bit of a fuck you. But to be like, I was just trying to, you know, keep myself sane. So.
No, you're good. I apologize for overreacting. That's on me.
Yeah, is there any more disagreements? Because I think we
Yeah,
should end this now because it's
I'm gonna
12.
Well, I do want to like
you
briefly
wanna
skim
end?
something
Okay.
real quick, and then, yeah.
Okay, so you want to end this conversation?
Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Well,
Yeah, we covered a lot.
Yeah, glad we had. Yeah, nice chat then.
All right.
I'll head off then.
Okay, have a good
All
one.
right.
Yeah,
Who the
you
fuck is
guys have a
adding
nice
me
one
what?
too.
You PJ, you see the chat?
I do, bro.
Yeah, real quick, I was just curious just to skim some counterpoints. I'm not gonna spend more than like 5-10 minutes on this. But people keep telling me to watch this thing, so I'll take a look at it.
Wait, they're training? Oh my god. Wait, hold on. God damn it.
Well, we could freak out over Beyond later.
My bad. Bro, I hate Jay. Why would Jay do this now?
What's going on?
Audacious Joe.
I'm so confused.
We're gonna have to skip Audacious John for this one.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to.
He came in way too late.
Yeah, sorry, Audacious John.
Yo,
maybe
is the
another
stream
time.
done? What's going on?
No. It's still. I'm just curious to like go through some of this because people keep saying to go watch this or whatever. So I'm gonna skim it.
No,
I'll.
Okay, save this for another stream because I've watched it. It's definitely worth actually addressing in a stream. There's a lot of fun content to get out of this.
Oh, really?
Wait, what
Save
is
it for
it?
next time, though. Trust me.
Okay, save it for next time. All right, I'll save it for next time then.
Yeah, I've seen like a majority of this video. It's pretty bad.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't get to a full agreement with you guys on the memory thing, but
all good.
I enjoyed the talks. I enjoyed, elaborating on this movie. Thank you for the video, SK, and yeah, take care.
All right. Yeah, have a good one.
I'm just happy that the most ill-behaved one wasn't me this time. It was PJ.
Go fuck yourself.
Bro, like, okay.
I was still second place though. I was still second place, so not the best still. But you know what?
Dude, I know I apologize and shit, and I still mean it, but it's like
Wait,
was.
Are we live? Are we live?
Yes.
Well, no. Even if
End
we
the
are
stream,
live.
end the stream. Yeah, no. End the stream. We're done.
Well,
I don't want to.
I just want to announce something real quick. One, Rift
do
is going to
care.
be doing a stream reacting to the video tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Well, today now. On Saturday, we're going to do the next disagreement for that. For the video.
Delete your channel, SK.
No, that guy makes that joke every stream. He's a regular viewer. But yeah, thanks for coming on, everybody. Hope you have a good one. Yeah, see you.